Tonight, we travel back to the age before time. Before history was written, before men learned to name the stars, the world was ruled by beings too vast for imagination, the Greek gods. Tonight, we unravel their tangled bloodlines, where fathers devoured sons, and sons rose to overthrow the heavens. We'll walk the halls of Olympus, dive beneath Poseidon's storms, and descend into the shadowed realm of Hades. But these are not just tales of power. They are mirrors, reflecting the chaos and beauty within us all. The Greeks told their stories to explain why the sun rises, why love burns, and why fate never forgets. So tonight, as the old myths stir once more, we listen to the thunder of Zeus, the whispers of Athena, and the heartbeat of eternity itself. If this kind of storytelling brings you inner peace, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where in the world are you listening from and what time it is for you right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is out there closing their eyes to the same lullaby. So settle in, let the world grow quiet, and let's dream together for a while. Before history learned to carve its name into clay, before kings shaped empires or philosophers questioned the nature of truth, humanity stood beneath a sky that felt immeasurably vast and heartbreakingly silent. Every crack of thunder, every tremor beneath the soil, every flash of lightning carving open the night was a message in a language no one yet knew how to read. And so the earliest humans, fragile in body but powerful in imagination, reached for meaning in the darkness. They answered the silence of the world with stories. They saw intention in storms, personality in the sea's restless breathing, warning in the rumble beneath their feet. They buried their dead and felt the weight of an unseen realm pressing back, urging them to believe that existence did not end, only shifted. Myth was not decoration. It was survival. An attempt to impose shape on the unknown and make the world feel negotiable. From that ancient hunger for understanding, long before temples or poetry, the Greek gods emerged, luminous as dawn, violent as storms, flawed as the mortals who created them, and enduring as the questions humanity still carries. Imagine a world without science, only the overwhelming spectacle of nature. Night falls, and the sky becomes a cathedral of stars. A storm gathers, lightning tears through clouds, the sea rises like a living creature. You have no concept of atmospheric pressure or seismic plates, so you create a vocabulary of gods. Thunder becomes a king, the sea a ruler, the underworld a throne. Every wind, every wave, every disaster becomes a conversation between mortals and cosmic forces. Myth becomes the bridge between fear and meaning, between a fragile human mind and a universe too immense to comprehend. The Greeks shaped their gods not just as explanations but as mirrors. Zeus embodied authority, brilliant, forceful, magnificent yet insecure. Hera symbolized sovereignty wounded by betrayal. Poseidon became the restless sea, capable of calm and catastrophe. Hades answered the mystery of death with solemn inevitability. Athena rose from the union of intellect and warfare, the embodiment of clarity and precise action. Apollo held contradictions, healer and destroyer, artist and judge. Artemis symbolized independence and the beauty of the untamed world. Ares embodied violence without restraint. Aphrodite, the gravity of desire. Hermes, the shimmer of cleverness. Hephaestus, the dignity of labour. Dionysus, the narrow line between ecstasy and madness. Demeter held the world's fertility in her grief. Persephone embodied the cycles of descent and return. Hecate guided those who wandered at the edge of the known world. Through these figures, the Greeks crafted a symbolic language for every emotional force shaping their lives. Myth structured the ancient mind. Temples rose like stone conversations with the divine. Cities forged identity through their chosen patrons. Athens under Athena's gaze, Delphi murmuring with Apollo's prophecy, Eleusis guarded by Demeter's mysteries. Festivals became communal memory, marking victories, seasons and sorrows. War invoked Ares. Marriage sought Hera. Voyages begged Poseidon's favour. Judgments appealed to Zeus. To live in ancient Greece was to inhabit a world where rivers had lineage, trees sheltered spirits, and the night sky shimmered with immortal presence. Yet when their temples quieted and new faiths rose, the gods did not vanish. They migrated into art, psychology, and the collective imagination. Zeus lives on in displays of power, Hera in the complexities of loyalty, Poseidon in emotional storms, Hades in our awareness of mortality, Athena in clarity, Apollo in ambition, Artemis in defiance of expectation, Ares in anger, Aphrodite in longing, Hermes in cleverness, Hephaestus in craftsmanship, Dionysus in moments of release, Demeter in grief, Persephone in transformation, Hecate in every turning point where choices reshape identity. The gods endure because they represent pieces of ourselves, archetypes older than civilization, reflections cast by the human soul. This story is not simply about ancient deities, but about humanity's oldest questions. Why do we reach for the heavens? Why do we fear the dark? Why do we imagine intention in chaos and purpose in pain? The Greeks answered with faces, names, myths. They taught us that myth is not a lie but a lens, and in its reflection we find ourselves. Before the first dawn of reason, before the first whisper of science, there were stories, and the gods wait inside them still. Before Olympus crowned the sky with thunder, and before Zeus became the name whispered in both fear and reverence, he was nothing more than a hidden child, one heartbeat away from annihilation. The world then belonged to the Titans, and at its centre ruled Cronus, a king forged from paranoia and prophecy. He had overthrown his own father, Uranus, slicing open the sky to seize power. But the blood of a dethroned god carries curses, and as Uranus fell, he spat a final truth. Your children will rise against you, as you rose against me. From that moment, Cronus' throne felt like a trap. Every cry of an infant sounded like the beginning of a rebellion. Every pregnancy of his wife, Rhea, became a countdown. And so, one by one, Cronus devoured his children, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades and Poseidon, swallowing them whole to silence destiny before it could speak. But destiny does not silence easily, and prophecy never truly dies. When Rhea carried her sixth child, terror and grief pressed against her ribs. She could not surrender another newborn to the void of Cronus' stomach. She sought refuge among the ancient powers of the earth, descending into the green shadows of Crete, where the world hummed with old magic. There, with Gaia's guidance, she gave birth to a child whose cry cracked open the quiet. Zeus. Rhea held him only moments before she knew what had to be done. To save one son, she would have to deceive a god who trusted nothing. She wrapped a stone in swaddling cloths and placed it in Cronus' hands. The Titan king, too eager to maintain his fragile dominion, swallowed the bundle without hesitation. A prophecy delayed, but not defeated. Zeus grew not in a palace, but in the wildness of Crete, hidden in a cave steeped in myth. Some stories say he was nursed by the goat Amalthea, whose milk fueled the strength of a future king. Others claim he was raised by nymphs, who lulled him to sleep with lullabies older than language. To hide his cries from Cronus, the curates, warriors clad in bronze, danced at the cave's mouth, clashing their shields to drown out the sound of a god being prepared for rebellion. In that secret cradle, Zeus learned the difference between fear and strength, between survival and destiny. The sky outside seemed to call to him even then, as though thunder recognized its future master. As Zeus grew into his power, the world around him strained under Cronus's tyrannical rule. Titans whispered of imbalance. Mortals felt the tremor of a world choking under paranoia. The swallowed gods, trapped in the darkness of their father's belly, stirred like forgotten storms. Zeus could no longer remain hidden. He sought allies, not only from those loyal to his mother, but from forces Cronus had long underestimated. Metis, the Titaness of cunning thought, became his guide. From her, he learned that brute strength alone does not topple tyrants. Strategy shapes revolutions. With her counsel, Zeus returned to confront the father he had never known. Disguised as a cupbearer, he approached Cronus with a potion capable of undoing years of divine imprisonment. The Titan king, oblivious to the danger standing at his side, drank deeply, and the world shook. Cronus convulsed, and one by one the swallowed gods erupted back into the light. Hestia gasping as if waking from a nightmare, Demeter clutching the earth as though greeting an old friend, Hera blazing with righteous fury, Hades rising like a shadow reclaimed, Poseidon exhaling the breath of storms. Cronus staggered as his children assembled before him, not as victims, but as an army. This moment, the disgorging of the Olympians, was the ignition of a war that would reshape the cosmos. But even then, Zeus felt the weight of what lay ahead. This was not merely rebellion, it was a confrontation between ages. The old order, built on fear and consumption, against a new order built on thunder, strategy, and unyielding defiance. Yet Zeus did not tremble. He had waited his whole life to claim the sky itself as his ally. As the freed gods gathered around him, something in the air shifted. Hades' silence deepened into purpose. Poseidon's power churned like the deep sea preparing for a storm. Hera, though wounded by abandonment, saw in Zeus the promise of a new dynasty. And Zeus himself stood at the centre, not as a boy hidden in a cave, but as the spark of a coming cataclysm. In this first act of defiance, Zeus revealed the truth that would define his rise. A king is not born through blood alone, but through the courage to confront the forces that shaped him. Cronus had tried to swallow destiny, but destiny had learned to wield lightning. And the sky, long muted under Titan rule, braced itself for the voice of a new master. When Zeus first grasped a bolt of lightning, he understood that the sky had not only crowned him, it had armed him. The Cyclopes forged these weapons as thanks for their freedom, but what they placed in his hand was more than a tool of war. Lightning was judgment made visible, a burning line between order and chaos. With a single throw, he could silence rebellion or hurl terror into the hearts of kings. Yet as the power crackled in his grip, Zeus sensed the danger inside it. If he ruled only through fear, he would become the very thing he had overthrown. After the Titanomachy, the world felt raw and unfinished. Mountains lay broken, seas still shivered from the clash of gods. The Olympians looked to Zeus not only as their liberator, but as the one who must decide what came next. Hades waited with quiet intensity. Poseidon paced the shores, restless as waves. Hera, sharp and watchful, studied Zeus with a queen's caution. If he faltered, the fragile order they had fought for would fracture. So Zeus did what storms do. He filled the sky. His voice became thunder, his decisions lightning. To mortals, his justice was terrifying. They believed that arrogance, hubris, drew lightning like iron draws a magnet. A king who boasted too loudly, a builder who reached too high, a warrior who mocked the gods, all lived under the threat of sudden fire from the clouds. Zeus did not think of himself as cruel. He saw himself as a necessary barrier. He had watched Cronus rule from paranoia, swallowing his own children to keep power. Zeus refused to live in that fear. Instead of devouring threats, he confronted them. Instead of hiding from prophecy, he tried to shape it. But balance is not simple for a god of storms. Zeus' temper moved as quickly as lightning. His anger could flare into existence with a single insult or act of defiance. Thunderheads gathered when he was displeased. Winds rose when his patience thinned. The other gods felt the danger in this. Hera scolded his rashness. Athena urged restraint. Even Poseidon bristled when Zeus's fury spilled too far into sea and earth. Memories of Cronus lingered in their minds like an old bruise. They did not want another king ruled by fear of losing control. Zeus learned, slowly, that a ruler who strikes too often loses more than he gains. Fear can make subjects obey, but it cannot make them trust. So he began to listen. He listened to Themis, goddess of law, who reminded him that justice must be predictable to feel fair. He listened to Athena, who argued that a measured punishment carries more power than a mindless bolt. He even listened to mortal prayers, hearing not just the words but the trembling behind them. Little by little, Zeus discovered that the hardest part of wielding thunder was knowing when to keep his hand still. To shape the world, Zeus turned his power into law. Oaths sworn in his name became sacred. To break them was to insult the sky itself. The duty of hospitality, welcoming the stranger, protecting the guest, fell under his protection. A host who betrayed a guest did not just commit a social crime. They offended Zeus personally. Kings on earth claimed their authority through him. When they ruled unjustly, they did so under a sky that watched. Yet the throne of the heavens was lonely. Ruling above all meant standing apart from all. The height of Olympus gave Zeus a clear view of the world, but it also separated him from it. His siblings could advise him and argue with him, but they did not share his burden. Only he felt the constant pull to maintain order, to decide when to intervene and when to let events unfold. This loneliness shaped how he appeared to the world. Zeus made himself present in signs: an eagle circling over a battlefield, a sudden gust in a sacred grove, a flash of lightning on a clear day. To mortals, they meant that justice watched. To gods, they meant that their king was awake. Presence became its own form of authority. Over time, Zeus's rule became a balance between terror and reassurance. Thunder could signal punishment, but it could also signal protection. A storm that sank an invading fleet, rain that ended a drought. the greatest bolts were no longer thrown in anger alone, but in defence of a world that depended on his restraint as much as his strength. In the end, what made Zeus king was not that he held lightning, but that he tried, imperfectly, continually, to think before he hurled it. In that struggle between impulse and judgment, he became more than a conqueror of titans. He became the storm that learns to hesitate before it strikes. And in that hesitation, the ancient Greeks saw not only fear, but a necessary kind of justice. Zeus, for all his thunder and authority, was never a distant sky. He descended often, too often for Hera's patience, drawn to beauty, courage, cleverness, and sometimes simple fascination. His loves were not random impulses, each one reshaped the world. From them came heroes, lineages, and myths that defined Greek storytelling. Every affair carried both creation and consequence, because the sky god's desires were as powerful and unpredictable as storms. His first great love was Metis, Titaness of foresight. She matched Zeus not in strength, but in intellect. Yet a prophecy warned that her child would surpass him. Terrified of repeating Cronus' downfall, but unwilling to kill her, Zeus chose another path. He absorbed her. Metis' cunning became part of his mind, and when Athena later emerged fully armed from Zeus' skull, she embodied both divine authority and inherited wisdom. With Danae, imprisoned by her fearful father, Zeus arrived as a golden radiance. Their son Perseus would hunt monsters and free kingdoms. With Alcmaeon, Zeus disguised himself as her husband, and from that union came Heracles, a child destined to suffer, endure, and ultimately rise beyond mortality itself. Heracles' trials were shaped not only by divine punishment, but by Zeus's hope for a hero capable of carrying both human struggle and divine strength. Europa drew Zeus with her quiet grace. As a gentle white bull, he carried her to Crete, and from her came Minos, and a lineage entwined with labyrinths and legends. Leda met Zeus in the form of a swan, giving birth to Castor, Pollux, and Helen. Figures who would shape both heroism and tragedy across Greece. Hera felt each of these betrayals like a wound, and her wrath fell on mortals and offspring alike. Io wandered the earth as a cow, Semele was consumed by Zeus's true form, and Heracles faced a lifetime of trials. Zeus's passions created heroes, but Hera's rage tempered them, teaching the Greeks that greatness often comes from suffering. Not all of Zeus's loves were born of deception or desire. Some were acts of protection. When the nymph Aegina bore his child, Zeus hid her from Hera's fury on a secluded island. Her son Aeacus later judged the dead. When Callisto bore his son, Zeus saved her from destruction by placing her among the stars. These unions shaped constellations, kingdoms, and myths that stretched across the ancient world. His divine relationships were equally influential. With Demeter, he fathered Persephone, whose disappearance shaped the seasons. With Leto, he fathered Apollo and Artemis, twin forces of prophecy and wilderness. With Hera, despite their turbulent marriage, he fathered Ares and Hebe. Their relationship, volatile yet enduring, cast a shadow across Olympus, revealing the tension between power and loyalty. But it was through his mortal offspring that Zeus touched the world most deeply. Heroes carried the sky in their blood, but walked the earth with human fragility. Perseus, Heracles, Minos, Castor, and Pollux, Helen, each reflected a sliver of their father's vast and contradictory nature. They built cities, won wars, fell to fate, and rose again. Through them, Zeus shaped history more subtly than through storms. The birth of heroes was not mere consequence, but intent. Zeus understood that gods could not experience the world as mortals did. Heroes became the bridge, able to fail, to suffer, to learn, and to triumph. They embodied courage born from mortality and ambition fueled by divine inheritance. In their journeys, Zeus saw something he could never claim: the possibility of change. For beneath his thunder, Zeus carried a longing the Greeks understood well, the desire to be part of the world he ruled. Mortals fascinated him because their lives were brief, uncertain, and brilliant. Their choices mattered in ways a god's did not. Through his children, Zeus experienced the world's joys and tragedies indirectly, tasting emotions immortality could never fully offer. From these unions came more than stories. They formed the backbone of Greek myth, weaving together gods and mortals, fate and desire. The sky loved the earth, and from that love rose heroes who shaped the ancient imagination. Zeus's passions revealed his power, his flaws, and his deepest contradiction. The king of gods, bound to thunder and law, endlessly drawn toward the fragile world below. Zeus ruled the heavens with thunder in his hands, and a crown forged from victory. Yet the sky he commanded often mirrored the contradictions inside him. He was a king who liberated his siblings from tyranny, but at times he acted with the same force he swore to oppose. He demanded order from gods and mortals, yet his own life created storms of conflict. Zeus was stability and disruption, justice and impulse, protector and threat, each quality woven into the tapestry of his authority. From the moment he claimed the throne, Zeus carried the expectation that he would be better than Cronus. Where Cronus devoured the future, Zeus promised to shape it. Yet power brings shadows. When a rebellion stirred on Olympus, Zeus struck with the same instinctive ferocity that had once defined the Titans. The sky darkened, the earth shook, and the message was unmistakable. Order would not be challenged. Gods who witnessed this wondered whether Zeus's strength came from wisdom or fear. Even those loyal to him could not help noticing that the line between guardian and tyrant sometimes blurred. Zeus himself felt this tension. He wanted a world shaped by justice, but justice can be difficult for gods who rarely face consequences. When mortals prayed for fairness, Zeus listened, but his judgment could swing sharply. A city boasting of its achievements might find itself thunderstruck, not because Zeus hated pride, but because pride reminded him too strongly of the titans he had defeated. Mortals saw his lightning as divine balance. The gods saw it as the flash of emotion behind a mask of authority. And Zeus, caught between the two perspectives, recognized that his actions could be both necessary and excessive. His personal flaws fueled these contradictions. Zeus was a ruler capable of remarkable compassion, yet his impulsive loves created chaos. His affairs produced heroes and legends, but they also birthed tragedies. Hera's wrath, storms of jealousy, and the suffering of innocent lives echoed around him like the rumble of distant thunder. Zeus never intended for his desires to wound those he touched, yet they did. Each attempt to correct the consequences of his actions, protecting a child, elevating a mortal, casting a constellation into the sky, revealed a heart capable of gentleness, but trapped in patterns of disruption. Even among the gods, Zeus's rule inspired both loyalty and resentment. Poseidon respected his brother but bristled at decisions made without counsel. Hades valued balance, yet disliked Zeus's tendency to intervene suddenly and dramatically. Hera, both queen and adversary, often challenged the contradiction she saw. A king who demanded fidelity, but rarely gave it. A ruler who spoke of unity, yet fractured his own household. Their disputes shaped Olympus as much as Zeus's decrees, reminding him that leadership was not the same as dominion. Yet despite these flaws, the world needed Zeus's contradictions. His storms brought destruction, but also rain for crops. His punishments were fierce, but they protected sacred laws. His authority sometimes felt overwhelming, but without it, the gods would drift toward old rivalries and chaos. Even his unpredictability served a purpose. It reminded mortals that the cosmos was alive, watching, listening. Zeus embodied the belief that divine power must be felt as much as understood. His greatest conflict, however, existed within himself. Zeus wanted to be a just king, but justice is slow, deliberate, thoughtful, all qualities that clashed with his tempestuous nature. He wanted to be a protector, yet his impulses sparked suffering. He wanted to be admired, yet his actions often inspired fear. And still, he continued to learn. Each challenge forced him to refine the balance between fury and restraint, strength and mercy. The more he ruled, the more he understood that power alone could not shape the world. It was the intention behind it that mattered. Zeus's contradictions made him feel real to the Greeks. He was not a perfect god carved from unreachable ideals. He was a being of passion, impulse, brilliance, and flaw. A ruler who tried to hold the sky steady while wrestling with storms inside himself. His greatness did not lie in the absence of contradiction, but in his constant struggle to rise above it. And so the Greeks saw in Zeus a truth they recognized in themselves, that power and imperfection often walk together, and that even the mightiest must learn how to govern their own nature before they can govern a world. Before Hera became Queen of Olympus, before her name became synonymous with marriage, jealousy, and the fierce dignity of a wronged goddess, she was something far older, an echo of a world that existed long before Zeus claimed the sky. Hera did not begin as a consort. She began as a power, a force, a presence woven into the earliest memory of the earth itself. In the age before the Olympians, when the cosmos still trembled from the wounds of creation, Hera belonged to a lineage of primal, sovereign goddesses. She was the daughter of Cronus and Rhea, born into a world ruled by fear and silence. Cronus devoured his children without hesitation, but Hera survived long enough in the darkness of his stomach to feel the shape of tyranny from the inside. When Zeus freed his siblings, Hera emerged not as a frightened girl, but as a goddess forged from confinement. She carried the memory of captivity like a scar hidden beneath her regal composure. It was this memory that shaped her understanding of power, not as something seized through violence, but something maintained through order, loyalty, and ritual. Long before Zeus ascended, many early Greek communities worshipped Hera as a sovereign goddess in her own right. They built sanctuaries for her across the Peloponnese, islands, and rugged mountain valleys. She was the guardian of sacred oaths, the protector of women, the spirit watching over households and the cycles of life. In a time when the world felt unstable and unpredictable, Hera represented continuity. She did not rule through thunder or force. She ruled through constancy. She was the goddess people prayed to when they needed stability, when families needed harmony, when marriages needed protection, when the fragile bonds of community had to be preserved. To the earliest Greeks, Hera was not merely a goddess of marriage. She was the principle of unity itself. She oversaw the ties that bound people to one another, the delicate agreements that allowed tribes and villages to survive. In many ways, she was the divine embodiment of civilization. While Zeus still wandered the world as a rising power, Hera already had temples filled with votive offerings, ceremonies dedicated to her cycles, and priestesses who carried her rituals across generations. Her worship was older than the Olympian throne. This ancient authority gave Hera a strength that Zeus could not overshadow. When he sought her as a bride, it was not simply desire, it was strategy. Marriage to Hera did not elevate her, it elevated him. By uniting with the goddess of sacred bonds, Zeus transformed his rule from victory into legitimacy. Her acceptance became the seal that transformed Olympus from a conquered realm into an ordered kingdom. Hera was not simply his queen, she was the foundation upon which his authority gained permanence. But Hera did not choose lightly. She had witnessed the downfall of one tyrant and refused to be bound to another without purpose. Zeus pursued her with a determination unusual even for him. In one tale, he approached her as a distressed cuckoo bird, trembling in the rain. When Hera lifted the tiny creature to her chest, Zeus revealed himself, claiming a closeness she could not easily undo. Yet even in myth, this moment speaks less of deception and more of Hera's nature. Compassion first, sovereignty second. Her heart moved before her crown did. When Hera finally agreed to marry Zeus, the entire world celebrated. Flowers bloomed spontaneously, rivers slowed their currents in reverence, and creatures of the earth gathered to witness the divine union. It was not simply a wedding, it was the binding of sky and earth, order and storm, law and power. Hera stepped into her role not as Zeus's subordinate, but as the co-architect of Olympus. She carried into the new age the weight of traditions older than the thunderbolt, the memory of a world shaped by oath rather than violence. Yet her past also seeded the conflicts that would later define her. Hera's identity was shaped by loyalty, structure, and the sanctity of partnership. When Zeus treated those bonds carelessly, she saw not only betrayal, but the unravelling of the very order she had helped establish. Her wrath was not born of insecurity, it was born of ancient expectation. A queen who had existed before the sky had a king couldn't easily accept disorder within her own household. Hera's ancient power remained an unspoken truth on Olympus. Even gods who feared her temper respected the authority beneath it. She was not merely the wife of Zeus, she was the goddess who held the fabric of divine society together. Her presence maintained the rhythm of the heavens. Her rituals preserved sacred harmony. Her authority, though quieter than thunder, was no less essential. Before Zeus, before Olympus, Hera was already a pillar of the world. And that ancient strength would shape every victory, every conflict, and every heartbreak that followed. Hera's throne beside Zeus was not simply a symbol of union, it was a declaration of balance in a world still settling from divine upheaval. Marriage to Hera was not romance, it was architecture. It was structure. It was the binding force that kept families, cities, and kingdoms from collapsing into chaos. When she became Queen of Olympus, she brought with her an ancient understanding of unity, one rooted not in affection, but in responsibility. Hera ruled not by thunder, but by expectation, by ritual, and by the quiet authority of one who understood that stability must be maintained every day. Her marriage to Zeus was the cornerstone of divine order. Olympus saw in it the merging of two primordial principles, the storm and the sanctuary. Zeus brought the power to command the sky, but Hera brought the power to hold the heavens together. Even the gods who feared her respected the order she embodied. Kings on earth looked to Zeus for legitimacy, but queens looked to Hera for the strength to uphold their households. She became the celestial keeper of vows, ensuring that promises were not empty words but sacred commitments. To mortals, Hera was the protector of marriage, but her dominion reached far deeper than household harmony. She guided alliances between families, brokered unity between rival clans, and safeguarded the fragile trust that held societies together. A broken oath was not merely an offence against justice, it was an offence against Hera herself. Cities that dishonoured their pacts often felt her anger in sudden misfortune, failed harvests, storms, or internal strife. For Hera, loyalty was not optional. It was the backbone of civilization. Yet Hera's sovereignty carried a complexity that few gods could fully grasp. She had married Zeus, knowing his strengths and his weaknesses. She knew the sky could not be contained, that storms wandered where they wished, that Zeus's desires would lead him often into the world below. And though she carried herself with unshakable dignity, Hera's patience was tested again and again. To her, infidelity was not merely betrayal, it was disorder. It threatened the divine architecture she worked tirelessly to preserve. Hera's responses, often harsh and unyielding, reflected not only wounded pride, but her fear of what instability could become. She had survived the chaos of the Titans, the swallowing darkness of Cronus, the uncertainty of a world without structure. She would not allow Olympus to fall into similar disarray. When she struck at Zeus's lovers, or punished the children born outside their marriage, it was not jealousy alone. It was her attempt to reassert balance in a system constantly pushed off-centre by Zeus's choices. Her loyalty, however, remained absolute. She never abandoned her throne, never stepped away from the role she believed was both destiny and duty. Despite the storms within her marriage, Hera upheld the laws that defined Olympus. She advised Zeus when he faltered, challenged him when he overreached, and stood beside him in crises that threatened their reign. Hers was not the loyalty of submission, but the loyalty of a queen who understood that the kingdom depended on her strength as much as his thunder. Among the gods, Hera's authority extended far beyond her title as queen. She presided over childbirth, ensuring the continuation of generations. She protected women, guiding them through transitions of life with a firmness shaped by her own experiences. She guarded the rituals that marked beginnings, marriages, oaths, alliances, as well as the rituals that preserved tradition. Her festivals, especially the Heraia, celebrated not just womanhood, but the societal bonds she upheld. Even Zeus recognized her sovereignty. Though they clashed, he never stripped her of her power. Their conflicts were not wars, but negotiations between two forces that defined the heavens. Zeus shaped the world with lightning. Hera shaped it with law. Together they formed the dual heartbeat of Olympus, one that thundered, one that steadied. And mortals, watching the sky, understood that their own marriages echoed the divine one. They prayed to Hera not only for fidelity, but for the courage to endure difficulties, for the wisdom to maintain unity, and for the strength to honour their commitments. In Hera they saw not perfection, but perseverance. Her sovereignty flowed not from Zeus's throne, but from her own nature. Hera ruled because she was unwavering, because she nurtured order where chaos threatened, because she understood that loyalty is a choice made daily, not once. She had stood long before Zeus claimed the sky, and she would stand long after storms passed. For Hera, marriage was the mechanism through which the cosmos held its shape. Sovereignty was her right, loyalty was her creed, and through them she maintained the fragile balance of gods and mortals alike. Hera's rage has echoed through centuries of storytelling, reduced again and again to a single emotion: jealousy. Poets made her the scorned wife, the vengeful queen, the relentless pursuer of Zeus's lovers. But Hera's fury was never small or petty. It was an anger born from a deeper wound, the kind created when loyalty is treated lightly, when promises are broken by the one who demanded them. Hera's rage was the shadow cast by an ancient goddess who valued order above all, only to find her own marriage becoming the source of constant disorder. From the beginning, Hera believed that her union with Zeus would stabilize the heavens. She had married not just a king, but a symbol of strength. Yet that strength came with wildness. Zeus loved greatly, moved quickly, and acted without considering the weight of his choices. To him, desire was a force of nature, inevitable and unrestrained. To Hera, each affair was a crack in the very foundation she was sworn to protect. The gods watched these tensions like storms gathering over distant mountains. When Zeus strayed, Hera felt the fracture not simply as a wife, but as a sovereign whose partner undermined the laws she upheld. Her punishments, to Io, to Semele, to countless others, were harsh, but they were expressions of a divine principle wounded at its core. Mortals saw cruelty. Hera saw imbalance. Each unacknowledged child threatened the unity she fought to maintain. Io's suffering was an early example of Hera's wrath misunderstood. Zeus pursued the young priestess in secret, cloaking the affair in lies. When Hera uncovered the truth, she punished Io not out of spite, but to reclaim dignity stolen from her. Heracles too suffered because he stood as living proof of Zeus's disregard for boundaries. Hera's torment shaped him into a hero, but beneath the trials lay a goddess desperately trying to confront a world slipping out of her control. Even her anger toward Semele, tricking her into glimpsing Zeus's true form, stemmed from grief as much as vengeance. Hera could not bear the idea that Zeus would show his divine essence to another woman. It wasn't jealousy of affection, it was jealousy of meaning. Her pain came from the knowledge that Zeus shared parts of himself with mortals that he did not share with her. But Hera's rage was not only directed outwards, it shaped her inward voice as well. Each betrayal built walls within her, walls that kept vulnerability hidden behind the armour of a queen. Behind every act of fury was a goddess who had been hurt, who felt her sovereignty slipping each time Zeus acted without regard. Ancient myths often simplify her, but the truth reveals a figure caught between personal heartbreak and divine duty. Hera's pain reached beyond romantic betrayal. As the goddess of marriage and unity, she felt every broken promise in the world. When mortals abandoned their vows, when alliances fractured, when families collapsed under conflict, Hera felt the spiritual weight of those losses. She carried an entire civilization's disappointments, each one echoing her own struggles. Among the gods, few understood her sorrow. Zeus dismissed it as temper. Apollo saw logic in her reactions, but rarely offered comfort. Artemis respected her dignity, yet kept her distance. Only Hestia, quiet keeper of the hearth, fully understood Hera's wounds. They shared a devotion to stability, to keeping households and kingdoms intact. Hestia saw what others ignored. Hera's fury was a flame fed by disappointment, not by cruelty. Mortals who feared Hera still prayed to her for protection. Women sought her strength during marriage and childbirth. Cities honoured her with festivals celebrating unity and loyalty. They understood that Hera was not a goddess who punished for pleasure. She punished to restore balance. She punished to reassert structure. She punished because she remembered what chaos felt like, and she refused to let it reign again. Hera's rage, then, was not the rage of insecurity, but of expectation betrayed. She was a queen who demanded of others what she demanded of herself: devotion, respect, and order. When Zeus violated those ideals, Hera reacted not as a jealous wife, but as the guardian of a cosmos built on fragile harmony. Her pain was ancient. Her fury was justified. And beneath both lived a goddess struggling to reconcile her role as protector of unity with the reality of a fractured marriage. Hera's influence reached across Olympus with the quiet authority of a goddess who understood the weight of order better than anyone. She did not command storms or seas. Her power worked through structure, expectation, and the invisible laws that held divine society together. Hera was the queen whose presence shaped the rhythm of Olympus, not through violence, but through stability. Among the gods, Hera acted as the force that kept rivalries from erupting into open chaos. When disputes broke out, Ares clashing with Athena, Apollo arguing with Artemis, or minor gods stirring trouble, Hera's judgment often carried more balance than Zeus's thunderous reactions. Zeus ruled with impulse. Hera ruled with calculation. She had lived through Cronus' tyranny and knew the danger of a world where divine tempers ruled unchecked. Thus, when her voice entered a quarrel, the gods listened, not because they feared her, but because they understood she saw the consequences more clearly than most. Ares respected her as fiercely as he feared Zeus. Hephaestus, often dismissed or mistreated by Zeus, found in Hera a source of dignity and recognition. Artemis valued Hera's sovereignty, while Hermes, ever mischievous, still stepped carefully around her boundaries. Even Poseidon treated her with a particular wariness, aware that Zeus might be king, but Hera was the one who kept Olympus from dissolving into rivalry. She reminded the immortals that power without order becomes destruction. Her influence, however, extended even more deeply into the mortal world. While Zeus granted kings their thrones and heroes their quests, Hera oversaw the fabric of everyday human life: marriage, childbirth, alliances, and the delicate ties that bound families and communities. Mortals feared her punishments, but they also depended on her blessings. Hera represented stability in a world where storms, wars, and gods could overturn lives without warning. Women prayed to her during marriage rites, seeking not passion but endurance. They asked for her strength when confronting betrayal, hardship, or the fragile expectations placed upon them. Hera symbolized resilience, the ability to remain dignified even when the world pressed hard against one's heart. She protected childbirth, not only as a biological act, but as the continuation of family, lineage, and tradition. Men approached Hera with a different kind of respect. kings invoked her during alliances, hoping she would bind their promises with divine weight. Treaties sealed in her name were believed to endure longer, for breaking them meant inviting Hera's anger, a slow unravelling of fortune rather than a sudden bolt from the sky. To dishonour a pact under her protection was to insult the ancient goddess who personified the very idea of unity. Hera's festivals, especially the Heraia, reinforced her place in mortal culture. Young girls ran races in her honour, symbolising growth, transition, and the strength required to face womanhood. Her rituals celebrated discipline rather than spectacle. Hera taught that relationships, whether between spouses, families, or cities, required work, loyalty, and boundaries. Unlike Zeus's dramatic displays, Hera's influence seeped into the quiet corners of life. In Olympus, she shaped behaviour with similar subtlety. While Zeus could terrify with thunder, Hera's disapproval struck deeper. Gods who angered her risked more than punishment. They risked losing their place within the structure she upheld. She made it clear that immortality did not free the gods from responsibility. Her presence reminded them that even divine lives needed rules, rituals, and respect. Her influence, however, was not born solely from power. It came from understanding. Hera knew the cost of broken promises, the weight of maintaining unity, and the emotional toll of holding a realm together. Her anger, so often misunderstood, was the reaction of a goddess who carried the expectations of the cosmos on her shoulders. Hera demanded loyalty because she embodied it. She enforced order because she had survived disorder. She valued structure because she had seen what happens when it collapses. To mortals, Hera became a complex symbol, feared, respected, invoked in marriage and in crisis. To the gods, she was the silent backbone of Olympus, the presence that kept divine passions from setting the heavens ablaze. Hera did not need lighting to assert herself. Her power lay in the understanding that a world held together by fragile bonds requires someone to guard those bonds fiercely. She was the queen who anchored the heavens, the goddess who protected unity, and the force that reminded gods and mortals alike that relationships, divine or human, shape the destiny of the world. Before Poseidon raised his trident and claimed the oceans, the world's waters were wild and ungoverned, shifting, roaring, endlessly restless. The sea was the oldest mystery the Greeks knew, a surface of shimmering calm that could transform into a graveyard without warning. To understand Poseidon, one must first understand the sea itself, beautiful and serene in one moment, violent and unforgiving the next. No domain reflected a god's nature more perfectly than the ocean reflected his. From the moment he emerged from Cronus' stomach, Poseidon carried within him the pulse of something vast. While Zeus reached upward to the sky, Poseidon felt the pull of the deep. The sea was his inheritance, but also his temperament, broad, unpredictable, and fierce. When the world was divided among the three brothers, Poseidon did not argue for the sky or the underworld. The ocean called to him with a voice older than language, and he answered it as though hearing an echo of his own soul. The Greeks saw in Poseidon a god who embodied both the majesty and terror of the waters. Sailors whispered prayers before voyages, knowing that a single shift in his mood could mean life or death. To farmers, he controlled not only the waves, but the rains and springs that made the earth fertile. To city-states, he was both protector and threat, capable of blessing with safe harbours or drowning entire coasts in rage. He was never a gentle god, but he was never unjust. The sea does not calm itself to comfort. It moves according to its nature. Poseidon's presence could be felt in every movement of water. When the waves rolled softly, the Greeks imagined him wandering the shores in contemplation. When the sea shimmered at sunrise, they believed he had ridden across the horizon in his chariot drawn by golden-maned horses. And when storms erupted, when waves slammed against cliffs and winds tore ships apart, they felt his anger as clearly as thunder. Poseidon's wrath was not random. It was a response to disrespect, neglect, or the arrogance of mortals who believed they could defy the forces of the world. Yet he was not merely a god of destruction. Poseidon's beauty lay in the duality of his nature. He shaped coastlines, carved caverns beneath the waves, and created creatures both graceful and terrifying. Dolphins, gentle and intelligent, were said to swim in his company. Sea monsters, born from the depths, served as reminders of the ocean's unknowable expanse. All these reflected Poseidon's complexity, the capability for wonder and terror intertwined. His sacred places were built near the ocean, on cliffs where waves roared eternally. At Sunion, where his temple stood high above the Aegean, Greeks felt closest to him. Standing at the edge of land, staring into the boundless blue that defined his kingdom, sailors carved his symbol into their ships. Fishermen offered their first catch to him. Even inland cities honoured Poseidon, for earthquakes, another expression of his fury, could strike anywhere. The earth itself trembled when he was angered, reminding all that his influence reached far beyond the shoreline. Poseidon's beauty was not the calm of still waters, but the living, breathing majesty of the ocean in motion. His domain was the world's greatest paradox, a place of unending life and sudden death, of peaceful tides and devastating storms. Through this vast kingdom, Poseidon expressed emotions no sky or underworld could contain. His joy rippled across the waves, his frustration churned the depths, his fury rose in towering storms. Mortals who lived near the sea learned to respect its rhythms as they respected the god who ruled it. But what set Poseidon apart from other gods was how deeply he mirrored human emotion. Unlike Zeus, who stood above the world, Poseidon felt his moods with a raw intensity. Unlike Hades, who ruled with solemn detachment, Poseidon's feelings erupted into the environment itself. Mortals understood him because the sea felt familiar, sometimes calm without reason, sometimes violent without warning, a force that could nurture and destroy, bless and betray, comfort and terrify, all within the span of a day. In Poseidon's realm, beauty and danger were inseparable. To worship him was to accept that the world was not designed to be predictable. To honour him was to acknowledge that life itself mirrors the ocean, full of shifting tides, hidden depths, and storms no one can fully prepare for. Poseidon ruled a kingdom that refused to be tamed. And in that untamed domain, the Greeks saw not only the power of a god, but a reflection of the deepest truths about nature and the human spirit. Poseidon was a god who felt deeply and remembered fiercely. His grudges echoed across centuries, shaping destinies and legends. Among all the gods, none carried rivalries as enduring or as consequential as Poseidon. His conflicts were not petty disputes. They were storms that reshaped the world, battles of pride, principle, and wounded ego. Two rivals in particular stood at the centre of his mythology. Athena, his equal in power and intellect, and Odysseus, a mortal whose wit provoked a god's relentless fury. The rivalry between Poseidon and Athena began with a competition that determined the fate of Athens. Both deities sought to become patron of the rising city. Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and a saltwater spring rose, powerful, impressive, but undrinkable. Athena offered the olive tree, a gift of peace, nourishment, and enduring value. The citizens chose Athena. For Poseidon, the rejection stung deeper than a simple loss. He had offered raw strength, and they had chosen wisdom instead. Yet it was more than wounded pride. Poseidon and Athena represented opposing forces. Instinct versus intelligence, storm versus strategy, the untamed sea versus the cultivated city. Where Poseidon embodied raw emotion, Athena embodied discipline. Their rivalry was a clash of temperaments as much as power. And though both gods would continue to shape Greece, Athens belonged to her, not him. Poseidon never forgot it. His waves beat against the city's shores like a constant reminder of the decision, a presence that said, "You may have chosen her, but I have not left." Still, beneath their rivalry lay a strange respect. Athena admired Poseidon's strength, even as she resisted his impulsiveness. Poseidon acknowledged Athena's brilliance, though he resented her cool defiance. They were like two forces of nature that could never fully merge, yet always circled one another in the mythology of Greece. If Athena tested Poseidon's pride, Odysseus tested his patience. Odysseus, a mortal king of Ithaca, possessed a cunning that bordered on divine. During the Trojan War, his intelligence saved countless lives, and after the war, his journey home should have been a triumphant return. But Odysseus committed one fatal mistake. He blinded Polyphemus, Poseidon's Cyclops son. Though the act was done to save his men, Odysseus revealed his name afterward in a moment of arrogance, shouting it across the waves as he sailed away. Polyphemus cried out to Poseidon, begging for vengeance, and Poseidon listened. For a god who ruled the shifting sea, Odysseus represented everything that frustrated him: cleverness that mocked divine authority, courage that bordered on irreverence, and the mortal belief that wit alone could outmaneuver fate. So Poseidon became the unseen antagonist of Odysseus' journey, twisting wind and wave, turning calm seas into howling threats. Each time Odysseus approached home, Poseidon pushed him further away. The sea was no longer water, it was resistance. Storms swallowed ships, monsters rose from the deep, islands appeared only to vanish. Poseidon sent tempests not simply to punish Odysseus, but to teach him humility. The journey that should have taken weeks stretched into 10 years. 10 years of wandering, suffering, temptation, loss, and desperate longing for home. A decade forged in the hands of a god who wanted to remind a mortal that no one, not even the cleverest, escapes divine consequence. Yet even in this fury, Poseidon's actions held meaning. He did not kill Odysseus outright. He punished, tested, and shaped him. And in doing so, he helped create one of the most enduring heroes of Greek story. A man hardened by adversity, defined not by triumph alone, but by endurance. Poseidon's rivalries revealed the depth of his nature. He was not merely the god of the sea. He was a being of passion who felt slights intensely and repaid them with storms. His conflicts with Athena and Odysseus were expressions of identity, the sea pushing against the limits imposed by land and intellect, the waves trying to reclaim what they believed was rightfully theirs. Through these rivalries, Poseidon's character became clear. He was a god who demanded respect, whose power could not be ignored, whose emotions shaped the lives of both gods and mortals. His anger left scars on coastlines and legends in its wake, but those who survived his trials emerged changed, wiser, humbler, more aware of the vast forces that ruled their world. Poseidon's rivalries were not battles of hatred alone. They were the tides through which he expressed himself, rising and receding, shaping the shores of mythology for generations. To the ancient Greeks, storms and earthquakes were not simply natural events. They were the heartbeat of Poseidon made visible. Every crashing wave, every trembling stone, every shudder passing through the ground carried the signature of the god who ruled not just the sea, but the deep forces beneath the world. Poseidon was the only Olympian whose domain spanned both water and earth, and this duality made him one of the most feared and revered deities in the Greek imagination. His power was unpredictable, his moods vast, his presence impossible to ignore. Storms were the most dramatic expression of Poseidon's nature. When the sea darkened and the horizon vanished beneath walls of water, sailors felt his anger in every gust. A calm sea could turn monstrous within minutes, waves towering like living creatures hungry for flesh. To mortals, this unpredictability symbolized the emotional storms of life. Tragedies that came without warning. Joy that turned suddenly into loss. Poseidon embodied the truth that existence itself could change in an instant. His storms reminded humanity that no matter how skilled or brave they were forces they could not control. Yet storms also represented renewal. Rain, after all, was the gift of clouds born over the sea. Poseidon's tempests replenished rivers, fed crops, and revived parched earth. The Greeks understood that destruction and nourishment were different faces of the same power. A storm could sink a fleet, yet bring salvation to a dying field. Poseidon's dual nature reflected the world's own paradox. Creation and devastation intertwined, each necessary for balance. Earthquakes, however, carried a deeper symbolism. Poseidon was called Enesikton, earth shaker. When the ground trembled beneath the Greeks' feet, when homes rattled and mountains groaned, they believed Poseidon struck the earth with his trident. These quakes were not seen as random acts of violence. They were messages, a warning to mortals who had grown arrogant, a sign that something beneath the surface, literal or symbolic, needed to be shifted. Earthquakes revealed a truth about Poseidon that storms alone could not. He ruled the hidden. The sea has depth, the earth has layers, and Poseidon commanded both. His symbolism reflected the forces buried inside human beings, the suppressed anger, the unspoken fears, the desires pushed down until they erupted. The Greeks saw in Poseidon a mirror of their own emotional landscapes. Storms were the tempests of the heart. Earthquakes were the breaking of its silence. Cities built near fault lines feared Poseidon's displeasure. Temples were dedicated to him not only on coasts but deep inland, acknowledging that the Earthshaker's power extended everywhere. When an earthquake struck, people poured offerings at his altars, praying that the trembling would cease. They did not see the event as punishment alone. It was also a reminder of humility. The foundation of their lives, literally and figuratively, could be disrupted by a god who answered not to human logic, but to cosmic emotion. The symbolism of Poseidon's power also shaped Greek storytelling. Storms became tests of character. Earthquakes became omens. A hero surviving a tempest demonstrated not only strength but wisdom, an understanding of when to resist and when to yield. A city surviving an earthquake became a community recommitted to its values, its fragility exposed, and its resilience renewed. Even the gods recognized the meaning behind his storms. Zeus commanded the sky, but it was Poseidon who gave weather its soul. Athena shaped strategy, but Poseidon shaped the raw forces her plans had to confront. Hades ruled the dead, but Poseidon held the power to bury cities in a single violent instant. His symbolism was cosmic in scope and intimate in emotional resonance. To worship Poseidon was to acknowledge that life's greatest challenges often arise without warning. The Greeks saw in him a universe that did not negotiate, that did not explain itself, that could be both magnificent and merciless. His storms were reminders of the world's beauty. His earthquakes were reminders of the world's fragility. Poseidon's power was not chaos, it was expression. Through storms he taught movement. Through earthquakes he taught truth. Through both he reminded gods and mortals alike that beneath every surface lies a force waiting to rise. To understand Poseidon is to stand on a shoreline and feel the world shift beneath your feet. He was not a god of cold calculation or distant reason. He was a being whose emotions were as vast and changeable as the ocean itself. Where Zeus embodied authority and Athena embodied strategy, Poseidon embodied the raw, unfiltered core of emotion. His psychology was shaped by depth of feeling, depth of memory, depth of forces too ancient and primal to be neatly controlled. At his heart, Poseidon was a god who desired respect above all. Not worship in the way mortals offered to Zeus, nor intellectual acknowledgement as Athena received, but an instinctive, visceral respect. The kind sailors felt when they pushed their boats into open water, knowing their lives depended on his mood. This need for recognition was not vanity. It was rooted in the way the cosmos had been divided. While Zeus received the sky and the glory that came with it, and Hades received the underworld with its inevitable gravity, Poseidon's realm was unpredictable, thankless, and brutal. The sea took lives as often as it spared them. It offered no stability, no permanent victories. Poseidon inherited a kingdom that demanded constant attention and allowed no lasting peace. His unpredictability grew from this burden. Mortals could plan for the harvest or study the stars, but the sea ignored all preparation. It obeyed only its nature, just as Poseidon obeyed his. The Greeks saw him as emotionally volatile, but that volatility was truth. The ocean did not pretend. It did not hide. It did not apologize. Poseidon reflected a world where emotion surged without warning, where the subconscious rose like a tide, where anger, sorrow, pride, and longing could shift a life's direction in a single wave. Yet beneath his storms, Poseidon carried a loneliness few gods understood. Zeus ruled from the heights of Olympus, surrounded by worship and spectacle. Hades ruled from the depths, but he ruled with clarity and purpose. Poseidon ruled in between, the realm that touched every shore yet belonged to no one. His ocean was borderless, but borders define identity. Poseidon existed in a vastness that made even a god feel isolated. This isolation fed his temper. When mortals slighted him, when cities chose other gods, when heroes defied him, it struck a chord not just of anger, but of abandonment. His grudges did not come from cruelty. They came from emotional memory. He did not forget betrayal because the sea never forgets. A storm may pass, but its scars remain. Broken ships scattered across the seabed, sunken cities sleeping beneath waves. Similarly, Poseidon held on to slights because they left marks on him. He was a god shaped by echoes. Even small offences felt like ripples building into waves. But Poseidon was not only wrath, he was capable of breathtaking generosity. When pleased, he gifted calm seas, safe harbours, fertile waters, and enduring prosperity. He created islands with a sweep of his trident. He raised cities from the deep. He gave horses to humankind, a gift symbolising strength and companionship. His kindness, like his fury, arrived without restraint, full, intense, transformative. Poseidon's psychology reflected the human struggle between control and emotion. Mortals saw in him the parts of themselves they tried to hide: sudden anger, deep longing, pride that masks vulnerability, compassion that emerges unexpectedly. He was the reminder that feelings are forces, powerful, disruptive, beautiful, dangerous. To worship him was to confront one's own inner tides. Among the gods, Poseidon often felt overshadowed. Zeus's thunder commanded instant respect. Athena's intellect earned universal admiration. Poseidon's power, though immense, was often misunderstood. Too wild to be trusted. Too emotional to be predictable. This, more than anything, shaped his most human quality: the desire to be acknowledged for the weight he carried. He was the god who kept the seas moving, who held the earth steady, or shook it when ignored. He was a protector, a destroyer, a father, a rival, a force of nature wrapped in the shape of a man. His unpredictability was not madness, it was honesty. The ocean has moods because the world has moods. Poseidon did not hide his. In the shifting storms and trembling ground, the Greeks saw not only a god, but a truth about existence: that life is never still, never fully knowable, and never entirely safe. Poseidon embodied the truth that beneath calm surfaces lie depths that can rise at any moment. In his psychology, they found a reflection of the human heart: vast, restless, unpredictable, and endlessly powerful. Hades was not born into darkness, he was cast into it. When Cronus swallowed his children, Hades fell into a silent world where light did not reach, where time felt suspended, and where the weight of existence pressed like stone against the soul. Yet from this confinement, he learned something none of his siblings understood: the difference between fear and inevitability, between terror and duty. Long before he became king of the underworld, Hades understood what it meant to endure. When Zeus freed his siblings and divided the cosmos, the sky went to Zeus, the sea to Poseidon, and the unseen realm beneath the earth to Hades. He did not argue. He did not demand a more glorious kingdom. Where others saw exile, Hades saw responsibility. The underworld was not a throne of splendour, but one of structure. It required a ruler who understood silence, who could govern without the need for applause or worship. Hades accepted his domain because he recognized it as necessary, inevitable, and unchanging, qualities he himself embodied. The entrance to his realm was not a place of torment, but of transition. Souls crossed the rivers of the dead: Styx, Acheron, Cocytus, Lethe, and entered a world shaped not by cruelty but by order. Mortals feared Hades because they feared death, not because the god himself was malevolent. He did not seek worship or sacrifice. He did not roam the earth imposing terror. His duty was quiet, constant, and absolute, to maintain the boundary between life and death, ensuring that neither realm collapsed into the other. Hades ruled without thunder, without storms, without spectacle. His power was subtle, felt not through force, but through permanence. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, whose emotions shaped the world around them, Hades remained steady. His presence was not a wave or a bolt of lightning. It was the gravity that pulled all things eventually toward him. Mortals might bargain, pray, or plead, but death was the one truth no god could overturn, except in rare, mythic exceptions. And Hades upheld that truth with unwavering consistency. His relationship with mortals was paradoxical. He was feared more widely than any other god, yet he caused them the least direct harm. Hades did not send plagues, storms, or monsters. He did not demand temples in every city. He appeared rarely, and only when the balance between worlds required his hand. Mortals projected their dread onto him because he represented the end of their stories. Hades understood this fear, but he did not indulge it. He ruled the underworld as a custodian, not a tyrant. The souls within his realm were judged, sorted, and sent to their rightful places. Hades did not decide their fates. That task belonged to the judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Hades maintained the order that allowed justice to function. The virtuous found peace in the Elysian fields. Ordinary souls wandered the asphodel meadows. The wicked descended into Tartarus. Hades presided over all, ensuring that the cosmic cycle of life, death, and rebirth remained unbroken. His solemn duty extended beyond the dead. He guarded the boundaries of the living world as well. When heroes ventured into his domain, Orpheus, Theseus, Heracles, he allowed entry only with purpose. He was not cruel, but he was not indulgent. He understood that crossing between realms carried consequences. The living who entered his kingdom were touched by truths mortals were not meant to hold. Hades did not bar them out of spite. He protected the natural order that sustained existence. Among the gods, Hades was respected, though seldom understood. Zeus saw him as essential, Poseidon as steady, and Hera acknowledged his uncompromising fairness. Even Athena held a cool respect for his role in maintaining cosmic justice. Only the more impulsive gods, Ares, Apollo, Hermes, approached the underworld with unease, sensing in Hades a power that did not depend on aggression or charisma. His strength lay in inevitability, in the calm acceptance of what must be. Yet Hades was not emotionless. He felt deeply, though quietly. He knew loneliness, having chosen a domain apart from the living. He knew longing, which would later draw him to Persephone. But even those emotions were shaped by restraint. Hades rarely acted without considering the consequences. His solemn nature was not coldness, it was discipline. For the Greeks, Hades symbolized the truth at the center of existence, that life is finite, that every joy and sorrow eventually meets silence, and that this silence is not cruelty but part of a greater order. In Hades, they saw not a villain, but a guardian of balance, a ruler whose kingdom was feared yet necessary. He was the god who held the world's quietest, heaviest burden, and he carried it without complaint, without pride, without glory, because duty to Hades was not a choice, it was destiny. To the Greeks, the afterlife was not a single place of reward or punishment, but a vast and intricate landscape shaped by memory, deeds, and the quiet logic of the cosmos. At its centre stood Hades, not as tormentor, not as judge, but as the custodian of a realm that reflected the truth of human existence. The underworld was as complex as life itself. a mirror of mortal nature rather than a simple division of good and evil. The journey began at the edge of death, where the soul slipped free from the body like a final exhale. Hermes, the guide of the departed, led souls down shadowed paths to the banks of the river Styx. There waited Charon, the ferryman, accepting payment for passage. Those buried without rites or coins wandered the shores, trapped between worlds. Not by cruelty, but by the laws that govern the balance between life and death. Every ritual of burial, every offering, every whispered prayer ensured a soul's safe transition. For the Greeks, honouring the dead was not superstition. It was a sacred duty that upheld cosmic order. Across the river, the true nature of the afterlife revealed itself. Souls did not meet Hades at the gate. They met judgment. 3 ancient judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, heard each soul's story. Their verdict was not arbitrary, but weighed with divine clarity. Hades himself didn't interfere. He ruled the realm, not the fate of individuals. The judges assigned each soul to the place that reflected its life: Elysium, Asphodel, or Tartarus. Elysium was not paradise in the modern sense. It was a realm of gentle peace, where the noble, the brave, and the virtuous lived in harmony. Heroes walked among soft meadows, musicians played melodies carried by eternal breezes, and poets found their voices unburdened by mortal fear. Yet Elysium was not overflowing with joy. It was simply free of suffering, a reward for lives lived with honour or extraordinary merit. Most souls entered the Asphodel Meadows, an expansive plain where the ordinary dead wandered in quiet contemplation. This was not punishment, it was reflection. The Greeks did not believe that every life produced greatness, nor that every soul deserved torment. Asphodel held those who had lived without remarkable virtue or vice. Here memories slowly faded, and souls drifted like wind across fields of ghostly flowers. The afterlife for most mortals was not horror, it was stillness. Tartarus, however, lay deep in the dark, a place separate even from Hades' daily governance. It was a prison for those who had defied the gods, committed monstrous crimes, or threatened the fabric of existence. Titans, traitors, and beings of immense destructive power were confined there. Punishments were eternal, and often symbolic. Sisyphus condemned to roll his stone. Tantalus forever grasping at water he could not drink. Tartarus was not hell. It was containment, a necessary space to preserve cosmic safety. Even the rivers of the underworld served symbolic functions. The Styx sealed unbreakable oaths. Acheron held sorrow. Cocytus carried wails of grief. Phlegethon flowed with fire, a reminder of suffering's intensity. Lethe offered forgetfulness to those seeking release from memory. The rivers reflected the emotional landscapes of life, shaping the paths souls travelled in death. Hades presided over all these realms, not as executioner, but as keeper of equilibrium. His presence ensured that the boundaries between the living and the dead remained intact. He rarely intervened in individual fates. Instead, he maintained the structure that made those fates meaningful. Mortals feared him because they feared the end of their stories, but his kingdom was not built on cruelty. It was built on truth, truth of consequence, truth of memory, truth of mortality. To the Greeks, the afterlife also represented the power of remembrance. A hero's spirit could rise to Elysium because their deeds were sung by mortals. A villain could descend into Tartarus because their crimes scarred memory. The dead lived on in stories, and Hades ensured those stories settled in the appropriate corner of eternity. The underworld was not merely a destination, it was a reflection of how one lived. In crafting this realm, the Greeks acknowledged that death was not the opposite of life, but its final measure. And Hades, in his quiet sovereignty, held the balance between these two realms with a steadiness that made him one of the most essential and misunderstood gods. For in the land of shadows, Hades did not judge, punish, or destroy. He kept the world honest. He kept its stories in order, and he ensured that every soul found the place where its truth belonged. Before Persephone descended into the underworld, Hades' realm was complete but empty of warmth, structured, orderly, eternal, yet devoid of the one thing even gods could feel but never create: companionship. Hades had accepted solitude as part of his duty, a quiet echo in the vastness of his kingdom, but the world above would soon send him someone who would change not only his realm, but the rhythm of life and death itself. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, lived in the world with the brightness of spring woven into her very being. She walked through fields scattering blossoms with each step, laughter rising like birdsong. Mortals adored her presence. Gods admired her radiance. She was innocence without fragility, joy made tangible. But joy, like everything else, casts a shadow, and that shadow reached into the underworld, where Hades felt her presence like a distant tremor. Many versions of the myth tell different stories. Some say Hades fell in love upon seeing her dance in a meadow. Others say Zeus himself encouraged the union. But in all versions, the moment of her descent begins with a single gesture. The earth opens. Persephone, gathering flowers with her companions, reached for a narcissus that gleamed unnaturally bright. As she touched it, the ground split with a sound that shook the air. Horses black as night surged from the fissure, pulling a chariot of obsidian and gold. At its helm stood Hades, not as a monster, but as a solemn god, whose loneliness had sharpened into longing. He took her hand, and the earth closed behind them. Mortals imagined this moment as abduction, a violent rending of maidenhood and innocence. But the Greeks also understood nuance. Hades was not a brute. He was a ruler who had waited centuries for something that stirred his silent heart. Persephone's descent was both tragedy and transformation. The underworld, sensing her presence, seemed to breathe differently. Shadows softened. The dead paused in their wandering. Even Cerberus, guardian of the gate, stilled his growls. Persephone brought with her a flicker of life into a realm defined by the absence of it. Yet the world above reacted with devastation. Demeter searched the earth endlessly, her grief felt in every wilted field and withered crop. The land became barren, seasons frozen in mourning. Mortals starved, rituals faltered, prayers turned desperate. For Demeter, Persephone was not merely a daughter, she was the embodiment of growth itself. Without her, life could not continue. In the underworld, Persephone struggled at first. Hades, though respectful in his solemn way, had taken her from a world of sun into one of eternal dusk. She walked among the shades, learning their stories, feeling the weight of the kingdom she now shared. Gradually, Persephone's fear transformed into understanding. She saw that Hades ruled not with cruelty but with fairness. He tended to the dead as a shepherd to a silent flock, carrying burdens no other god wanted to bear. In her, Hades found solace. In him, Persephone found a depth of compassion hidden beneath the stillness of his realm. But the laws of gods and nature could not be ignored. Demeter demanded her daughter back, and Zeus, recognizing that the world could not survive without spring, intervened. Hades agreed to return Persephone, but not before offering her pomegranate seeds, a gesture laden with meaning. Some say she ate them unknowingly. Others say she accepted them willingly, symbolizing choice rather than trickery. Either way, the seeds bound her to the underworld. And so, a compromise was forged. Persephone would spend part of the year with Hades and part with Demeter. Her descent and ascent became the heartbeat of the seasons. When she rose, the world bloomed. When she returned, winter followed. Hades, who had once ruled alone, now shared his kingdom with a goddess whose presence reshaped eternity. Persephone's descent was not merely a tale of loss. It was the story of transformation. Hers, Hades's, and the world's. She entered the underworld as a maiden and emerged as a queen. She bridged the gap between life and death, carrying spring into the shadows and returning to the surface with the wisdom of the deep. Through her, Hades's kingdom found purpose beyond inevitability. Through him, Persephone discovered a side of divinity untouched by sunlight, but rich with truth. And in their story, the Greeks explained not only the seasons, but the cycle of every life: descent, change, return. Hades has long been shadowed by misunderstanding. To mortals, his name carried the chill of grave soil and the silence of tombs. Ancient poets painted him in sombre colours, and later ages twisted him into something sinister. But the Greeks themselves never saw Hades as evil. They feared him, yes, but fear is not hatred. Fear can also be reverence. For Hades did not rule through malice. He ruled through necessity. What made Hades frightening was not cruelty. It was truth. He embodied the one force every mortal would meet, regardless of power, status, or virtue. Zeus struck with lightning, Poseidon with storms. But Hades governed the most universal reality of all: the end of life. Mortals feared him because they feared what he represented, not the god himself. They rarely invoked his name, using euphemisms like the Unseen One or the Giver of Wealth, acknowledging that he was always listening but preferring not to draw his attention. This silence was respect, not rejection. Hades' realm was inevitable because death was inevitable. Without him, the boundary between worlds would collapse. Souls would wander endlessly. The living and the dead would intermingle, bringing chaos far worse than any divine wrath. Hades preserved balance by ensuring that each soul reached its rightful place. He was the guardian of endings, but also the protector of cosmic order. Even Zeus depended on him, for Zeus ruled life only as long as Hades safeguarded what came after. Unlike gods who reacted to slights or chased their passions across the world, Hades acted with restraint. He appeared rarely, intervened sparingly, and never sought conquest. He had no desire to expand his domain. The dead came to him naturally. He did not need armies. He did not need fear. His power was quiet, absolute, and self-contained. Even his abduction of Persephone, his one bold and controversial act, was not born of cruelty. It was born of longing, a desire for companionship in the vast loneliness of his kingdom. And even then, he respected the compromise that allowed her to return to the world above. To the Greeks, Hades also represented wealth, not just the treasures buried underground, but the richness of the earth itself. Precious metals, fertile soil, seeds resting in darkness before sprouting into life, all belonged to him. His realm was not barren, it was the womb of renewal. Farmers prayed to him because they knew life began in the dark. Seeds died before they grew. Winter preceded spring. The underworld was the cycle beneath the cycle, the truth beneath the visible world. In myth, those who encountered Hades found him solemn but fair. He granted Orpheus a chance to retrieve Eurydice, a mercy few gods would have offered. He allowed Heracles to take Cerberus as part of his labours, trusting that the hero would not abuse the privilege. He punished only when the natural order was violated, such as when Sisyphus cheated death, or when Theseus tried to steal Persephone. Hades' justice was not motivated by anger, but by the need to protect the balance he upheld. Even the gods treated him with a respect tinged with unease. They did not mock him, for death humbled all. Even immortals felt its symbolic weight. They did not challenge him, for his realm existed outside their reach. Hades stood apart, neither loved nor hated, but accepted as the immovable truth of existence. He was the stillness that followed every story, the final chapter no one could rewrite. In the hearts of mortals, Hades symbolized not darkness, but limit, life's edge, the moment that defined all moments before it. By accepting Hades, one accepted the structure of the universe. By fearing him, one acknowledged the preciousness of life. In this way, Hades made life meaningful. His inevitability gave every choice weight, every joy urgency, every sorrow depth. Hades was not evil. He was the unbroken line between life and what comes after. A ruler without vanity, a god without need for spectacle, a presence that shaped the world through quiet certainty. In a pantheon of thunder, passion, cunning and war, Hades was the one truth that outlasted them all. He was the measure of existence, the keeper of its end, and because of that, the preserver of its beginning. Athena's birth was not a gentle arrival, but an eruption, an event so sudden, so violent, that it split the sky and defined her nature forever. She did not emerge as an infant crying for care. She emerged as a warrior, fully grown, armoured, radiant, and unstoppable. No other birth in Greek myth carried such symbolic weight. Athena was wisdom born through pain, strategy forged from pressure, clarity bursting from chaos. The story begins with Metis, the titaness of cunning and foresight. Zeus sought her counsel often, drawn to her brilliance, but feared a prophecy foretelling that Metis' child would surpass him. Cronus had been overthrown by his children. Zeus would not risk the same fate. So he swallowed Metis, believing he could contain her. Yet wisdom cannot be devoured. It grows, even in the belly of gods. And deep within Zeus, Metis crafted armour, shaping a daughter whose mind would rival the heavens. As Athena grew inside Zeus, the king of gods felt a pressure unlike anything he had endured. His thoughts grew sharper and more frantic. Lightning flickered behind his eyes. Pain hammered in his skull, building with the force of a storm trapped beneath stone. The gods watched in alarm as Zeus staggered, clutching his head, unable to keep his composure. Even Hera, no stranger to Zeus's secrets, sensed something unprecedented unfolding. When Zeus could bear it no longer, he called Hephaestus. With a single blow of his hammer, Hephaestus split Zeus's skull. From the crack erupted Athena, her battle cry echoing like a shockwave through Olympus. Spear in hand, shield gleaming, She stepped out not as a child, but as a force of order, intelligence, and unyielding resolve. Her arrival was both a birth and a declaration. The gods fell silent. Athena stood tall, her grey eyes bright with clarity. She was the embodiment of reason sharpened by conflict, a goddess formed without vulnerability. No umbilical cord tied her to infancy. No chaos of childhood shaped her. She emerged already knowing herself, and this origin set her apart from every other Olympian. She had no mother by her side, yet she carried Metis' cunning in her thoughts. She had no need for nurturing, yet she nurtured cities, heroes, and civilizations. Her birth symbolized the triumph of intellect over impulse. Zeus ruled with storms and authority. Athena brought strategy, wisdom, and restraint. Zeus wielded thunder. She wielded judgment. The Greeks saw in her a new kind of power, one not born from brutality or fear, but from understanding. She was the goddess who believed that wars should be fought with purpose, not rage, that cities should be built on reason, not domination. Athena's armour, gleaming with divine craftsmanship, was not a symbol of aggression, but of readiness. She represented the mind prepared for conflict, the clarity that emerges when chaos demands action. Her shield carried the head of Medusa, turning enemies to stone, not through brute force, but through the power of reflection. Her spear pointed not at mortals, but at ignorance, injustice, and disorder. From the moment of her birth, Athena aligned herself with ideals rather than impulses. She became the patron of Athens, the protector of heroes like Odysseus and Perseus, and the guardian of artisans, philosophers, and strategists. To mortals, she was the embodiment of rational strength. To soldiers, she was discipline. To thinkers, she was inspiration. To rulers, she was guidance. But beneath her brilliance lay a paradox. Athena was born without softness. She understood loyalty, but not romantic love. She guided heroes, but rarely indulged their emotions. She stood for justice, yet sometimes delivered it with an unyielding edge. Her detachment made her fair, but it could also make her distant. The Greeks admired her because she was the ideal they aspired to, not the reflection they lived. She represented the mind at its most powerful, clear, decisive, unshaken by personal turmoil. Her birth from Zeus's head also symbolized a transition in divine order. The age of brute strength ended, and the age of intelligence began. Through Athena, the Greeks expressed the belief that civilization thrives not through dominance, but through wisdom, planning, and understanding. She was the spark behind architecture, philosophy, mathematics, diplomacy, disciplines that required thought rather than impulse. In the echo of her first cry, Olympus felt a new kind of light, one that cut through confusion rather than darkness. Athena arrived not to replace strength, but to refine it. She showed gods and mortals alike that power guided by intellect becomes something greater than force. It becomes order, clarity, and vision. Her birth was violent, but her purpose was harmony. And from the moment she stepped into the world, Athena proved that wisdom can be as mighty as any thunderbolt. Athena's presence on the battlefield was unlike that of any other god. Where Ares charged with bloodlust blazing in his eyes, Athena stepped forward with a calmness that unsettled even the fiercest warriors. She was war without chaos, violence guided by purpose, conflict shaped by intellect. The Greeks believed that to fight under Athena's gaze was to fight with clarity. Every strike measured, every move deliberate, every decision weighed against consequence. War in her hands became an art rather than an eruption. To understand Athena, one must understand her opposition to brutality. She did not despise battle, she despised waste. Ares revelled in carnage for its own sake, letting rage drive him like a storm. Athena saw such fury as undisciplined, a surrender to the most primitive instincts. Where Ares embodied the heat of war, Athena represented its structure, formation, timing, strategy, the moment when precision outweighs strength. She taught that victory belonged not to the strongest, but to the one who understood the battlefield best. Her mind was her greatest weapon. She guided generals with insight that felt almost prophetic. She whispered to heroes not encouragement, but instruction. When Diomedes faced gods in combat, it was Athena who steadied his hand. When Odysseus struggled against impossible odds, Athena sharpened his wit to a blade. Her influence turned chaos into pattern, despair into opportunity. Even in myths where violence was inevitable, Athena ensured it served a purpose greater than bloodshed. Athena's temples reflected this duality. They were fortresses of knowledge, not havens of rage. Libraries, schools, and councils often rose in her shadow. She watched over craftsmen and architects as closely as she watched over soldiers. In her, the Greeks saw the truth, that intelligence builds civilizations far more enduringly than brute force. Athena's worshippers understood that strength without wisdom collapses, while wisdom without strength remains incomplete. On the battlefield, Athena never fought to destroy, she fought to resolve. Her interventions ended wars that had spiraled to senseless violence. She granted victory not to the bloodthirsty, but to those who fought with discipline. She hated arrogance, especially from warriors who believed passion alone made them worthy. Her justice was quick, her guidance sharp. She pushed mortals to rise above instinct, to think even when fear sought to drown their reason. But Athena's disdain for brutality did not mean she rejected violence. She understood that some conflicts could not be soothed with diplomacy. She supported heroes when the cause was just, when the enemy was monstrous, when innocence needed a shield. Yet she always reminded them that every battle carried a cost. Athena fought with the weight of consequence on her shoulders, while Ares fought with nothing but the thrill of the clash. Their rivalry was ideological rather than personal. Athena did not hate Ares. She simply rejected what he represented. To her, his mindless violence threatened the stability she worked tirelessly to protect. Ares, in turn, resented her superiority. He knew that despite being the god of war, he rarely received the honour she commanded. Mortals sought Athena's favour because her victories preserved their cities, while Ares' victories left destruction behind. Athena's strategic mind extended beyond warfare. She intervened in politics, guiding kings and councils with a steadying hand. She oversaw treaties, encouraged alliances, and taught that unity required reason, not fear. Cities under her protection felt her presence not only in times of conflict, but in the quiet hours of planning, building, debating. She was the goddess of long-term vision, of paths carved not by impulse but by thought. Yet her strategic brilliance came with a coolness that made her difficult to challenge. She rarely showed emotion. She rarely experienced doubt. Athena believed in order, sometimes too firmly. Her judgments could be severe, her expectations demanding. Mortals admired her, but approached her with caution. They knew she would not indulge them. She expected discipline, clarity, and purpose. whether in war or in peace. And still, she inspired devotion. Not the fearful devotion given to Hades, nor the passionate devotion given to Aphrodite, but a steady reverence rooted in respect. Athena represented the best of what mortals could be if they overcame their impulses. Thoughtful, courageous, strategic, balanced. Her presence reminded humanity that strength without thought was chaos, and thought without strength was impotence. True power came from their union. In Athena, the Greeks saw the ideal leader, the perfect warrior, the guardian of civilization's fragile order. She stood between brutality and insight, ensuring that one never eclipsed the other. Athens was not merely a city that worshipped Athena. It was a city that reflected her. Its streets echoed with the rhythm of thought, debate, artistry, and disciplined ambition. Its people valued intellect as much as courage, strategy as much as strength. In choosing Athena as their patron goddess, the Athenians chose the path of clarity over impulse, innovation over fear, and civilization over chaos. But the story of how she earned this devotion begins with a contest, a single moment that shaped the identity of an entire city. In the early days of Greek civilization, Poseidon and Athena both sought to claim the rising city as their own. The people needed a divine protector, someone whose presence would guide their future. Poseidon struck first. With his trident, he split the rock of the Acropolis, and a saltwater spring surged upward. It roared with power, symbolizing naval strength and the might of the sea. The Athenians admired it, yet they hesitated. The water was undrinkable, and strength without sustenance could not build a lasting city. Athena stepped forward next. She touched the earth and brought forth the olive tree, evergreen, enduring, rich with meaning. It provided food, oil for lamps, wood for tools, and symbols for peace. The olive tree promised not just survival, but progress. It was the gift of a future built through wisdom rather than dominance. The Athenians chose her, and in doing so declared what kind of city they aspired to be. Not one ruled by storm or impulse, but one shaped by intellect and resilience. From that moment, Athena's spirit wove itself into the city's foundations. She became the guardian of their assemblies, the whisper behind their greatest decisions, the presence that steadied them in times of war and inspired them in times of peace. The Parthenon rose on the Acropolis not simply as a temple, but as a monument to ideals. Clarity of thought, harmony of structure, and the balance between strength and beauty. Its columns were not only architectural feats, they were physical expressions of Athena's mind. Athens thrived under her patronage. Philosophers gathered to question and to teach. Warriors trained their minds as rigorously as their bodies. Artisans sculpted forms that captured the divine and the human in perfect proportion. Athena's influence shaped an entire culture that believed excellence, arete, came from discipline, inquiry, and respect for knowledge. To excel in Athens was to honour her. Yet Athena was not a distant patron. She intervened when needed, especially in moments defining the city's destiny. During the Persian Wars, when Athens faced overwhelming danger, she guided Themistocles, inspiring the naval strategy that turned the tide at Salamis. The Athenians believed that Athena did not bless victory freely. She blessed preparation, foresight, and courage sharpened by intellect. A victory won in her name was a victory earned through thought as much as through force. Her emblem, the owl, became a symbol of watchfulness. Eyes wide in darkness, seeing what others overlooked. The olive wreath crowned victors in contests of both strength and knowledge. Every symbol of Athens reflected Athena's ideals. Even their currency bore her face, a reminder that intellect sustained the city as much as trade or military might. But Athena's patronage carried expectations. She demanded discipline from her people. When Athenians acted with arrogance or injustice, they felt her displeasure not through storms or destruction, but through subtle shifts in fortune. A leader's poor decision, a failed harvest, a decline in unity. Athena supported those who upheld the city's values, not merely those who invoked her name. The Athenians revered her because they saw themselves reflected in her guidance. She was not a goddess of distant perfection. She was a blueprint for what humans could become at their best. She represented clarity of mind, the courage to face truth, the perseverance required to build something enduring. In Athena, the city found its identity, a fusion of brilliance and discipline, creativity and restraint. Athens did not follow her because she was the most powerful. They followed her because she made them powerful. She inspired them to rise above impulse, to think before acting, to shape their destiny with wisdom rather than fear. And through centuries of triumphs and tragedies, they remained her city, a testament to the goddess whose mind shaped an empire. Athena's beauty was not the softness of petals or the glow of desire. It was the beauty of a sharpened mind, of patterns emerging from chaos, of truth revealed through careful thought. She embodied a kind of radiance that could not be seen with the eyes alone, a radiance made of clarity. In a pantheon ruled by impulse, emotion, and raw elemental power, Athena offered something rarer, the elegance of reason. To the Greeks, rationality was not simply intelligence. It was harmony. It was the ability to step back from the maelstrom of human experience and make choices rooted in understanding rather than fear. Athena taught mortals that wisdom is not merely knowing, it is balancing. She saw every conflict, whether between armies or within a single heart, as a question that needed solving. Justice, to her, was not vengeance or sentiment. It was equilibrium restored. In myth, she often served as mediator. When gods quarrelled, Athena brought structure. When mortals sought judgment, she listened not to their emotions but to their arguments. Her mind weighed intention against action, cause against consequence. This made her one of the few deities capable of ruling without bias. She was loyal to principles rather than personalities, a rarity among immortals. Her greatest gift to Greece was the Areopagus, the court she established to replace blood feuds with lawful judgment. Before Athena, justice was often personal. Families avenged their dead. Cycles of violence spiraled endlessly, and honour outweighed truth. Athena broke that cycle. In the trial of Orestes, she cast the deciding vote that favoured mercy over vengeance, inaugurating a new era where disputes were settled through debate rather than bloodshed. Justice, she showed, is strongest when tempered with compassion. Her connection to rationality also shaped craftsmanship and invention. Athena guided artisans who built ships, temples, armour, and machines. She inspired the weaving of patterns so intricate they mirrored cosmic order. She stood beside architects as they sketched the first outlines of cities, teaching them that beauty lay not only in appearance but in structure, in the balance of columns, the spacing of rooms, the flow of air and light. Rational design was sacred to her. But Athena's rationality was not cold. It carried a moral dimension. She valued truth, fairness, and restraint. She believed that reason without ethics became manipulation, and ethics without reason became blindness. Her justice stood at the intersection of mind and morality. Where Apollo represented ideal harmony, Athena represented earned harmony, the discipline of thinking clearly in moments clouded by fear or anger. Athena's beauty, then, was a philosophical one. She invited mortals to admire the elegance of a well-made decision, the strength of a calm heart, the brilliance of thought that rises above chaos. Heroes guided by her, Odysseus, Perseus, Diomedes, won not because they were strongest, but because they understood their battles. She reminded them that understanding one's enemy, one's environment, and oneself was the greatest advantage a warrior could possess. Her justice also extended to protection. Athena stood for the vulnerable, the cities under siege, the innocents caught in strife, the thinkers persecuted for their ideas. She defended not with brute force, but with strategies that preserved life whenever possible. Even in war, she sought solutions that minimized suffering. She taught mortals that victory is hollow if it destroys what one seeks to protect. Yet Athena's clarity made her uncompromising. She could be stern when mortals acted foolishly. She punished arrogance swiftly, especially when mortals claimed talents that rivaled the gods. Arachne learned this through weaving, Medusa through beauty. Athena did not strike them down out of vanity, but out of a belief that hubris corrupted truth. She upheld the cosmic order where each being understood its place. To violate that order was to invite ruin. Still, despite her severity, she inspired admiration rather than fear. Mortals cherished her because she represented the possibility of improvement. Unlike other gods, Athena did not demand worship for her own sake. She offered guidance, discipline, and a model of what humanity could become when ruled by intellect rather than impulse. She elevated mortals by asking them to think, not to obey blindly. In Athena's world, justice was not merely a decree from on high. It was a process, a pursuit, a discipline practiced in councils, courts, and the quiet chambers of the mind. Rationality was a kind of beauty because it illuminated truth. Justice was a kind of beauty because it created harmony. Together they formed the core of Athena's influence, shaping Greek thought for centuries. She taught the Greeks that the greatest victories begin with understanding, and that the brightest light in any age is the clear, unwavering flame of reason. Before Apollo was a god, he was a light, sharp, clean, and absolute. To the Greeks, he represented the brilliance that reveals truth, the clarity that uncovers hidden patterns, and the perfection that humans long for but can never fully reach. Yet light is not gentle by nature. It illuminates, but it also burns. It heals, but it blinds. And Apollo, more than any other Olympian, embodied this paradox. The god who protected life, and the god who could end it with a single note from his bow. His arrival into the world foreshadowed this duality. Born on the island of Delos, amid winds that whispered prophecy, Apollo emerged radiant and poised. The moment he touched the earth, it was said the island blossomed under his footsteps. Yet his first great act was an act of violence, slaying the python that guarded Delphi. The python, ancient and chthonic, represented the shadows of the old world. Apollo's triumph brought clarity, but it also signalled a divine shift. truth would now be revealed through him, and that truth would cut through illusion like a blade. This dual nature defined his essence. As a healer, Apollo brought medicine, knowledge, and harmony. His son Asclepius became the greatest physician of myth, mastering the art of curing illness and even once restoring the dead. Apollo's music soothed grief, eased suffering, and guided mortals toward emotional balance. His lyre was not an instrument of entertainment, but a cosmic force, each string a note of the universe, each melody an attempt to align the soul with the order of existence. But healing requires precision, and precision can become cruelty in the wrong hands. The same God who guided physicians also unleashed plagues. When angered, Apollo's arrows were described as invisible, piercing without sound, striking mortals with sickness as swiftly as the sun scorches the earth at noon. In the Iliad, his wrath fell upon the Achaeans as a wave of plague, each death a reminder that the god of music could silence life as easily as he could inspire it. His beauty was dazzling, but cold. His perfection inspired awe, not comfort. Mortals loved him, but few felt close to him. Apollo could be kind, remarkably so, but his kindness was not warmth. It was order. He valued purity, clarity, and discipline. Those who failed to meet his standards often faced the harsher side of his nature. Niobe's children died under his and Artemis's arrows, because she dared boast of superiority. Cassandra received prophecy as a gift, then a curse, when she rejected Apollo's desire. His love, admiration, and forgiveness all came with expectations. Yet Apollo was not cruel for cruelty's sake. His punishments followed a divine logic. Maintain order, honour truth, respect what is sacred. To break these laws was to invite destruction. In this he resembled the sun, giving life with one hand, taking it with the other. Apollo's duality also extended into prophecy. He revealed the future but rarely softened its blow. His oracles spoke truth in riddles, not to confuse mortals, but to prevent them from misusing clarity. Absolute knowledge is dangerous, and Apollo understood this well. His revelations cured ignorance, but they also created burden. To know one's fate is to carry it. Apollo did not spare mortals this weight. He believed the truth, however painful, was a form of healing. Yet beneath his shimmering exterior, Apollo wrestled with his own contradictions. He sought perfection but lived in a world shaped by imperfection. He demanded purity but desired deeply. He preached rationality but often succumbed to emotional extremes. Apollo was the god who wanted harmony in everything except himself. His followers saw him as a beacon, a source of inspiration, discipline, artistry, and clarity, but they also feared his judgment. Apollo's presence reminded humanity that beauty, precision, and truth can be overwhelming forces. Healing can demand suffering. Knowledge can invite despair. Light can scorch what it reveals. Apollo was the god of brilliance, but brilliance has edges. He showed the Greeks that creation and destruction, order and punishment, mercy and severity are not opposites, they are intertwined. One cannot exist without the other. And in Apollo's radiant shadow, mortals understood a truth that shaped their mythic imagination. The light that heals is the same light that burns. Delphi was not merely a sanctuary, it was the navel of the world, the place where earth and divine intention touched. Long before Apollo claimed it, the site pulsed with ancient power. The python coiled in its caverns was not just a monster, it was the embodiment of old, earthbound prophecy, a relic of primordial forces older than Olympus. When Apollo slew it and took the oracle for himself, he was not simply winning territory. He was transforming the nature of truth. Under Apollo, prophecy became order rather than instinct, clarity rather than chaos. The god of light now presided over the world's deepest shadows, and through him mortals sought answers to questions that stretched beyond their lifetimes. Delphi became a crossroads between past and future, gods and humans, fear and revelation. It was said that Apollo spoke through the earth itself, his voice rising like breath from the world's lungs. The oracle, the Pythia, sat upon a tripod above the chasm from which sacred vapours curled upward. The temple filled with a heavy stillness as she inhaled the fumes, and her consciousness slipped between realms. Her words, shaped by Apollo's will, poured out in fragmented visions, riddles, warnings, promises wrapped in paradox. Mortals travelled from distant kingdoms to hear them, understanding that truth from a god could never be delivered plainly. Clarity requires effort. Insight demands interpretation. Apollo never intended prophecy to be easy. Certainty can paralyze mortals as much as ignorance can. By speaking in riddles, he prevented humans from becoming slaves to fate, forcing them to wrestle with meaning and responsibility. A prophecy was a mirror. One saw in it what one was prepared to face. Kings misread messages because they sought victory instead of wisdom. Heroes misread warnings because they believed destiny would bend to their will. The tragedy of prophecy was not Apollo's deception. It was human arrogance. Yet Apollo's guidance was never cruel. The oracles were meant to steer mortals away from ruin, to help them navigate the storms of choice and consequence. Throughout Greek history, statesmen consulted Delphi before founding cities, making treaties, or waging wars. Entire civilizations shaped their futures around his riddled words. When the Athenians asked how to survive Persian invasion, Apollo's answer, that their salvation lay in wooden walls, led them to build the fleet that changed the course of history. His riddles carried power because they demanded thought, unity, and discernment. In this way, Apollo's prophecy was an extension of his nature. He believed in order, but also understood that order emerged through struggle. He offered wisdom, but required mortals to meet him halfway. His truth was not a gift, it was a challenge. Delphi itself reflected this duality. Priests tended the temple with reverence, but pilgrims arrived burdened by fear, hope, desperation. They climbed the sacred path past treasuries built by jealous states, each structure a testament to human ambition. At the summit waited Apollo's presence, serene, radiant, implacable. For many, the journey was itself a purification, a confrontation with one's own motives. To enter Delphi was to step out of ordinary time. Mountains circled the sanctuary like silent sentinels. The air carried a strange mixture of stillness and anticipation. This was not a place where mortals sought divine favour. They sought truth, even when the truth threatened them. Apollo's light exposed everything: pride, cowardice, ambition, longing. And because humans feared what they might learn, they revered the god who revealed it. Prophecy also shaped Apollo's personality. His identity as the god of truth made him intolerant of falsehood or distortion. He despised liars not because lies offended him morally, but because they fractured the harmony he tried to maintain. A falsehood introduced disorder. Prophecy restored balance. This is why Apollo was also associated with law, purification, and rational clarity. Yet the god of prophecy understood another truth. knowledge has consequences. Many who sought answers at Delphi returned home burdened, changed by the weight of what they had learned. Prophecy was not a path to comfort. It was a confrontation with destiny. And Apollo, despite his brightness, did not shield mortals from pain. He believed truth was worth its cost. Delphi, under Apollo's guardianship, became the beating heart of the Greek world. Kings bowed to it, cities funded it, philosophers pondered it, pilgrims wept before its altars, and all who left carried a shard of Apollo's light, sharp enough to reveal, sharp enough to wound. For prophecy, like the god who commanded it, was a paradox. Illumination that demanded humility, clarity that demanded struggle, truth that demanded courage. Apollo's world was built on harmony, a harmony that resonated not just in music, but in thought, in nature, in the very structure of existence. If Athena represented clarity through logic, Apollo represented clarity through balance. He shaped the Greek imagination by revealing that beauty was not an ornament, it was a principle, a form of truth. To the Greeks, beauty meant alignment, of body and mind, of mortal and divine, of emotion and reason. And Apollo, above all gods, embodied that alignment. His music was the clearest expression of this power. With his golden lyre, gifted by Hermes, Apollo could calm storms of the heart, soothe grief, or ignite courage. His melodies were said to restore order in moments of chaos, each note falling perfectly into place, guiding the soul back toward equilibrium. Music under Apollo was not mere entertainment. It was a medicine, a discipline, a revelation. The Greeks believed that a city guided by Apollo would think more clearly, speak more truthfully, and feel more deeply without being consumed by emotion. But Apollo's influence extended beyond sound. He shaped art in all its forms. Sculptors who sought perfection in proportion prayed to him. Poets invoked him before weaving their lines, hoping to capture a sliver of his clarity. Even architects felt his presence as they carved temples that balanced symmetry, light, and shadow. Apollo's perfection was not rigid. It was fluid, like a melody unfolding at just the right pace. The harmony he represented was not lifeless precision. It was living order, breathing through marble and music alike. Apollo's beauty was often described as almost unbearable, bright, symmetrical, flawless. Yet this beauty was not softness. It was discipline made visible. His appearance symbolized the ideal human form, not because of vanity, but because he represented the potential of the human spirit. Where Dionysus embodied liberation through ecstasy, Apollo embodied liberation through refinement. To follow Apollo was to strive for excellence, to shape the self as carefully as one shapes a poem or a statue. However, the pursuit of Apollo's ideals came with tension. Beauty, order, and harmony can become oppressive when taken to extremes. The structure he offered sometimes demanded sacrifice, the sacrifice of impulse, of vulnerability, of chaos, the raw humanity that he often struggled to accept. Apollo admired perfection and expected it in others, which made failure painful and imperfection difficult for him to forgive. Those who fell short of his standards felt his disappointment like a shadow. His role as patron of the arts also connected him to prophecy's discipline. Both art and truth required precision. Both demanded courage. Apollo insisted that beauty must serve truth, not distract from it. His poets were not allowed to lie, even in myth. His musicians were expected to tune their melodies not only to the ear, but to the soul. Order for Apollo was not restrictive, it was transformative. This connection between art and morality made Apollo the god of intellectual clarity. He inspired philosophers and legislators, guiding them towards systems that reflected balance rather than brute authority. Cities influenced by Apollo sought harmony in their laws and structure in their culture. They understood that beauty and order were not luxuries, but pillars of civilization. Yet Apollo himself struggled with the rigidity of his ideals. His love affairs often ended in tragedy, not because he was cruel, but because he demanded a purity the world could not sustain. Daphne fled from him not out of disdain, but because the intensity of his pursuit overwhelmed her. Hyacinthus, whom Apollo adored, died tragically, and Apollo mourned him with a grief that revealed the cracks beneath his perfection. These stories reminded the Greeks that even the god of balance could not escape the chaos of emotion. Still, Apollo represented humanity's aspiration, the desire to rise above confusion, to find structure in suffering, to create meaning where life felt formless. His worship was an act of aligning oneself with the universe's hidden order. His temples were not just places of ritual, they were centers of culture, thought, and creativity. Apollo taught that beauty is not accidental. It is crafted, shaped, and tended like a flame. Order is not imposed, it is discovered, revealed, when one listens closely enough to the world's rhythms. Art, under his influence, became a way to glimpse the divine, to see the universe not as chaos, but as composition. And in this vision, the Greeks found comfort. Through Apollo, they believed that even in a world filled with conflict and uncertainty, there existed a pattern, an underlying harmony that could be reached through discipline, thought, and the courageous pursuit of beauty. Perfection to Apollo was not merely an ideal, it was a necessity. He lived in a constant pursuit of balance, so flawless, so unmarred, that even the gods sometimes found him intimidating. His light was brilliant, but brilliance can be unforgiving. Mortals who drew too close to his perfection discovered that what enlightens can also consume. And Apollo himself, trapped by the clarity he embodied, often suffered beneath the weight of the very standard he imposed on the world. Apollo demanded harmony in all things, yet harmony can become a prison. A melody played with flawless precision leaves no room for improvisation. A prophecy delivered without error leaves no space for hope. A god who insists on perfection risks becoming estranged not only from others, but from himself. For Apollo, the danger was simple. Perfection isolates. Mortals admired him from afar, his beauty, his skill, his intellect, but few approached him with ease. Apollo's expectations were high, and his punishments for failure could be devastating. When Marsyas dared to challenge him in music, Apollo did not simply defeat him. He flayed him, exposing the raw vulnerability beneath mortal ambition. The lesson was clear. To reach for perfection is dangerous, but to challenge it is fatal. Apollo's response was not cruelty alone. It was the fury of a god who could not tolerate imperfection in what he considered sacred. Yet the tragedy was not only Marsyas's, it was Apollo's. His inability to accept flaws in others revealed his deeper inability to accept flaws within himself. His love stories became cautionary tales. Daphne transformed into a laurel tree rather than submit to his overwhelming pursuit. Coronis, unfaithful to him, was killed by Artemis at his command. Yet Apollo wept over her body, realizing too late that his desire for purity had destroyed what he cherished. Even Cassandra, whom he gifted with prophecy, was cursed when she rejected his affection. Apollo's need for perfection turned moments of potential tenderness into fractures of fate. His grief over Hyacinthus exposed the fragility beneath his shining exterior. When the youth died accidentally by Apollo's own hand, or by Zephyrus's jealous wind, depending on the tale, Apollo's reaction was not the cold discipline he often displayed, it was devastation. He transformed Hyacinthus into a flower, unable to resurrect him but refusing to let him vanish. This moment revealed a truth Apollo rarely allowed others to see. Perfection could not shield him from sorrow. It could not restore what was lost. It could not protect him from the chaos of emotion he spent his life trying to control. The Greeks understood this paradox deeply. Apollo's pursuit of order brought civilization music, medicine, prophecy, and art. But it also showed that perfection demands sacrifice. It demands stillness in a world that pulses with change. It asks mortals to transcend what they are, yet punishes them when they attempt to rise too high. For all his brilliance, Apollo struggled with the simple truth that humans and even gods are shaped by imperfection. Without it, growth is impossible, and beauty becomes sterile. Thus, the dangers of perfection were woven into every aspect of Apollo's myth. In art, it stifled creativity. In love, it suffocated intimacy. In prophecy, it removed comfort. In judgment, it bred severity. Apollo did not mean to become a source of fear. He simply could not comprehend why mortals clung to flaws he considered obstacles. But those flaws were what made them capable of change, compassion, and resilience. Qualities Apollo admired, yet could never fully embrace. And so he lived in a contradiction. The God who illuminated the world, yet struggled to understand the shadows within it. The God who inspired mortals to reach for greatness, yet punished them when they reached too far. The God who longed for harmony, yet created discord through the very pursuit of it. But the Greeks did not fault him for this. Instead, they saw in Apollo a mirror of the human struggle, the desire to be flawless in a world built on imperfection. They recognized that the quest for perfection, though noble, can become destructive when it loses empathy. Apollo's brilliance reminded them that enlightenment must be tempered with humility, that truth must soften itself to be bearable, and that even the most radiant light must coexist with shadow. For in Apollo, they learned the timeless lesson that perfection, when untempered, is not divinity, it is danger. Before Artemis became the huntress, whom gods and mortals feared and revered, she was a child who demanded freedom before she demanded anything else. Her story begins not with submission to divine order, but with a fierce declaration of autonomy. She stepped into existence, knowing precisely who she was meant to be, untamed, unclaimed, and beholden to no power other than her own. Artemis and Apollo were twins, born to Leto after she fled Hera's relentless wrath. Yet even in infancy, Artemis revealed her nature. She was said to have been born first, immediately assisting in the birth of her brother. This myth was more than poetic symbolism. It marked Artemis as a goddess who would always stand between life and danger, between innocence and the forces that threatened it. From the moment she opened her eyes, she existed neither as child nor as queen, but as guardian. When she approached Zeus to request her divine gifts, She did so not with timid reverence, but with clear, unwavering purpose. She asked for a bow and arrows crafted by the Cyclopes, a band of nymphs as companions, the right to remain forever a maiden, mountains as her home, and sovereignty over childbirth and young creatures. Zeus, amused by her confidence, granted everything she asked. Artemis claimed her independence not through rebellion, but through clarity. She knew what she required to become who she already was. Her independence was elemental. Artemis belonged to the wilderness, forests where moonlight filtered through branches, valleys where streams whispered secrets, mountains untouched by human ambition. She moved with the silence of snow falling on pine, and the grace of a deer pausing before flight. Unlike Apollo's radiant perfection, Artemis's beauty was woven from twilight, shadow, and the quiet power of solitude. To mortals, she represented what they both feared and longed for, a life beyond the demands of society, untouched by expectation. She existed outside the structures that governed gods and humans. She did not marry, did not bear children, did not seek dominion over cities or thrones. Artemis chose her freedom as others chose kingdoms. She found divinity not in power, but in presence, yet her independence was not aloofness. Artemis watched over the vulnerable with a tenderness that stood in stark contrast to the sharpness of her arrows. She protected young girls, wild animals, women in childbirth, and all beings caught in the fragile thresholds of life. Her self-reliance made her a powerful guardian precisely because she didn't need anything from those she protected. She acted because she wished to, not because she sought worship or gratitude. Still, Artemis's boundaries were absolute. Any mortal or god who violated them faced consequences that echoed across myth. When Actaeon stumbled upon her bathing, not by intention but by fate's cruel chance, Artemis transformed him into a stag, and his own hounds tore him apart. To some, this seemed harsh. But Artemis did not measure actions by intention. She measured them by intrusion. Her body, her solitude, her wilderness, these were sacred. Her closeness to animals reflected her deeper truth. Artemis understood the language of instinct, the grace of survival, the simplicity of desire. She moved like a creature born from moonlight, hunting not for pleasure, but as part of the natural balance she guarded. Her arrows struck with precision, not fury. Each act was woven into the ecosystem of the wild. She respected life even when she ended it. The moon became her emblem, cool, distant, and luminous. Not the sun's blazing revelation, but the subtle light that guides wanderers through darkness. The phases of the moon mirrored her shifting nature, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce, always sovereign. Mortals saw in her both comfort and fear. For the night she ruled was beautiful, yet filled with secrets. Artemis's independence also shaped her relationships with other gods. She respected Apollo, but did not follow him. She honoured Zeus, but did not obey him unquestioningly. She valued the nymphs who travelled with her, yet she never relinquished her solitude. Even Aphrodite, goddess of love, knew better than to impose her influence on Artemis. Her independence was both shield and symbol. It protected her from the chaos of divine intrigue and mortal desire. It also taught mortals that purity was not fragility. Purity was self-possession. Artemis showed the Greeks that a woman, a goddess, or any being could define their existence through boundaries, intention, and the courage to stand alone. Through Artemis, the Greeks found a vision of freedom untouched by expectation. A freedom that flows through untamed forests, through silver-lit nights, through the quiet certainty of a soul that answers to no one. To understand Artemis as protector of innocence is to understand that innocence, in her world, is not weakness. It is sacredness. She was the guardian of beginnings, the first breath of a fawn wobbling on thin legs, the shy curiosity of a young girl learning her place in the world, the fragile moment when life stands on the threshold of transformation. Artemis defended these thresholds with the precision of a hunter and the devotion of a goddess who knew the world could be merciless. Her role as protector was rooted in her own birth. Artemis had helped bring Apollo into the world, and from that moment she carried within her the knowledge of how vulnerable life truly is. She stood between danger and those who had not yet grown strong enough to face it. Unlike Hera, whose maternal fury came from possessiveness, Artemis protected out of empathy. She saw innocence as something to be shielded, not controlled. Young girls prayed to Artemis before they prayed to any other goddess. She watched over them as they matured, guiding them through the quiet rites that marked the beginning of womanhood. In her sanctuaries, girls left behind toys, locks of hair, or woven offerings, symbols of the passage from childhood to adulthood. Artemis did not rush them across this threshold. She honoured the time before transformation, the moment when a soul is still forming itself. But her protection was not gentle in the way mortals expected. Artemis guarded innocence with fierce boundaries, and those who threatened it faced her swift wrath. When Orion boasted he would conquer every creature on earth, Artemis sent a scorpion to strike him down, or, in other myths, shot him herself. He was not punished for ambition alone, but for the danger he posed to the fragile balance of the wild. When Agamemnon offended her by killing a sacred deer, Artemis demanded the life of his daughter Iphigenia, not out of cruelty, but as payment for violating what she safeguarded. In some versions, Artemis saves Iphigenia, replacing her with a deer. In others, the sacrifice stands. In all versions, Artemis reminds mortals that innocence disrupted must be reckoned with. Her protection extended not only to human children, but to the young of every creature. Hunters who killed nursing animals or slaughtered too many young found themselves punished. Artemis's forests were filled with life at its most delicate, and she treated each creature as part of a greater tapestry. To harm the vulnerable was to unweave the balance she spent eternity maintaining. Her arrows, swift and silent, defended what words could not. In Artemis's presence, innocence was not naivety, it was potential. The Greeks believed she saw what each young creature or child could become if given time, safety and respect. She guarded that possibility with a devotion as formidable as any warrior's. She recognized that beginnings shape destinies, and that the destruction of potential was among the greatest tragedies the world could commit. Yet Artemis's protection also revealed a deep paradox. She defended innocence, but she did not shelter it from truth. Those under her care learned discipline, awareness, and resilience. Her nymphs were not fragile maidens. They were swift, keen-eyed hunters who understood both danger and beauty. Artemis taught that innocence must eventually transform into strength, and that the wild itself was the greatest teacher. She did not preserve her protégés in stasis. She prepared them for the world beyond her forests. Her guidance shaped rites of passage across Greece. At Broron, young girls reenacted the bear dance, connecting themselves to the wild creatures Artemis protected. Through these rituals, they learned that innocence was not the absence of power, but the beginning of it. Artemis guided them through the liminal space between childhood and adulthood, blessing their growth without imposing expectations. Her guardianship carried emotional depth as well. Artemis saw in the young a purity she herself sought to protect within her own spirit. She resisted the entanglements of love and politics, not out of disdain, but out of a desire to remain uncorrupted by the chaos that consumed other gods. Her protection of innocence mirrored the boundaries she set around her own life. Mortals who honoured her understood that Artemis did not protect out of sentimentality. She protected out of principle. Innocence was a spark that, once extinguished, could never fully be restored. She fought for it with a resolve that made even the boldest heroes wary. To cross Artemis was to cross the very concept of purity, and the consequences were swift. In Artemis's world, innocence did not cower from the wild. It walked beside it, shielded by a goddess who believed that beginnings mattered as much as endings. She showed mortals that the first light of life deserved protection, not because it was fragile, but because it was sacred. Artemis's punishments were swift, precise, and rooted in an unshakable code. She was not a goddess who acted out of spite, nor one who inflicted torment for pleasure. Her wrath was the natural enforcement of boundaries she considered sacred, boundaries of purity, respect, and the balance of the wild. When mortals crossed these boundaries, Artemis responded with an authority as cold and clear as moonlight on a blade. Actaeon's fate remains the most famous example. A skilled hunter, proud and reckless, he wandered deeper into the forest than he intended. Fate led him to a sacred spring where Artemis and her nymphs bathed, hidden from the eyes of the world. The moment Actaeon saw her, everything changed. Whether it was accidental or not did not matter to Artemis. She was a goddess who demanded privacy, autonomy, and control over her own image, things no mortal had the right to break. With a single gesture, she transformed Actaeon into a stag, and his own hounds tore him apart. It was a brutal end, but to Artemis it was justice. Intrusion, no matter how unintentional, carried consequences. Her punishments often reflected poetic symmetry. When Agamemnon killed a sacred deer and boasted of being the better hunter, Artemis halted the winds, preventing the Greek fleet from sailing to Troy. She demanded a price for his arrogance, the sacrifice of his daughter, Iphigenia. Whether Artemis ultimately saved the girl or allowed the sacrifice reflects the dual nature of her mercy. Sometimes she intervened, revealing compassion. Sometimes she did not, reminding mortals that to insult the goddess of the wild was to upset a balance older than civilization itself. Niobe suffered a more devastating punishment. Boasting of her many children, she mocked Leto, mother of Artemis and Apollo. Niobe believed fertility made her superior to a goddess who bore only two. Artemis did not tolerate this insult to her mother. With Apollo at her side, she struck down Niobe's daughters, while Apollo slew her sons. Niobe's grief turned her to stone, her tears forming a spring that flowed eternally. The punishment was harsh, yet purposeful, a reminder that hubris, especially when directed toward a divine lineage, undermined the reverence that held the world in harmony. Artemis also punished those who exploited the natural world. Hunters who killed excessively faced her arrows. Kings who destroyed forests or slaughtered animals without need were struck by sudden illness or misfortune. Artemis was the balance keeper of the wild, and her punishments reflected the violations of its laws. She did not simply punish wrongdoing, she restored equilibrium. But not all her punishments were violent. Sometimes Artemis responded with transformation rather than death. Arethusa, a nymph pursued by the river god Alpheus, called out for Artemis's help. Artemis transformed her into a spring, allowing her to escape. Though not punishment, it revealed Artemis's power to shape fate. She punished violators by turning them into symbols of the very mistakes they made. She protected the innocent by giving them new forms that preserved their purity. Even those she loved were not exempt from her unwavering code. Orion, the great hunter, walked beside her as an equal, perhaps the closest companion she ever allowed. Yet his desire to claim every beast on earth, or, in some versions, his attempt to claim Artemis herself, sealed his fate. Whether killed by Artemis, Apollo's trickery, or a scorpion sent by Gaia, the message endured. Artemis allowed companionship, but never possession. Her autonomy was absolute. Her punishments revealed a goddess who valued principles over emotion. She did not rage blindly like Ares, nor scheme like Hera. Her decisions were instantaneous, but never arbitrary. Artemis administered justice with precision, free from the entanglements of politics or personal vendetta. Mortals feared her not because she was cruel, but because she was incorruptible. She enforced laws that even gods respected. In Artemis's world, to trespass against boundaries of body, of nature, of sacred oaths, was to invite a reckoning as natural as night following day. Her punishments reminded mortals to walk lightly through the world, to remember that innocence, wildness, and purity are fragile forces that require fierce guardianship. Artemis punished because she protected. She struck because she cared. And every arrow she loosed was a reminder that some things, privacy, dignity, the balance of the wild, were worth defending without hesitation. To Artemis, the wilderness was not an escape from civilization. It was the foundation of existence. It was where life began, before humans carved borders, raised walls, and claimed dominion over land that was never meant to be owned. In the forests, mountains, and moonlit valleys, Artemis found a truth older than gods, that the wild is both sanctuary and teacher, both danger and beauty, both origin and destiny. She guarded it not out of possessiveness, but out of reverence. The Greeks believed that Artemis walked at dusk, her footsteps soft on pine needles, her presence felt in the rustle of leaves or the distant snap of a twig. Travellers who ventured deep into her forests often spoke of a strange stillness, as if the world itself paused in respect. This stillness was her warning. You entered not merely a place, but a domain where the laws of nature outweighed the laws of men. Artemis saw the wilderness as a living organism, a vast and breathing entity made of rivers, branches, storms, and stars. Every creature within it played a role. Every path held memory, and every shadow carried meaning. Mortals often imagine the wild as chaotic, but Artemis knew its rhythms, the seasons' pulse, the migrations of herds, the cycles of growth and decay. She understood that order existed long before cities, temples, or the pride of kings. Her guardianship was a divine responsibility. Creatures young and old moved under her protection, from the newborn hare trembling in grass to the great deer whose antlers crowned the forest like living branches. Artemis did not interfere with the natural hunt. Predators and prey belonged to the same balance, but she despised waste. Killing for sport, destruction for conquest, carelessness disguised as courage. Mortals who entered her domain with greed rather than respect often paid with misfortune, illness, or a sudden divine arrow. To the Greeks, wilderness was sacred, because it was the realm where the human soul could confront itself without distraction. Far from the noise of cities, Artemis revealed truths hidden beneath the veneer of society. The wild stripped mortals of pretense. It demanded awareness, humility, and adaptability. Those who honoured Artemis found clarity. Those who feared her found themselves exposed. Her sanctuaries reflected this raw beauty. Temples dedicated to Artemis were often built not in crowded cities, but on high cliffs, dense woods, or near wild waters. The architecture itself blended with nature. Pillars rising like trees, altars carved from stone that seemed to grow from the earth. Worshippers came not to impose their rituals, but to align themselves with the land's ancient rhythm. Offerings to Artemis were humble: woven garlands, carved wooden figurines, droplets of oil. She favoured sincerity over splendour. The moon, her eternal companion, illuminated her wilderness with silver grace. Artemis's connection to moonlight symbolised her dominion over what is hidden, delicate, and in transition. Moonlight transforms the world into something unfamiliar yet enchanting, a realm where boundaries blur and instincts sharpen. Under this light, Artemis guided travellers, hunters, and lost souls, revealing paths that vanished at dawn. The wild was not meant to be conquered. It was meant to be respected, entered carefully and left unchanged. But Artemis's love for the wild was also shaped by defiance. She rejected the constraints of Olympus, the intrigues, the rivalries, the politics, and found freedom in the untamed spaces where the gods' quarrels could not reach her. The wild was her refuge from expectations. It was where she could exist in her purest form, unburdened by the roles others wished her to play. Through wilderness, Artemis preserved her independence, her spirit, and her truth. Her fierce protection of the wild also served as a warning to mortals. Civilization does not erase nature, it merely overlays it. Beneath every city lies the memory of trees. Beneath every field lies the history of rivers. Artemis reminded mortals that they were not rulers of the earth, but participants in a cycle far older than themselves. To disrespect the wild was to disrupt the divine equilibrium that sustained all life. In Artemis's eyes, the wilderness was sacred because it held the essence of existence, raw, unpolished, untamed. It was where innocence lived, where danger taught wisdom, where beauty existed without adornment. It was where life spoke most honestly. Through her protection, Artemis taught mortals that the wild is not something to fear, but something to honour. It is a mirror of the soul, vast, mysterious, and filled with hidden strength. And in every whisper of wind through branches, in every ripple of moonlit water, her presence lingered, a reminder that the world's most ancient sanctuary belongs to no king, no city, no empire. Only to the wild. Only to Artemis. Ares was the roar before thought, the blade before judgment, the heartbeat that quickens when fear becomes fury, Where Athena represented the disciplined mind that guides a spear, Ares embodied the moment the spear is thrust without hesitation. He was the raw pulse of battle, the chaos that erupts when order collapses, the blood-hot instinct that overtakes reason. In him, the Greeks saw everything terrible and irresistible about war. His nature was not shaped by strategy, but by impulse. Ares didn't calculate formations or study terrain. He charged, he leapt, he struck. He was war reduced to its most primal essence, a storm of muscle and metal driven by rage instead of reason. When Ares entered a battlefield, it was said even the ground seemed to recoil, for wherever he ran, harmony shattered. He was the clang of iron, the scream of wounded men, the smell of smoke and blood thickening the air. The Greeks both feared and distrusted him, for he represented a truth they wished to deny. Beneath civilization's polished surface lies a beast that hungers. Ares was that beast made divine. He did not fight for justice or glory. He fought because battle was the only place where he felt alive. His presence turned soldiers reckless. His aura fueled frenzy, drowned out caution, and dissolved formation into chaos. Under Ares, war became a fire that consumed indiscriminately. Even the gods regarded him with unease. Athena saw him as an insult to everything she valued. Zeus valued strength, but scorned Ares' lack of discipline. Hera, his mother, loved him fiercely yet could not tame him. And mortals, who prayed to all gods when desperate, called on Ares only when they had no choice. His gift was victory soaked in blood, a triumph that came at a price few wished to pay. Ares' mythic battles revealed his nature clearly. He fought the Aloade giants but was captured and imprisoned for months, because brute force without thought is easily outwitted. In the Iliad, he rushed to avenge wounded Trojans, only to be wounded himself by Diomedes with Athena's help. No other god was humiliated so often in war. None was so powerful yet so frequently undone by mortals who thought more than they felt. Ares' strength was immense, but strength without strategy left cracks wide enough for lesser beings to exploit. Yet the Greeks understood him. They recognized that Ares represented the side of humanity that cannot be erased, only restrained. He was the moment rage eclipses reason. The shiver of fear turned into violence, the instinct to strike before one is struck. Ares was not the god of war, itself a complex structure, but the god of battle frenzy, the chaos inside every soldier before order is imposed. His children embodied this truth. Phobos, fear, and Deimos, terror, accompanied him into war, spreading panic through armies. Enyo, goddess of carnage, fought beside him, leaving landscapes drenched in devastation. These companions were not metaphors. They were the forces that Ares unleashed wherever he walked. Yet Ares was not entirely monstrous. His violence, though reckless, was honest. He did not deceive, manipulate, or scheme. He fought openly, without hesitation or hypocrisy. In a world of gods who cloaked cruelty in diplomacy or prophecy, Ares was straightforward. His brutality was not hidden, it was plain as a raised sword. Some regions of Greece, especially Sparta, honoured his purity of purpose. They saw in him a kind of sacred authenticity, war stripped of lies. But even in places where he was worshipped, Ares was never fully trusted. His blessings brought courage, yes, but also bloodlust. His presence could make a soldier unstoppable or uncontrollable. Armies guided by him risked victory turning into massacre, triumph poisoned by excess. Ares embodied war's truth, that violence is easier to begin than to end. In love he was no different. His affair with Aphrodite revealed the same pattern: passion without restraint, desire without discipline. Together they represented beauty and brutality intertwined, the dangerous magnetism of impulse. Their union showed that even love can become a battlefield when emotion overwhelms judgment. Ares was necessary to the Greek worldview because he reminded them that humanity's darkest instincts are part of its nature. Without him, myth would be dishonest. He was the fire that must be controlled but never fully extinguished. He embodied the reality that beneath every city's laws, every hero's honour, every philosopher's argument, there remains a primal force that answers not to logic but to instinct. Ares was violence without strategy, terrifying, essential, undeniable. Ares did not arrive on the battlefield like other gods. He did not descend gently from the sky or whisper guidance through omens. He erupted. When Ares entered a war, the world felt it before it saw him. Horses reared without reason. Birds scattered in frantic spirals. The very air thickened, as if bracing for impact. Soldiers spoke of an unseen pressure pressing against their chests, the warning that the god of bloodshed was near. His presence was not inspiring. It was overwhelming. Ares radiated a force that clawed at the nerves of mortals, stripping away the thin veneer of discipline that years of training had built. Under Athena, men fought with order. Under Ares, they fought like creatures cornered, struck by a primal electricity that blurred thought and heightened instinct. Shields slipped from hands slick with sweat, swords grew heavier, and the neat lines of formation unravelled. Ares thrived in this unravelling. Chaos was his element, and fear was his herald. The Greeks described him as towering over the battlefield, his armour blazing like a fire in the night. His shield roared with the image of Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, his sons who accompanied him into every conflict. Their presence amplified his own. Mortals who glimpsed them felt their courage dissolve. Knees shook, voices faltered. Even seasoned veterans trembled, for the power of Ares was not simply seen, it was felt in the bloodstream. When he charged, the ground shook beneath his feet. Spears splintered against his body. Arrows fell like rain and bounced harmlessly away. Ares did not dodge, did not parry, did not strategize. He absorbed the world's violence and returned it tenfold. His war cry was said to echo across valleys with a sound that was neither human nor divine, but something older, something born from the first moment a living creature ever fought for survival. He relished the madness of battle, the clang of bronze, the crash of shields, the spray of blood, all of it fueled him. Wounded soldiers claimed they felt a rush of savage energy when Ares passed, a feeling that made them swing harder, strike faster, and sometimes lose themselves entirely. For Ares didn't grant bravery, he granted frenzy. His blessing was a curse as often as it was an advantage. Even gods hesitated to face him. When Ares charged into a fight among immortals, he became a force of nature, unpredictable, volatile, relentless. Yet despite his power, he was often bested not by strength, but by cunning. Athena tricked him, injured him, outmaneuvered him. Her strategy revealed the weakness in Ares' overwhelming presence. He could be provoked, baited, led into traps by those who controlled their minds, instead of giving in to impulse. But his fearsome presence did not rely on victory. Mortals feared him not because he always won, but because he brought the battlefield's darkest truths to the surface. He made warriors confront the part of themselves that loved the thrill of violence, the part that sensed glory in chaos. Ares' arrival forced men to acknowledge that war was not noble, but they fought anyway. In the Iliad, his cry of pain when wounded by Diomedes shook the heavens. It was a sound that revealed the rawness of his nature. Ares did not hide suffering. He was honest in his fury and honest in his pain. His anguish echoed across Olympus like a storm breaking. Even Zeus, who often belittled Ares, recognized the terrible power within that wounded roar. Ares' battlefield presence also reflected the emotional violence of conflict. He embodied the panic that spreads like wildfire, the sudden despair of a failing charge, the bitter rage at a fallen comrade, the crushing chaos when order disintegrates. His power lay in amplifying these emotions until they replaced reason entirely. Under his influence, a soldier could become a monster, and then collapse in exhaustion once the frenzy passed. Yet there was something magnetic, almost seductive, about his presence. Heroes drawn to danger, men seeking glory, and those who longed for escape from the monotony of peace felt an inexplicable pull toward him. Ares did not ask for loyalty. He inspired it through adrenaline, through the intoxicating sensation of becoming more and less than oneself. Ares' battlefield presence was a paradox. He made war terrifying, but he also made it exhilarating. He brought out humanity's darkest instincts, yet revealed a truth that civilizations often denied, that within every man lies a capacity for savagery, dormant until the moment survival demands it. Ares awakened that capacity, not with wisdom, not with honour, but with the undeniable force of a god who represented the storm inside the human heart. The love between Ares and Aphrodite was not gentle. It was a collision of fire and silk, of violence and allure, of impulse and seduction. Where other divine romances unfolded slowly or wrapped themselves in poetry, theirs crackled like a forge struck by lightning. Ares did not understand restraint. Aphrodite did not understand denial. Together they formed a love that was as dangerous as it was irresistible. Aphrodite, goddess of beauty and desire, represented the softest and most intoxicating power in the cosmos. She could bend gods and mortals with a glance, unravelling rational minds with a whisper. Ares, by contrast, embodied the harshest, brute force, rage, the urge to conquer. Their union seemed impossible, yet it made perfect mythic sense. Beauty seduces violence. Violence protects beauty. Desire consumes them both. To Ares, Aphrodite was the one force that could match his intensity. She was not afraid of him. She did not shrink from his roar or flinch at his temper. She saw the rawness beneath his fury, the vulnerability buried under armour and bruises. Where others treated him as a storm, she treated him as a man. And in her presence, the god of war felt something unfamiliar, softness without weakness. To Aphrodite, Ares was a reprieve from the delicate manipulations of love. Mortals worshipped her with longing. Gods approached her with caution. Ares approached her without hesitation. His desire was immediate, unfiltered, honest in its wildness. He loved her not for politics, not for appearances, but with the same consuming energy he took into battle. This raw devotion thrilled her. In Ares, Aphrodite found passion unburdened by calculation. Their love was hidden, but hardly subtle. They met in secret chambers, in shadowed groves, in the hush between war cries. Their encounters shook the foundations of Olympus, literally and figuratively. But secrecy was necessary, for Aphrodite was bound in marriage to Hephaestus, the god of the forge. Hephaestus was everything Ares was not: patient, thoughtful, deliberate. Aphrodite admired his craft, but not his presence. She wanted heat beyond flame, and only Ares provided it. Their affair, though divine, reflected an age-old human truth. Passion often thrives in defiance. Ares and Aphrodite loved because they should not have loved, because forbidden fire burns hottest. And yet their union exposed them. Helios, the sun god, witnessed their secret meeting and revealed it to Hephaestus. The smith responded not with rage, but with genius. He forged a net so fine it was invisible, and so strong not even Ares could break it. When the lovers met again, the net snapped around them, trapping them in an intimate embrace. Hephaestus summoned the other gods to witness their humiliation. But the scene did not evoke the scorn he intended. The gods laughed, amused not by the shame, but by the inevitability of it. Who could restrain Ares? Who could restrain Aphrodite? Their passion was a force as natural as the tide. After the net was removed, Ares fled to Thrace, Aphrodite to Cyprus. But separation could not sever what burned between them. Theirs was not a romance of gentle vows. It was a cycle of collision and return, of desire that refused to fade. They reunited again and again, drawn by instinct more than choice. Their children reflected this fusion of beauty and violence. Harmonia, goddess of balance, was born from their union, a perfect symbol of their duality. From them also came Phobos, fear, and Deimos, terror, who accompanied Ares in battle. These offspring embodied both the harmony and the destruction that defined their love. Mortals interpreted their affair as a lesson. Passion is powerful, but it is never peaceful. It can uplift or ruin, kindle creativity, or ignite war. Aphrodite stirred longing, Ares stirred violence. Together they stirred destiny. Their love reminded the Greeks that emotion, whether tender or fierce, controls more of life than reason ever can. But beneath the heat, there was something genuine. Ares, mocked by gods, wounded by Athena, scorned by Zeus, found in Aphrodite the only being who saw him without judgment. Aphrodite, desired by all, yet understood by none, found in Ares a devotion that did not depend on charm. Their love was imperfect, reckless, and impossible to contain. Yet it was real. In the end, Ares and Aphrodite represented a truth the Greeks understood intuitively. Love and war are not opposites. They are twin forces, each capable of consuming the world. And when they meet, when desire and fury intertwine, they create a fire powerful enough to defy even Olympus. Ares was a god, but he was not a comfort. He did not promise prosperity, wisdom, or protection. He did not guide cities toward order like Athena, nor illuminate truth like Apollo, nor nurture life like Demeter. Ares demanded acknowledgement, not affection, and this alone made the Greeks wary. They worshipped him because they had to, not because they wished to. For in the heart of Ares, they saw the part of themselves they feared most. Greek religion was not about blind devotion. It was about balance. Every god embodied a force that shaped the world, and even the darkest forces required reverence. War, ugly, bloody, chaotic, was unavoidable. To ignore Ares was to pretend mortality did not include violence. Yet to embrace him too eagerly risked unleashing destruction without restraint. The Greeks stood between these truths. offering sacrifices to the god they hoped to keep contained. Unlike gods who inspired love or admiration, Ares inspired caution. His temples were few compared to other Olympians. Cities invoked him before battle, but rarely built elaborate sanctuaries in his honour. Even Sparta, famed for its martial culture, focused more on discipline and strategy, Athena, than on Ares' frenzy. The Spartans respected his ferocity, but rejected his recklessness. They valued control. Ares represented the opposite. The Athenians viewed him with even greater suspicion. In their myths, Athena repeatedly humiliated him, showing that intelligence triumphs over raw aggression. Ares' trial on the Areopagus, where he defended himself for killing Halorothius, became a founding myth for Athens' legal system. It symbolized civilization placing limits on violence. The message was clear. Even the god of war must answer to law. Ares' flaws were woven into his identity. He lacked the divine composure of Apollo, the authority of Zeus, or the wisdom of Athena. He was easily provoked, emotionally raw, driven by impulses he could not control. To mortals, this made him dangerous. To worship Ares was to acknowledge that within the universe and within themselves existed a force that resisted discipline. He was war stripped of purpose, rage without cause, destruction without meaning. Yet the Greeks did not hate him. They feared rejecting him more than they feared invoking him. Ares represented a fundamental truth. Humans are capable of violence even when they seek peace. If Athena embodied how war should be fought, Ares embodied why war erupts in the first place. The anger, pride, jealousy, and fear that ignite conflict faster than any strategy can extinguish it. To ignore Ares was to ignore the emotional spark behind every battle. Sacrifices to Ares often involved black rams or dogs, animals tied to ferocity and aggression. Warriors prayed to him not for victory alone, but for the strength to face the brutality of combat. They did not ask for his frenzy. They asked to withstand it. Ares was invoked in moments when civilization's protections fell away and raw survival remained. In those moments, mortals understood him intimately, but worshipping Ares carried moral tension. He was necessary, but not admirable. Even Zeus criticized him openly, calling him hateful and destructive. No other Olympian received such disdain from their own father. Yet Zeus tolerated him because Ares personified an unavoidable cosmic force. A universe without Ares would be dishonest, omitting the darker truths of existence. Despite his volatility, Ares was not evil. He did not deceive or manipulate. He rarely enacted punishment outside the battlefield. He inflicted suffering, but he did so openly, without cowardice or subterfuge. In this sense, Ares was paradoxically honest. His violence did not hide behind ideals or diplomacy. It struck in the open, unmistakable and brutal. Mortals respected this honesty even as it terrified them. They saw in Ares the embodiment of every uncontrollable emotion inside them. The rage that erupts without thought. The fear that turns into fury. The instinct to lash out. Worshipping him meant confronting the part of themselves they wished to bury. No wonder temples to Ares were sparse. They were mirrors few wished to look into. Ultimately, the Greeks worshipped Ares reluctantly because they recognized that war is not noble and violence is not heroic. Yet both exist. Ares symbolized the uncomfortable truth that bravery and brutality share the same battlefield. He was the god of the darkness within humanity, a darkness that must be acknowledged but never embraced. Where Athena taught them how to fight, Ares reminded them why fighting is dangerous. Where other gods offered wisdom or beauty, Ares offered a warning. And warnings, even divine ones, are rarely loved but always necessary. Aphrodite did not arrive the way other gods did. She was not born in a cave, nor carried in the arms of a titan, nor pulled from the darkness of a swallowed womb. She rose from the sea, a goddess shaped by the same waters that cradle the world, made of shimmering foam and trembling starlight. Her birth was not simply a beginning, it was an awakening of desire itself, a moment when beauty took form and breathed for the first time. The story begins with the fall of Uranus, the Sky Father. When Cronus severed him from the world, his essence spilled into the sea, churning the waves into a luminous white foam. From that foam emerged Aphrodite, fully formed, radiant, gliding toward the shore on a scallop shell. The winds, eager and gentle, carried her across the water. The Graces welcomed her with robes woven from dawn and sunset. Even the sea itself calmed, as if recognizing its own reflection in her presence. Her arrival marked a transformation of cosmic order. Before Aphrodite, love existed, but it was instinctual, raw attraction, survival-driven mating, the pull of life toward life. When she rose, love became something else entirely. A force that shaped destiny, toppled kingdoms, healed wounds, and sparked wars. She was not merely beauty incarnate. She was the divine embodiment of longing. Through her, desire became both creation and chaos. The Greeks understood her dual nature instantly. To them, Aphrodite was the goddess who could unite or divide, bless or ruin. Her beauty softened stone-hearted warriors and set entire nations ablaze with jealousy. Her presence stirred admiration and insecurity in equal measure. She was the reminder that beauty, however divine, is never passive. It radiates, pulls, and transforms. Yet Aphrodite's beauty was not perfection. It was vulnerability disguised as allure, power masked as softness. The sea foam of her origin symbolized both the gentleness of waves and their capacity to drown. Aphrodite could bring lovers together, but she could also unravel them with a single spark of envy. She was the goddess who made mortals feel alive, but also the one who reminded them how deeply they could suffer for love. Her earliest worship reflected this duality. In Cyprus, where she first stepped ashore, she was honoured with rituals blending sensuality and solemnity. Women prayed for fertility, men prayed for desire, sailors prayed for safe journeys. Love, after all, is not only passion, it is vulnerability, the risk of exposing one's soul. Aphrodite governed that risk. She understood that longing leads mortals into both tenderness and danger. Aphrodite's birth was also a statement about beauty emerging from violence. The severing of Uranus was a brutal act, yet from its aftermath came the goddess of love. This paradox shaped her mythology. Beauty rising from chaos, desire blooming from loss, affection entwined with fear. The Greeks believed that love's power is greatest where there has been pain, that longing grows strongest where there is absence. Aphrodite embodied this tension, carrying both wonder and sorrow in her smile. Her arrival on Olympus did not go unnoticed. The gods feared and admired her in equal measure. Zeus, wary of her ability to disrupt order, married her to Hephaestus, hoping that a quiet, patient husband would temper her passions. But Aphrodite was not a force that could be contained. She moved like the tide, sometimes gentle, sometimes overwhelming, always inevitable. Her unions, her affairs, her entanglements shaped the destinies of heroes and kingdoms alike. Mortals, too, felt her influence immediately. Lovers threw garlands into the sea, hoping she would bless their devotion. Newlyweds sacrificed to her for harmony. Yet those filled with envy or insecurity whispered her name with dread, fearing the storms she could summon within the human heart. Aphrodite's beauty was a mirror that revealed hidden desires, and not all desires bring peace. What made her irresistible was not simply her appearance, but the emotion she awakened. Her gaze revealed the longing buried in mortals' chests, the yearning to be seen, desired, chosen. In this, Aphrodite held a power greater than any thunderbolt or trident. She could bend fate not by force, but by stirring hearts. Her birth from sea foam was more than mythic poetry. It was a declaration that love is elemental, unpredictable, and eternal. That beauty can rise from brokenness. That desire, like the sea, cannot be controlled. Aphrodite stepped from the waves not to rule kingdoms, but to rule the invisible currents that shape every soul. And from the moment the foam parted, the world learned that nothing, neither god nor mortal, could escape the pull of her tide. To understand Aphrodite is to understand that love is not merely tenderness, it is transformation. It can build cities or burn them, bind nations or tear them apart. The Greeks did not imagine love as a gentle whisper. They imagined it as a tide that lifted or drowned, depending on the heart it touched. Aphrodite embodied this tide in all its beauty and brutality, for she governed not only affection but desire, the force that pulls souls toward one another with equal potential for joy and ruin. Love in her mythology was never simple. It created alliances, sparked revolutions, forged heroes, and ignited tragedies. When Aphrodite favoured a union, the world seemed to bloom. Couples found harmony, families grew, and peace settled like warm sunlight. Her blessings softened hardened spirits, eased grief, and turned loneliness into connection. The Greeks believed that Aphrodite could inspire the kind of love that healed old wounds and restored balance to troubled hearts. But the same goddess who brought sweetness could summon storms just as easily. Love's intensity, unchecked, became chaos. The desire Aphrodite stirred was overwhelming, often irrational, capable of undermining kingdoms. When Paris judged her the fairest and she promised him Helen, the most beautiful mortal woman, that single decision ignited the Trojan War. She did not intend catastrophe. She simply offered the fulfillment of desire. Yet desire fulfilled without wisdom becomes destruction. Aphrodite understood this duality intimately. She knew that mortals often craved not what they needed, but what dazzled them. And because she awakened longing, she became entangled in its consequences. Love made men brave, but it also made them reckless. It united hearts, but it also fractured oaths. Aphrodite observed these outcomes with a kind of divine detachment, not coldness, but acceptance of a truth older than Olympus. Love is never harmless. Her influence extended beyond romantic entanglements. She governed the love between parent and child, the loyalty of friendships, the compassion that drives sacrifice. She inspired poets to write verses that outlived empires, sculptors to carve marble that breathed emotion, musicians to compose melodies that stirred sleeping memories. Under her influence, art itself blossomed. For creation, in all its forms, begins with desire, the desire to express, to shape, to give life to something new. Yet jealousy too fell under her domain. Love's shadow. When mortals feared losing affection, they acted in ways that betrayed their own hearts. Aphrodite witnessed countless tragedies born from insecurity. Lovers betrayed, families torn apart, promises broken. These were not punishments from the goddess, but consequences of love's volatile nature. Aphrodite awakened feelings. She didn't dictate how mortals wielded them. Her relationships with the gods reflected this complexity. Her affair with Ares was passion without restraint. Her marriage to Hephaestus was union without desire. With Adonis, she experienced love tinged with fragility. Love that taught even a goddess how helpless the heart can be. In each story, Aphrodite was both creator and destroyer, weaving connections that shaped destinies but remained vulnerable to fate's cruel whims. When Adonis fell to a boar's tusk, Aphrodite's grief revealed a side of her rarely seen. She wept over him, her tears mingling with his blood to create the anemone flower. This transformation reflected her essence, love turning death into beauty, tragedy into remembrance. But it also revealed the danger of love itself. Even a goddess could not shield the one she adored from fate. Aphrodite's son Eros, love's very spark, embodied this paradox. He guided arrows straight into mortal hearts, but once struck, he relinquished control. Desire took over, unpredictable and consuming. Through Eros, Aphrodite demonstrated that love begins with divine intention, but unfolds through human impulse. Mortals worshipped her with equal parts gratitude and caution. They prayed for her favour, yet feared that her gifts might overpower them. They recognized that falling in love meant surrender, sometimes to joy, sometimes to madness. Aphrodite's altars were adorned with flowers and incense, not to flatter her, but to soothe the unpredictable force she represented. To the Greeks, Aphrodite embodied a cosmic truth. Creation and chaos are intertwined. Love builds and breaks, it heals and harms. It lifts and devastates. Every embrace carries the possibility of pain. Every heartbreak carries the memory of beauty. The goddess herself lived within this tension, neither apologizing for love's chaos nor promising its permanence. In Aphrodite's world, love was not a gentle flame. It was wildfire, spreading across lives with both warmth and destruction. And through her myths, the Greeks learned that to love is to risk, to desire is to surrender, and to embrace another is to open oneself to both bliss and catastrophe. Aphrodite's presence in Greek myth was not confined to love stories alone. She drifted through epics, tragedies, and hymns like a tide, sometimes gentle, sometimes devastating, always transformative. Her myths were as varied as the emotions she ruled, each revealing a different facet of the goddess who could inspire tenderness in one moment and turmoil in the next. One of her earliest stories is the tale of Pygmalion, the sculptor who carved a woman of ivory so perfect he fell in love with his own creation. Pygmalion worshipped beauty but distrusted real women, whose flaws he could not reconcile with his ideals. Aphrodite, amused yet moved by his devotion, breathed life into the statue he adored. She transformed cold ivory into warm flesh, granting Pygmalion a bride shaped from his longing. The myth showed love's power to create, to transform desire into reality, to turn imagination into life. But it also warned of the danger in loving perfection more than humanity. Another tale tells of Aphrodite and Anchises, a mortal shepherd whose beauty stunned even the goddess. Disguising herself as a mortal maiden, she lay with him on Mount Ida. When she revealed her divinity afterward, Anchises trembled in terror, fearing punishment for touching a goddess. Yet Aphrodite reassured him, though not without consequences. From their union came Aeneas, forefather of emperors and symbol of destiny shaped by desire. Still, she warned Anchises never to boast of their affair. When he eventually did, Zeus struck him with lightning, a reminder that mortal pride can unravel even love blessed by the divine. In the myth of Hippolytus, Aphrodite's power takes a darker turn. Hippolytus devoted himself entirely to Artemis, rejecting love and scorning women. His disdain offended Aphrodite, who believed desire was a universal law no mortal could deny. In response, she caused Phaedra, his stepmother, to fall desperately in love with him. The resulting tragedy, false accusations, shattered honour, death beneath Poseidon's sea monster, revealed love's destructive potential when suppressed or denied. Through this, Aphrodite demonstrated that rejecting desire entirely is as dangerous as indulging in it recklessly. Her role in the Iliad further revealed her influence over fate. She protected Paris when Menelaus would have killed him, whisking him away in a swirl of mist. She sheltered Helen, comforting her while the war raged below. Critics saw her actions as meddling, yet to Aphrodite she was simply honouring promises and preserving bonds she had blessed. Love, once set in motion, was not easily halted. She did not control the war. She merely sustained the threads of desire that had started it. But Aphrodite was not always triumphant. The tale of Psyche and Eros revealed her jealousy and vulnerability. Psyche's beauty was so extraordinary that mortals began worshipping her as a living incarnation of Aphrodite, neglecting the goddess's temples. Enraged, Aphrodite sent Eros to punish her, but Eros fell in love instead. His disobedience wounded Aphrodite's pride deeply. She subjected Psyche to impossible tasks, sorting grains by nightfall, retrieving golden wool, descending into the underworld itself. Yet Psyche endured them all, proving that even the goddess of love could not crush the resilience of a determined heart. Ultimately, Aphrodite accepted the union, and Psyche was made immortal. The myth revealed that even divine jealousy can yield to perseverance, and that love itself evolves. Aphrodite also appears in myths of war, often to expose love's fragility amid violence. In the story of the wounded Aeneas, she threw herself into battle, shielding her son from harm despite arrows flying around her. Hector wounded her hand, showing that even the goddess of desire could bleed. This vulnerability humanized her, reminding mortals that love requires courage, even from a deity. Her influence extended into the everyday. Sailors prayed to her for gentle winds, mothers petitioned her for harmony within the family, and new brides sought her blessings for a union filled with affection rather than strife. Her reach was infinite because love itself reached every corner of mortal existence. Through all these myths, tender, tragic, passionate, and vindictive, Aphrodite remained a constant force shaping the emotional world of gods and mortals. She was desire's spark, jealousy's whisper, affection's balm, and heartbreak's blade. She could elevate humble souls or bring kings to ruin. No myth exhausted her complexities, for she represented the one force that defies prediction, the human heart. With Aphrodite, the Greeks learned that love is not a single emotion, but an entire spectrum. From creation to chaos, devotion to destruction. And in every myth she touched, the world shifted, drawn toward beauty, longing, and the inexorable tide of desire. Aphrodite's power was unlike that of any other Olympian. Zeus ruled the sky, Poseidon the sea, Hades the underworld, but Aphrodite ruled something far more elusive, the will of the heart. No throne, no weapon, no prophecy could rival the force she commanded. The Greeks understood that love, desire, longing, these emotions shape destinies more profoundly than lightning or earthquakes. And so Aphrodite held dominion not through fear, but through inevitability. Her power was subtle but absolute. Gods who prided themselves on discipline found themselves weakened by her presence. Mortals who believed themselves rational became undone by a single whisper of longing. Even the mightiest could not evade her influence. Zeus himself feared her, for he knew she could bind him with desire and unravel the careful order he imposed on the world. Aphrodite threatened no king, yet kings trembled. She waged no wars, yet wars erupted in her wake. Her influence over gods was both respected and resented. Hera, goddess of marriage, often clashed with her, for Aphrodite stirred passions that defied oaths and laws. Athena, who embodied reason, avoided her entirely, knowing that logic dissolves in the heat of desire. Artemis rejected her influence, choosing purity over passion. Yet even she couldn't stop Aphrodite from shaping the fates of mortals under her protection. Only Hestia remained untouched by her power, and only because she chose a life removed from desire's storms. Aphrodite's sway over mortals was even greater. She could lower the defences of the proud, awaken tenderness in the cruel, or spark obsession in the gentle. With a glance, she altered destinies. The Greeks believed love, whether returned or unrequited, could break a hero as easily as any monster, and Aphrodite held the keys to both. Her gifts were blessings, but also burdens. A man favoured by Aphrodite might find joy beyond imagining, but he might also become consumed by longing. A woman blessed by her might capture hearts effortlessly, yet suffer the jealousy of rivals or the possessiveness of admirers. Aphrodite's power was beautiful, but never safe, for she did not alter hearts gently. She set them ablaze. The stories of heroes bore witness to her reach. Paris was not the strongest of Troy's princes, yet when Aphrodite promised him Helen's love, he became the spark that ignited a decade-long war. Helen herself was not merely beautiful. She was the vessel of Aphrodite's influence, the embodiment of love's ability to enthrall and destroy. The Iliad's tragedy was not driven by strategy or politics, but by desire, by the goddess whose domain stretched far beyond Olympus. Aphrodite's power over women was equally profound. She guided them through the labyrinth of love, desire, marriage, and motherhood. Some found empowerment through her favour, others found turmoil. For Aphrodite didn't guarantee happiness, she guaranteed experience. Every heart she touched learned something of itself, whether through bliss or heartbreak. Even those who resisted her influence eventually found themselves entangled. Hippolytus rejected her entirely, and in doing so sealed his fate. Aphrodite did not punish him out of cruelty. She punished the denial of a truth she considered universal, that no soul escapes longing. To reject love completely was, to her, a rejection of life itself. Yet her power was not only destructive. She forged harmony where discord grew. She healed tensions, dissolved resentment, and softened hardened spirits. Couples invoked her to mend fractures within their relationships. Communities worshipped her to to cultivate unity and shared affection. Aphrodite's influence could rebuild what violence had broken, reminding mortals that tenderness is as powerful as rage. Her command over gods and mortals came from this duality. Others wielded force, wisdom, or fate. Aphrodite wielded vulnerability. She understood that even the strongest beings longed to be wanted. Even Zeus desired affection. Even warriors craved companionship. By touching the heart, she held dominion no weapon could challenge. Yet she did not rule through domination. She ruled through inevitability. Desire comes unbidden. Love blooms without logic. Hearts break without consent. No god could cancel these truths, and no mortal could resist them. Aphrodite simply revealed what already lay within. In her, the Greeks recognized the most profound and unpredictable force in existence. The power that shapes choices, births courage, fuels jealousy, drives sacrifice, and steers the fate of nations. She was not feared like Ares, or worshipped with awe like Athena. She was understood, because every soul had felt her touch. Aphrodite reigned not by decree, but by truth. Nothing, neither god nor mortal, escapes the power of desire. Hermes entered the world running. Before he could walk, he moved with the quickness of a thought. Before he could speak, he understood language. Before he was old enough to be feared, he was already impossible to catch. Born at dawn on Mount Selene, he slipped from his mother Maia's arms as silently as a shadow and vanished into the world with a grin that foretold all the mischief and brilliance he would unleash. Other gods announced themselves with storms or radiant light. Hermes announced himself by stealing Apollo's cattle before the sun had fully risen. This was not an act of malice. It was Hermes revealing his nature. He was the god of boundaries, and boundaries exist to be crossed. Even as a newborn, he saw lines not as limitations but as invitations. When Apollo confronted him, Hermes played innocent with such charm that even Zeus laughed. The theft ended not in punishment but in exchange. Apollo received the sweet new music of the lyre, and Hermes gained the right to roam wherever he pleased, sky, sea, underworld, mortal roads or divine halls. With that bargain, his destiny took shape. Hermes became messenger of the gods not because he was obedient, but because he was fast, clever, and impossible to deceive. He could weave through conflicts without taking sides, deliver truths without carrying judgment, and travel between worlds no other deity dared bridge. His winged sandals touched down in places no Olympian had business entering. Battlefields strewn with bodies, lonely crossroads where destinies turned, secret chambers where conspiracies whispered. The world belonged to Hermes because he could cross every threshold, but he was more than a herald. Hermes was the god of thieves, not because he encouraged theft, but because he understood it. He governed trickery, ingenuity, and the ability to outthink fate itself. Mortals prayed to him not to steal, but to survive, to navigate dangers, avoid traps, and find clever ways through impossible situations. A thief, in his domain, was not a villain, but someone who relied on wit rather than strength. Hermes gave mortals permission to be clever in a world ruled by forces stronger than themselves. He also governed trade, travel, invention, diplomacy, and the delicate art of negotiation. Markets bustled under his influence. Merchants invoked him before voyages. Orators prayed to him before speeches. Every deal struck, every bargain made, every journey begun carried his subtle blessing. Hermes was motion itself. Words moving between minds, goods moving between hands, people moving between lands. Yet his most mysterious role was as psychopomp, guide of souls into the afterlife. Of all the gods, only Hermes could walk freely into Hades without fear or resistance. He did not judge the dead, that was not his task. He merely escorted them, a gentle presence leading frightened spirits across the threshold between life and silence. Mortals found comfort in this side of him. For all his mischief, Hermes could be compassionate. He understood transition, birth, movement, change, death. Every crossing belonged to him. The Greeks imagined him eternally young, not the childlike beauty of Apollo, nor the severe maturity of Zeus, but the agility of someone who moved too quickly for age to settle on him. His eyes held mischief and wisdom, sharpened by endless travel. He knew secrets whispered in shadows, overheard arguments of kings, witnessed intimate joys and griefs. Yet Hermes did not weaponize knowledge. He carried it as he carried messages, with neutrality, curiosity, and a touch of playful detachment. Mortals loved him because he was relatable. Where other gods demanded worship through fear or devotion, Hermes walked among people, laughed with them, tricked them, guided them. He resembled humanity more than Olympus. Flawed, witty, adaptable, occasionally foolish, endlessly curious. He was the god of survival, not through power, but through creativity. But he was not harmless. Crossroads were sacred to him, and crossroads are dangerous. A choice made there could shape a lifetime. Hermes watched over those moments with interest, knowing that the smallest decisions often lead to the greatest consequences. He offered opportunities, not guarantees. Travellers who honoured him found luck. Those who ignored him sometimes found confusion, or the trickster's subtle nudge that taught humility. Hermes' identity was not singular. It was layered, shifting, dynamic. Messenger, thief, guide, trickster, mediator. He belonged to every realm because he fit in none. And through him, the Greeks understood a profound truth. Life is not a straight path, but a network of crossings, and to move through it one must be quick-minded, adaptable, willing to laugh at misfortune, and brave enough to keep going. For every road, every message, every soul, every choice belongs, in some way, to Hermes. Hermes ruled over the spaces where ideas turned into action. If Athena governed logic and Apollo governed truth, Hermes governed communication itself, the spark that makes ideas move. To the Greeks, language was not just words. It was a kind of magic, a bridge between minds, a tool that could soothe, deceive, persuade, or inspire. Hermes, born with silver in his tongue, understood this magic better than any god. From infancy, he played with language as easily as he played with boundaries. His first lies to Apollo were so artfully woven that Zeus laughed instead of punishing him. Hermes showed the gods that words could reshape reality, turn guilt into innocence, conflict into compromise, suspicion into admiration. Where Ares relied on the sword, Hermes relied on wit. Where Zeus used thunder, Hermes used timing. Words were his weapons, and he wielded them with dazzling precision. Because of this mastery, he became patron of diplomacy and negotiation. Kings called upon him before treaties. Ambassadors carried staffs carved in his honour. Even arguments at home were said to ease when Hermes guided the tongue. Not because he demanded honesty, but because he understood the deeper truth of language, that clarity and deception are twin tools, each essential in the right moment. But Hermes' dominion did not stop at speech. It extended into trade, the lifeblood of the ancient world. Markets thrived under his influence, stalls overflowing with spices, pottery, woven cloth, bronze weapons, fruits gathered from distant fields. The Greeks saw commerce not as greed, but as exchange, movement, connection. Goods travelled from one land to another, and with them came stories, cultures, ideas. Hermes presided over all these roads, literal and metaphorical. Merchants prayed to him for safe travel, fair deals, and sharp instincts. He protected them not through strength, but through cleverness. Hermes knew that a merchant's greatest danger was not bandits, but miscommunication, misunderstood value, broken trust, promises twisted by error or deceit. His caduceus became a symbol of balance, two serpents entwined, mirroring the dual nature of commerce, risk and rewards, honesty and temptation. Trade also fueled invention. As goods moved, so did curiosity. Hermes governed this curiosity too. He inspired inventors, tinkerers, and craftsmen whose minds leapt toward the new. Though Hephaestus ruled the forge, Hermes ruled the idea, the moment of insight that precedes creation. He guided hands that shape tools, minds that imagine solutions, and travellers who brought foreign innovations home. In myth, his inventions ranged from the humble to the divine. He crafted the lyre from a tortoise shell, gifting music to Apollo. He designed sandals that defied gravity, making him the swiftest being alive. He shaped the shepherd's pipe, taught mankind the art of weights and measures, and helped humans master the subtle dance of barter and exchange. Hermes believed invention was simply problem-solving with imagination, and he encouraged mortals to solve problems boldly. Language, trade, invention. These three domains were bound by a single truth: movement. Hermes governed the motion of goods, ideas, and the human mind. He understood that civilizations stagnate when they hoard knowledge or cling to familiar ways. He pushed humanity to explore, question, communicate, create. But movement also breeds unpredictability. Hermes' influence carried risk. Words could mislead. Commerce could corrupt. Inventions could disrupt. Yet he did not shy away from these dangers. To Hermes, unpredictability was essential. Without it, life would freeze into ritual and repetition. Change, even chaotic change, was necessary. And he was the god who ushered change into the world with a mischievous smile. The Greeks saw this clearly. Where Zeus embodied order, Hermes embodied flow. Where Poseidon shaped seas, Hermes shaped connections. He blurred the lines between divine and mortal, sacred and mundane, gift and trick. He reminded humanity that wisdom is not only found in stillness, but in motion. In the exchange of ideas, the debate of language, the gamble of trade, the spark of invention. Hermes taught mortals how to speak, how to bargain, how to imagine, and through these gifts, humanity learned how to grow. Hermes wore many faces, but none was more mysterious or more quietly powerful than his role as Psychopomp, the guide of souls. Unlike Hades, who ruled the underworld, or Thanatos, who delivered death, Hermes walked the fragile line between worlds. He was the only Olympian who moved freely from sunlight to shadow, from breath to stillness, from mortal uncertainty to the hushed certainty of the afterlife. And he did so not with fearsome majesty, but with gentle steps. To the Greeks, death was not simply an ending, it was a transition. What frightened them most was the passage itself. the moment when a soul left the body and drifted toward a realm no living eyes could see. Hermes made that passage bearable. He approached the dying not with thunder or judgment, but with calm presence, like a friend arriving in a quiet room. His touch neither harmed nor rushed. He waited until the final breath slipped free, then guided the soul away from its earthly shell with a tenderness unexpected from a god known for mischief. He carried a slender staff, the Kerikeon, which symbolized peace during that journey. No monster could harm a soul under Hermes' protection. No spirit could wander lost. The path to Hades was long and filled with shadows, crossroads, caves, mist-covered valleys. But with Hermes leading, it became a road rather than a maze. He walked slightly ahead, never forcing, never pulling, letting the newly dead adjust to their transformation. The Greeks imagined this journey as strangely intimate. Souls followed Hermes through landscapes that mirrored the boundaries he ruled in life. Thresholds, borders, liminal spaces where two worlds touched. These places belonged to him. The moment between heartbeat and stillness was his domain. The silence after a final sigh was his. In those fragile moments, Hermes was not the playful thief or cunning messenger. He was compassion embodied. Upon reaching the entrance of the underworld, where the cliffs darkened and the river Styx glimmered like obsidian, Hermes didn't enter. This boundary he respected absolutely. He offered the soul to Charon, the ferryman, with a nod, an acknowledgement that his task was ending. He did not accompany the dead across the waters, nor walk beside them into the halls of Hades. Hermes was the guide of transition, not destination. His realm was the movement, the passage, not the eternity beyond it. Yet this limitation made his role even more meaningful. He was the last familiar presence a soul encountered before stepping into the unknown. In life, Hermes connected worlds through language, trade, roads, and messages. In death, he connected the living to the dead, easing the fear of crossing a threshold no mortal could ever return from. There was no judgment in him. He did not condemn or bless. He did not weigh sins or virtues. Hermes understood that death stripped away pretension, leaving behind a truth simpler than any divine decree. His neutrality brought comfort to mortals, who feared the capriciousness of gods. Hermes offered certainty. He would come, he would lead, he would not abandon. This made him one of the most beloved gods, even though temples dedicated specifically to his psychopomp role were rare. Mortals honoured him instinctively, through the small rituals of grief, placing a coin with the dead, whispering final words into still ears, lighting lamps along the road home from funerals. These acts, the Greeks believed, helped Hermes find the soul more easily, guiding it without confusion. Hermes' compassion did not end with the dutiful. In myth, he sometimes bent rules to spare mortals unnecessary suffering. He comforted Persephone when she was first taken to the underworld. He guided the dead suitors slain by Odysseus with unusual care, knowing they died not honourably but foolishly. He even rescued souls trapped unjustly, like the infant Dionysus, torn from his mother's ashes, ensuring their journey did not end in despair. The Greeks saw in him a profound truth, that transition defines life as much as endings. Hermes governed every crossing a soul ever made, birth into breath, movement through the world, and finally the quiet return to silence. In a universe ruled by gods who valued power, order, and dominance, Hermes alone ruled the delicate art of letting go. and perhaps that is why mortals trusted him above all others. For in Hermes' presence, death was not a fall into darkness, but a guided step, a final journey led by the god who had walked every road ever travelled. Hermes was not the strongest, the wisest, or the most authoritative of the Olympians. He did not wield thunder, command the sea, or shape destiny. Yet among all the gods, he was the one mortals felt closest to, the one who walked with them, laughed with them, understood them. Hermes was the most human god, because he embodied the qualities that define humanity not at its most perfect, but at its most alive. He was curious, restless, inventive, flawed, quick-witted, capable of kindness and mischief in the same breath. Hermes did not sit on a throne above the world. He moved through it, weaving among shepherds, merchants, travellers and thieves with the same ease he navigated the halls of Olympus. He belonged everywhere because he belonged nowhere entirely. Unlike gods who demanded reverence through fear or majesty, Hermes earned affection through familiarity. Mortals recognized themselves in him. The urge to explore, the temptation to bend rules, the desire to connect, the instinct to survive through cleverness rather than strength. Where Zeus ruled through dominance, Hermes influenced through charm. He was not a distant deity, but a companion on the road. Hermes also understood vulnerability. He did not mock human weakness, he empathized with it. His mischief was rarely cruel, more often playful, as if reminding mortals not to take themselves too seriously. He knew that mistakes were inevitable, that confusion was part of the human experience, that the world was filled with crossroads where no choice was perfect. Unlike Athena, who demanded precision, or Apollo, who demanded purity, Hermes embraced imperfection. This acceptance made him the protector of travellers, not just those moving across land, but those navigating the unpredictable terrain of life. People prayed to him when they were uncertain, lost, hopeful, or afraid. He guided them not toward perfection, but toward possibility. Hermes did not guarantee success. He encouraged movement. To him, stagnation was the only true failure. He was, in many ways, the god of everyday life. He presided over markets, roads, doorways, messages, conversations, and coincidences. His presence lingered in the moment a traveller spotted a distant landmark, in the sudden idea that solved a problem, in the unexpected encounter that altered a destiny. Hermes operated in the small details where life actually unfolds. The Greeks felt him in their footsteps, their words, their decisions. Yet his humanity was not a sign of limitation. It was a sign of adaptability. Hermes could shift roles effortlessly: herald, thief, diplomat, inventor, guardian of souls. This fluidity mirrored the human condition, the way people change identities depending on circumstance. Mortals admired gods who embodied ideals, but they understood Hermes because he embodied survival. He also carried a moral nuance rare among the gods. Hermes did not pretend the world was fair. He did not expect virtue to prevail simply because it should. He recognized cunning as a tool, ambiguity as a truth, and compromise as a necessity. Mortals looked to him not for justice, but for guidance in navigating a world where justice was imperfect. He was the god of making do, of finding a path where none seemed visible. His relationships reflected this flexibility. He moved comfortably among Olympians, nymphs, mortals, and spirits of the dead. He could negotiate with Hera, banter with Apollo, tease Athena, and soothe Persephone. He was the only god trusted by both Zeus and Hades, capable of delivering messages no matter how delicate or dangerous. Mortals saw in him a rare gift, the ability to exist between extremes without being consumed by them. Above all, Hermes was human, because he embraced change. The world of myth was filled with rigid hierarchies and fixed roles, but Hermes slipped through their cracks, reminding mortals that transformation is not only possible, it is natural. He understood that growth often begins with disruption, that invention begins with risk, and that life itself is a journey defined by motion. In Hermes, the Greeks encountered a god who mirrored their struggles, weaknesses, hopes, and resilience. He did not stand above humanity. He ran alongside it. And in every whispered prayer, at a crossroads, in every clever idea, in every unexpected turn of fate, mortals felt the presence of the god who understood them best. Hermes was the most human god because he represented what it means to move through a world of uncertainty, with humour, courage, adaptability, and the willingness to take the next step. Hephaestus did not begin his life in triumph. Before he became the divine smith, before his forge lit the heavens and armed the gods, he was a newborn hurled from Olympus, rejected before he could even cry. His fall was the first and defining myth of his existence, a descent that shaped everything he later forged. While other gods entered the world in splendour, Hephaestus entered it through suffering. The story begins with Hera. Some say she bore Hephaestus alone, without Zeus, in a burst of pride meant to prove she needed no king to create life. But when she saw her child, small, imperfect, his leg twisted, she recoiled. The queen of the gods, accustomed to beauty and power, could not accept a son who did not fit the divine image she valued. In a moment of cruelty sharpened by shame, she cast him from the golden throne of Olympus. He fell for an entire day, down through clouds, through cold wind, through the blur of sky giving way to sea. When he struck the water, the impact shattered bone and breath. But he did not die. Gods do not die from pain. Instead, he sank into darkness until gentle hands lifted him from the waves. The sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynomy gathered him into their arms, carrying him into a hidden cave beneath the ocean. There, far from Olympus's scorn, Hephaestus began to heal. His injury never faded. His leg remained twisted, a permanent reminder of the violence that birthed him into the world. Yet this wound became the foundation of his genius. Unable to stride like other gods, he stayed in the caverns, watching the shimmer of volcanic light bend against stone walls. He studied fire. He learned how metal softened when touched by flame, how it could be shaped, stretched, moulded into forms more perfect than any body. Pain had pushed him from Olympus, but it also pushed him toward his destiny. While gods above feasted, Hephaestus hammered bronze with growing mastery. He built tools from scraps of ore washed into the caverns. He forged delicate jewellery for his sea mother Thetis, inventions that gleamed like moonlit waves. His hands, though shaped by hardship, found purpose in creation. The more he forged, the more he realized that beauty could emerge from brokenness, a truth the gods above had never considered. Years passed. Thetis and Eurynomy raised him with tenderness that Hera had denied. In their cave he grew clever, diligent, and quietly proud. But Hephaestus never forgot his fall. He felt its ache in every blow of his hammer. And when the time came, that ache drove him to act. He crafted a magnificent throne, golden, radiant, irresistible. It was a gift for Hera, though it carried no sentiment of forgiveness. When she sat upon it, hidden mechanisms snapped into place and wrapped her in unbreakable chains. Olympus panicked, Zeus thundered, Ares raged, but none of them could free her. Only Hephaestus held the knowledge and the craftsmanship to release the queen who had cast him away. When he finally returned to Olympus, borne on Dionysus's coaxing and wine, he did not come crawling. He came carrying mastery, forge-burned hands, the quiet power of someone who had suffered and survived. He freed Hera, not out of love, but because he chose to. And in that moment, he reclaimed his place among the gods not through birthright, but through work, skill, and stubborn defiance. Yet even as Olympus welcomed him, Hephaestus remained shaped by the memory of falling. He moved with a limp that reminded every god of what had been done to him. He was not beautiful like Apollo, nor graceful like Hermes. His body carried the story of pain, and through that pain he forged wonders no perfect god could imagine. His fall from Olympus was not a shame. It was an origin. It taught him resilience. It taught him patience. It taught him that creation is born from struggle, that fire tempers spirit as much as metal, and that a wounded god can become the greatest maker in the world. Hephaestus rose because he first fell, and every spark of his forge was a reminder that the broken do not remain broken. They reshape themselves in fire. Hephaestus was the only Olympian whose power did not come from storms, prophecy, or divine bloodlines. His power came from work, from fire, sweat, patience, and the relentless shaping of raw elements into beauty, in a pantheon filled with gods who commanded through force or authority. Hephaestus commanded through creation. Every masterpiece that left his forge carried the weight of his struggle, the rhythm of his hammer, and the quiet defiance of a god who transformed pain into brilliance. His workshop on Olympus was unlike anything mortals had ever imagined. It roared with divine fire that never cooled, fueled by volcanic breath drawn from the earth's heart. Sparks leapt like shooting stars. Molten metal glowed brighter than dawn. Mechanical wonders walked, spun, or guarded the doors, each crafted with such precision that they seemed alive. Even the gods, accustomed to miracles, stepped into Hephaestus's forge with reverence. Here was a realm not of magic alone, but of mastery earned blow by blow. Hephaestus could coax beauty from the most stubborn ore. Bronze bent to his will, gold softened under his touch. Iron obeyed him like a loyal soldier. His hands, scarred and blackened by the forge, held the finesse of an artist and the strength of a titan. Where other gods shaped the world with a thought, Hephaestus shaped it with effort, transforming fire into form and metal into meaning. The weapons he forged were more than instruments of war. They were stories cast in metal. He created Achilles' shield, a universe hammered into bronze, cities at peace, cities at war, constellations spinning through the heavens, human lives unfolding in perpetual motion. It was not a shield, but a vision of existence, captured by a god who understood how suffering and beauty coexist. Hephaestus also forged the armour of Aeneas, the sceptre of Agamemnon, and countless tools that shaped the fate of heroes. Yet he did not pour his soul only into weapons. His craft extended to creations of peace, automatons of gold and silver that danced or tended the forge, magnificent thrones that glowed like captured sunlight, jewellery fine enough to make Aphrodite pause. Even his simplest objects, cups, hinges, chains, held a perfection mortal craftsmen spent lifetimes trying to imitate. His skill was unmatched not because he was divine, but because he understood his materials intimately. He knew the language of metal, its stubbornness, its breaking point, its desire to be shaped. Mortals prayed to Hephaestus not merely for skill, but for patience, the patience to work through failure until beauty emerged. His craft was a reminder that creation is a dialogue between maker and material, between vision and reality. Hephaestus also used his brilliance to confront injustice. When Zeus sought to control Hera's movements, Hephaestus forged golden chains invisible to the naked eye, tricking even the king of the gods. When Prometheus was punished for giving fire to humanity, it was Hephaestus who reluctantly forged the chains that bound him. His sympathy evident, but his duty unavoidable. Each creation carried moral complexity, for even a god of craft could not escape the politics of Olympus. Yet Hephaestus's genius did not harden him. Beneath the soot-stained exterior was a deep well of empathy. Unlike many gods, he understood imperfection. He understood pain. His limp, his exile, his loneliness, all sharpened his perception of human struggle. He created tools to ease mortals' labour, weapons to protect them, and marvels that inspired them. His craft was not just divine, it was deeply human. The gods envied the permanence of his work. Their actions shaped moments, but Hephaestus shaped eras. A thunderbolt vanishes after its strike. A prophecy fades once fulfilled. But a weapon, a shield, a beautifully forged artifact, these endure. Through them, Hephaestus left a legacy stronger than immortality. His forge symbolized transformation. Fire could destroy, but in his hands it became a force of creation. Metal that would naturally remain shapeless found purpose. Imperfection became strength. In this, Hephaestus revealed the philosophical heart of his craft, that suffering can be refined, struggle can become art, and even a god cast aside can rise through his own hands. Hephaestus did not rule with power, he ruled with mastery. And in a world shaped by gods who acted on impulse, his steady hammer pulse was a testament to the one truth he embodied. Creation is the deepest form of divine strength. Hephaestus's genius was inseparable from his suffering. Every divine gift he possessed, his precision, his patience, his unparalleled craftsmanship, was carved from the wounds he carried. Unlike the other Olympians, whose powers bloomed effortlessly from privilege or lineage, Hephaestus forged his identity in the same way he forged metal, through pressure, heat, and endurance. His limp, his exile, his rejection, these were not scars he hid. They were the source of the creative fire that burned within him. Pain shaped the rhythm of his forge. Each strike of his hammer echoed the heartbeat of a god who had known humiliation. Other gods boasted of their strength. Hephaestus knew the strength of continuing despite weakness. The forge became his sanctuary because it was honest. Fire did not judge him. Metal did not recoil. In the glow of the forge, he was not the discarded child of Hera, nor the mocked husband of Aphrodite. He was the master of his own creation. His limp, far from hindering him, taught him patience. He moved slowly, deliberately, understanding that mastery is not rushed. While Hermes darted through the world and Ares charged headlong into battle, Hephaestus approached each task with the measured care of someone who had learned that small steps can carry you further than leaps. His physical imperfection sharpened his mind, forcing him to innovate rather than rely on brute force. Tools became extensions of his body. Mechanisms became allies. Where his form faltered, his intellect soared. The gods admired his creations, but rarely understood the depth of feeling behind them. When Hephaestus forged a magnificent shield, he was not showing off his skill. He was expressing his soul. His genius was emotional as much as technical. He poured longing into gold, resilience into iron, sorrow into bronze. His masterpieces were not just objects, they were memories made tangible. Each one told a story he could not voice aloud. Yet his pain was not merely physical. Emotional wounds defined much of his life. He knew rejection not once, but many times. Cast from Olympus as an infant, mocked for his appearance, betrayed by his wife, manipulated by the very gods who depended on him. Hephaestus learned early that affection from Olympus was conditional. But instead of hardening him into cruelty, these experiences deepened his compassion. He understood suffering in a way no other god did, and mortals sensed this. They prayed to him not as a distant deity, but as one who felt the weight of labour, heartbreak, and endurance. Even his marriage to Aphrodite revealed the complexity of his inner world. He loved her with a gentleness rare among gods, yet she sought passion elsewhere. Her infidelity wounded him, but Hephaestus did not respond with violence. Instead he answered with craft, trapping her and Ares in a delicate net, not to punish them savagely, but to expose the truth. His revenge was precise, controlled, clever. A craftsman's response, not a warrior's. Even in humiliation, he expressed his genius. His relationship with Hera is another testament to his emotional depth. Though she cast him out, he returned to free her from the throne he designed. He did not forgive easily, but he understood that bitterness corrodes the soul. His decision to unchain her was not reconciliation. It was liberation for both of them. He proved through that act that strength does not always lie in anger. Sometimes it lies in rising above it. Hephaestus's pain pushed him to create, but his genius transformed that pain into beauty. No other god understood transformation as he did. Zeus hurled lightning. Hephaestus harnessed fire. Poseidon commanded the sea. Hephaestus shaped metal, born from its depths. Apollo radiated perfection. Hephaestus carved perfection from imperfection. In this, he revealed a truth the Greeks held dear. Beauty forged from suffering is more profound than beauty born from ease. Mortals admired him because he worked. They saw their own struggles reflected in his limp, their own hopes reflected in the sparks of his forge. They believed Hephaestus represented the dignity of effort, the nobility of creation, the possibility of turning agony into art. While other gods ruled with force, fate, or authority, Hephaestus ruled with endurance. His genius was not a gift, it was a triumph. Through Hephaestus, the Greeks understood that pain does not diminish greatness, it shapes it. And every glowing masterpiece that emerged from his forge whispered the same truth. The wounded can become powerful, the broken can become brilliant, and what is cast aside can rise through fire into something divine. The marriage of Hephaestus and Aphrodite was one of the greatest paradoxes on Olympus. A union between fire and beauty, endurance and desire, craftsmanship and allure. It was not born of affection but of Zeus's fear. He worried that Aphrodite's power over hearts might unsettle Olympus, so he bound her to the least threatening god he could choose. But Zeus, in his haste, paired opposites in a way that revealed uncomfortable truths about love, longing, and resentment. Hephaestus entered the marriage with genuine hope. Despite his wounds, physical and emotional, he carried a deep capacity for tenderness. He longed not for conquest or domination, but companionship, someone who might see beyond his limp and soot-stained skin. In Aphrodite's radiance, he sensed a beauty he believed he could honour, cherish, and uplift. His love for her was gentle, careful, and earnest. Aphrodite, however, saw the world differently. She was the embodiment of desire, the pulse of longing that moved through gods and mortals alike. Passion, not patience, was her nature. While she respected Hephaestus's craft, she did not desire him. Their marriage was a chain, not a choice, a political arrangement that clashed with everything she represented. Hephaestus's devotion only intensified her restlessness, for affection without desire felt like confinement. Their relationship unfolded not as a romance, but as a study of mismatched hearts. Hephaestus tried to bridge the distance between them with gifts, jewels, art, inventions crafted with exquisite detail. He offered her beauty shaped by fire, hoping she would sense the sincerity behind each creation. But Aphrodite was unmoved. For her, love was not earned through effort. It was ignited by presence, instinct, passion. She could not reciprocate what Hephaestus felt, no matter how he tried. Thus came Ares. Their affair was inevitable. The god of war and the goddess of love were bound not by duty, but by irresistible chemistry. Ares gave Aphrodite what Hephaestus could not, an ecstasy born of impulse, a union lit by raw desire rather than devotion. Hephaestus, in contrast, offered loyalty but lacked the fiery spark she craved. Their dynamic became a triangle that revealed the painful truth at the heart of the marriage: love and desire are not the same. When Hephaestus discovered their betrayal, he did not rage like Ares or weep like a mortal lover. He devised a plan worthy of his brilliance. He crafted a net so fine it was invisible, yet so strong that even gods could not break it. He trapped Aphrodite and Ares mid-embrace, exposing their affair before the entire pantheon. The other gods laughed, not out of cruelty toward Hephaestus, but out of astonishment at how perfectly the scene encapsulated the messy reality of divine passion. Yet the spectacle solved nothing. Aphrodite felt humiliated. Ares felt trapped. And Hephaestus, despite his cleverness, felt emptier than before. Catching them did not heal his wound. It only confirmed what he already knew, that love cannot be engineered, no matter how skilled the hand that attempt it. Still, their story didn't end in hatred. Over time, Hephaestus accepted that Aphrodite was not meant for him, not because he was unworthy, but because their natures diverged in ways no amount of effort could bridge. She was the tide, he was the mountain. She moved with desire, he stood with endurance. Their union had been forged by Zeus, not by their own hearts. Aphrodite, for her part, came to understand the depth of Hephaestus's kindness. She admired his craft, respected his perseverance, and felt a quiet sorrow for the pain their marriage had caused him. Though they never found romantic harmony, a fragile respect grew between them, the kind born from surviving a bond neither chose. Hephaestus emerged from the ordeal wiser. He realized that longing can create illusions more powerful than truth. His marriage taught him that affection cannot be hammered into existence, that devotion cannot force desire, and that even gods must accept the limits of their hearts. Instead of collapsing under heartbreak, he poured his emotions back into his forge, creating masterpieces that transcended the disappointments of his personal life. Their relationship became a mythic reminder that love is not always mutual, and that rejection does not define worth. Hephaestus' dignity in the face of heartbreak became part of his legend. In him, mortals saw the resilience to continue creating even when the heart is fractured. And Aphrodite's presence in his story revealed another truth. Beauty may dazzle, desire may burn, but true strength is found in the quiet endurance of the soul that refuses to be broken. Dionysus did not enter the world quietly. He was born of contradiction, child of Zeus, yet twice born, god of joy, yet shadowed by madness, bearer of wine, yet also of the frenzy it unleashed. From the moment of his birth, Dionysus represented a force the Greeks both craved and feared, the loosening of the self, the surrender of restraint, the liberation hidden beneath the surface of ordinary life. His origin was itself a ritual of transformation. When Semele, his mortal mother, was destroyed by Zeus's divine radiance, Zeus snatched the unborn child from the flames and stitched him into his own thigh. From this strange womb, Dionysus emerged, a god shaped by fire and rebirth. Mortality and divinity fused within him, granting him an understanding of human vulnerability unlike that of any other Olympian. He knew loss before he knew life, and this early tragedy echoed through every ritual that would one day honour him. Wine was his first gift to humanity, and his most complicated. It offered warmth, joy, and connection. It loosened the tongue, opened the heart, lifted the spirit. But Dionysian wine was not simply a drink. It was an invitation to transformation. In its depths lay ecstasy and danger alike. Drink enough, and one felt closer to the divine. Drink too much, and one risked being unmade by the very force that made them feel alive. Dionysus understood this duality perfectly. His rituals, the Dionysian mysteries, were not celebrations of drunkenness, but ceremonies of liberation. Participants, often women called maenads, left the constraints of their daily roles and retreated into the wilderness. There, beneath torchlight and moon, they danced, chanted, and surrendered to the wildness that civilization demanded they suppress. They were not escaping life. They were touching a part of it that society refused to acknowledge. In these rituals, the boundaries that defined the world loosened. The participants' identities blurred. They became part of something collective, primal, ancient. The maenads, filled with the god spirit, moved with a ferocity that frightened outsiders. But within the ritual, their energy was sacred, an expression of life unbound. Dionysus offered the intoxicating promise that beneath layers of duty and decorum lay a truer self waiting to be awakened. The god himself was often depicted as youthful, soft-featured, crowned with ivy, carrying a thyrsus, a staff tipped with pine. He embodied paradox, masculine and feminine, gentle and terrifying, serene and frenzied. Unlike the rigid gods of order, Dionysus flowed like wine, defying categories. His presence dissolved barriers. Between genders, between mortal and divine, between ecstasy and madness. Where Dionysus walked, vines burst from barren earth, and springs of wine flowed from stone. These miracles were more than displays of divine power. They were signs of his essence, abundance, transformation, the unlocking of potential hidden beneath the surface of things. But just as vines could choke a field, Dionysus's gifts could overwhelm. Those who resisted him faced madness, not as punishment, but as a violent tearing away of the restraint they clung to too tightly. This was the fate of Pentheus, the king who denied Dionysus's divinity and tried to suppress his rights. Dionysus did not strike him down with lightning or spear. Instead, he lured him into the forest, where Pentheus, in his rigid refusal to surrender, was torn apart by Maenads, including his own mother. The tragedy was not a lesson in cruelty, but in imbalance. Pentheus clung so fiercely to order that he became blind to the necessity of release. Dionysus's myth warned the Greeks that a life of pure control is as dangerous as a life of chaos. Dionysus's rituals reminded mortals that joy and sorrow are intertwined. The same wine that sparked laughter could provoke tears. The same dance that unleashed ecstasy could collapse into exhaustion. His worshippers understood that to know the divine, one must embrace both delight and vulnerability. In this, Dionysus was not merely a god of intoxication. He was a god of truth stripped bare. Through wine and ritual, Dionysus revealed the human soul's deepest contradictions. He exposed the fragile line between celebration and madness, connection and dissolution, liberation and destruction. Yet in doing so, he offered a rare and profound gift, the chance to feel fully alive, unmasked and unbound. In every cup raised to his name, in every wild dance under the moon, Dionysus whispered the same ancient promise. Freedom lies not in denying one's nature, but in embracing it completely. Dionysus was the most restless of the Olympians. While Zeus ruled the skies from his throne, and Poseidon claimed the seas from a palace of coral and gold, Dionysus belonged to no single place. He wandered, he roamed. He crossed mountains, islands, deserts, and cities with no regard for borders or kingdoms. He was a god shaped by movement, never still, never fixed, a divine traveller whose path carved itself through the world like a vine seeking new soil. His wandering began after his rebirth. Though he carried Zeus's blood, Dionysus was never entirely accepted on Olympus. He had lived among mortals, suffered as they suffered, and known fragility in a way no other god had. This dual nature made him restless, unable to settle into the rigid hierarchy of divine life. So he left Olympus and walked the world not as a ruler, but as a teacher, a liberator, a spark of ecstasy moving across continents. His travels took him first through Asia Minor, where barren hillsides burst into greenery as he passed. Vines coiled around olive trees, figs ripened in hours, springs of wine seeped from cracked stone. People who had never tasted joy found themselves laughing uncontrollably, swept into the swirling rhythm of Dionysian song. He brought not just wine, but the deeper intoxication of freedom, the loosening of fear, the courage to embrace one's hidden self. From there, he ventured into Phrygia, where he met Cybele, the Great Mother. She embraced him as kin, recognizing the wild divinity in his spirit. Under her guidance, he learned the secrets of ecstatic ritual, the drumbeats that mimic the pulse of the earth, the dances that dissolve the boundaries of the self, the sacred madness that frees the mind from its cage. Dionysus carried these mysteries with him as he journeyed onward, weaving them into the rites that would later sweep across Greece. One of his most famous wanderings took him to India, a land mythologized by the Greeks as distant, lush, and filled with wonders. With a band of satyrs, maenads, and loyal companions, Dionysus marched eastward, not as a conqueror, but as a bringer of transformation. His victory there, often depicted in art, was not a military triumph, but a symbolic one. The triumph of wine over fear, of ecstasy over rigidity, of liberation over tyranny. He left behind vineyards where none had existed, planting seeds of freedom that stretched across mythic geography. Yet his journey was not always welcomed. Many kings and cities resisted him, fearing the wildness he represented. Dionysus did not tolerate suppression. Those who denied his divinity often met tragic ends, not because he delighted in punishment, but because resisting transformation is like resisting a rising tide. The story of Lycurgus tells this clearly. The king tried to imprison Dionysus and suppress his rights. In response, madness swept over him until he harmed his own family, realizing too late that fighting liberation brings only self-destruction. Despite such tragedies, Dionysus's wanderings brought more joy than ruin. He reunited families fractured by grief, healed those who had lost themselves to sorrow, and taught communities how to celebrate both the sweetness and sorrow of existence. His followers, satyrs with their wild laughter, maenads with ivy in their hair, became symbols of a life unbound by shame. Through these travels, Dionysus gathered a following unlike any other gods: outcasts, wanderers, artists, broken souls, ecstatic dancers, grieving mothers, mutilated healers. Anyone who felt suffocated by the rigid lines that society demanded they obey. He welcomed them. He gave them belonging. His rites offered the one thing the Olympian order often denied: emotional truth. His journey eventually brought him back to Greece, where he faced the greatest resistance of all in Thebes, his birthplace. There, Pentheus denied him, shunned him, attempted to imprison him. Dionysus responded not with rage, but with revelation. Forcing Pentheus to see the divine he refused to acknowledge. This confrontation, which ended in tragic frenzy, revealed the dangerous imbalance created when a society rejects the wildness within itself. And yet, Dionysus was not merely a wanderer spreading chaos. He was also a healer of fractures, between mortal and divine, body and spirit, sorrow and joy. Everywhere he travelled, he left behind a deeper understanding of the human soul. His journey was not geographical, it was emotional, spiritual, psychological. Dionysus wandered because humanity wandered. He moved because the human heart is never still. He travelled because somewhere, someone always needed liberation, laughter, or the reminder that ecstasy and pain grow from the same root. To understand Dionysus is to stand at the edge of a precipice where bliss and horror share the same heartbeat. He was the god of ecstasy, not happiness, not simple pleasure, but a deeper, more dangerous rapture that lifts the soul out of itself. Yet the same force that freed his followers could also shatter them. Dionysus embodied the truth that joy and terror are not opposites, but reflections, one revealing the intensity of the other. His presence could turn a weary village into a festival of laughter. Wine flowed like liquid sunlight, music tangled with heartbeat, dancers spun until their feet no longer touched earth. Under his influence, the burdens of daily life dissolved. People felt seen, alive, unbound. Dionysus awakened joy that surged through the body like fire, raw, pure, irresistible. This joy was not escapism, it was revelation. He reminded mortals that beneath duty, fear, and grief lies a core of wild, unfiltered life. But the line between ecstasy and madness was thin, and Dionysus walked it with unsettling ease. When welcomed, he brought exhilarating freedom. When denied, he revealed the darkness within those who refused him. His wrath was not like Zeus's thunder or Hera's vengeance. It came from within, turning the mind against itself, unmasking suppressed fears and desires until identity fractured. The terror he unleashed was never arbitrary. It was the collapse of the walls mortals built to hide from their own complexities. The Maenads, his devoted followers, embodied this duality. In their dances they found liberation. Women bound by custom, suddenly free to express a depth of passion society forbade. They ran through forests with wild grace, vines crowning their hair, shouting praises to the god who awakened their souls. Their joy was intoxicating, their movements beautiful. But when threatened or provoked, that same energy became violent. In the frenzy of Dionysian madness, they could tear apart beasts or men without realizing the horror of their actions. The Maenads were not monsters. They were mirrors of what humans become when emotion overwhelms restraint. Dionysus did not cause this frenzy out of malice. He revealed what was already inside those who resisted their own nature. Pentheus, king of Thebes, learned this too late. Determined to uphold order, he rejected Dionysus's rights and tried to imprison him. But the gods slipped through the bars like mist. Pentheus's refusal to acknowledge the divine within himself, the instinct, the longing, the vulnerability, made him blind. Dionysus led him into the hills, not to punish him directly, but to expose the rigidity that consumed him. Pentheus was torn apart not by Dionysus's hand, but by the frenzy he provoked through denial. Terror was the price of resisting one's hidden truths. Even gentle myths carried the same duality. When Dionysus sailed with Tyrrhenian pirates who sought to kidnap him, he transformed the ship into a vessel of hallucination, vines wrapping the mast, lions prowling the deck, panthers stalking the shadows. The pirates leapt overboard in terror, only to be transformed into dolphins. The scene was both wondrous and horrifying, a dance between enchantment and punishment. Why such extremes? Because Dionysus represented the emotional reality humans try to ignore. That joy without grounding becomes chaos, and control without release becomes madness. His worship was designed to teach balance. Through ritual intoxication, participants confronted the chaotic parts of their souls in a sacred setting, so they would not erupt destructively in daily life. Dionysus was not chaos incarnate. He was a guide through chaos, a torchbearer in the labyrinth of emotion. His followers understood this deeply. They did not worship him only to experience pleasure. They worshipped him to understand the full spectrum of their humanity. In his rites they wept, laughed, screamed and sang. They faced the terror of losing themselves and the joy of finding themselves again. Dionysus offered the courage to feel everything, to let the heart expand rather than contract. The Greeks recognized this paradox as essential. A world governed solely by Apollo's clarity would be cold, rigid, sterile. A world ruled entirely by Dionysus's rapture would be unstable, dangerous, unbound. Civilization existed between these two forces. Order and ecstasy, reason and emotion, joy and terror. Dionysus lived at the threshold between them. He was the god who shattered illusions, who forced mortals to confront the wildness within, who revealed that true joy is impossible without the courage to face fear. And in every wine cup lifted to his name, mortals tasted both sweetness and shadow, reminders that the same vine can nourish or destroy, depending on how deeply one drinks. Dionysus stood apart from the Olympians, not because he rejected divinity, but because he expanded its boundaries. Where the other gods preserved structure, Zeus ruling through law, Hera through marriage, Athena through reason, Dionysus existed in the spaces those structures could not reach. He represented the wildness beneath the civilized world, the fluidity beneath rigid identity, the emotional truth beneath polite silence. To the Greeks, he was the god who defied divine order because he revealed the limits of that order. Olympus ran on hierarchy. Every god had a defined realm, a fixed role, a clear place in the celestial order. Dionysus disrupted this, not out of rebellion for its own sake, but because his domain, ecstasy, transformation, liberation, could not be contained within boundaries. Wine travels, emotion spreads, madness ignites, joy overflows. These forces do not obey walls or laws. Dionysus was not a threat to Olympus. He was a force that Olympus, by its nature, could never fully control. His very birth challenged the structure of divinity. Born from a mortal mother, and then reborn from Zeus himself, Dionysus blurred the line between human and god. He understood suffering, death, vulnerability, experiences the Olympians looked upon from a distance. This empathy made him unpredictable, for he cared not only for power, but for emotion, connection, and the liberation of these who lived beneath the gaze of Olympus. His loyalties shifted not by politics, but by passion. Because of this, he walked among mortals in ways no other god dared. He shared their wine, wept with their sorrow, danced with their joy. He embraced their contradictions. To the Olympians, who valued order, such proximity looked like a breach in divine distance. To mortals, it felt like salvation. Dionysus defied divine order simply by refusing to elevate himself above those he loved. His rituals further challenged the stability of the world. While Apollo's temples demanded quiet reverence, Dionysus's rites erupted with shouting, dancing, drumming, and emotional release. Where other gods asked for discipline, Dionysus asked for surrender. Not blind surrender to him, but surrender to the hidden parts of the soul. The grief buried deep, the desire unspoken, the fear unacknowledged. These rites threatened the social structures that depended on repressing such emotions. In liberating individuals, Dionysus unsettled the collective order. The gods feared this because they knew that revelation leads to transformation. A society that feels deeply cannot be easily controlled. A person who has tasted true liberation does not quietly return to chains. Dionysus did not overthrow thrones through force. He dissolved their foundations through ecstasy. Yet his defiance was not mindless chaos. Dionysus understood balance. He knew that emotional repression breeds violence, that societies without release eventually fracture. His rites offered safe passage into the depths of the psyche, allowing people to confront their inner storms before those storms consumed them. In this sense, Dionysus preserved order by breaking it, momentarily, ritualistically, meaningfully. This dual role made him both celebrated and feared. When welcomed, Dionysus brought harmony, renewed life, sacred catharsis. When rejected, he revealed the fragility of structures that pretended to be eternal. Pentheus learned this in Thebes, where his refusal to acknowledge the god ignited madness from within. Lycurgus learned it when he tried to imprison Dionysus's followers, only to be destroyed by the very force he tried to suppress. In both myths, the message was clear. Divine order is stable only when it makes space for the wildness of the human soul. Even among the gods, Dionysus refused to conform. He could be gentle or terrifying, masculine or feminine, Mortal-born, yet immortal, he embodied fluidity in a world that demanded definition. His ability to shift forms and roles confounded a pantheon built on fixed identities. But in this fluidity, he revealed a deeper cosmic truth. Existence is not rigid. It flows. Ultimately, Dionysus defied divine order, because divine order was incomplete without him. Olympus needed structure, but it also needed release. It needed reason, but it also needed unreason. It needed stillness, but it also needed the intoxication of possibility. Dionysus was not rebellion. He was balance. He broke the rules so life could breathe. He shattered boundaries so truth could surface. He defied order not to destroy it, but to remind gods and mortals alike that creation begins where certainty ends. Before the Olympians carved their thrones, before heroes raised their weapons, before cities rose from stone, there was the earth. And in the earth's quiet heart lived Demeter, the goddess who fed the world. Where other gods ruled sky, sea, and war, Demeter ruled something far more intimate, the soil beneath every footstep, the harvest that sustained every breath. She was not the goddess of spectacle. She was the goddess of survival. To the Greeks, Demeter embodied the cycle that governed all living things: seed, sprout, blossom, decay, and return. While the other gods boasted of thunder and prophecy, she spoke in the language of seasons. Her power was not sudden like Zeus's lightning. It was gradual, patient, and profound. Crops rose when she smiled. Field withered when she grieved. Civilizations thrived or starved according to her heart. Myth placed her origins among the Titans, daughter of Cronus and Rhea. Yet even among her divine siblings she stood apart. Hestia tended the hearth, Hera the home, but Demeter tended the earth itself. She walked field with bare feet, blessed ploughs, taught mortals how to coax abundance from soil. She was the one god who gave humanity the tools not just to live, but to grow. In her hands a seed became nourishment. In her presence a barren land could turn fertile. Agriculture was more than survival. It was stability. Before Demeter's gifts, mortals wandered, hunting and gathering, vulnerable to the whims of nature. With her knowledge, they formed settlements, built communities, stored grain, and planned for the future. Demeter gave them the possibility of civilization. Every loaf of bread, every sheaf of wheat, every feast shared under the sun bore her blessing. The Greeks saw her not as distant, but present in every field. When farmers bent to sow or reap, they felt her gaze. When rains came gently or storms threatened ruin, they sensed her will. Demeter was not feared like Zeus, or worshipped with awe like Athena. She was honoured with gratitude. Her festivals, the Thesmophoria and Eleusinian mysteries, celebrated the earth's generosity and mourned its losses. Through her rites, mortals learned that life depends on balance, between giving and taking, growth and rest, abundance and scarcity. Even her symbols reflected this truth. The sheaf of wheat she carried represented nourishment, but also fragility. A harvest was a promise fulfilled, yet always vulnerable. A single season of drought, a blight, or a cold wind could unravel the work of months. Demeter taught mortals humility through this delicate balance. They learned to respect the earth not as property, but as a living partner in their survival. She was also a goddess of time, not the ticking of clocks, but the turning of seasons. Spring's first shoots were her footsteps returning. Summer's fullness was her laughter. Autumn's gathering was her embrace. Winter's stillness was her silence. The world moved to her rhythm. and humanity followed. Unlike gods who thrived on conflict or glory, Demeter's essence was nurturing. She didn't seek worship through fear, but through reliance. Mortals trusted her because she understood their needs at their most basic: hunger, shelter, continuity. She was the divine parent whose love was practical. A full pantry was her blessing. A barren field was her warning. Her gentle demeanour, however, disguised a fierce resolve. Demeter protected the vulnerable, especially the innocent and the young. Her connection to life made her capable of wrath when that life was threatened. Her grief could halt the world. Her anger could starve empires. Yet her nature remained restorative. Even in punishment, she sought balance rather than destruction. The Greeks believed Demeter's power extended beyond physical sustenance. She nourished the inner life as well: patience, endurance, grief, hope. In every myth that touched her, she taught mortals how to survive both externally and internally. To plant a seed is to hope for the future. To wait for harvest is to practice faith. To lose and mourn is to understand the cycles of the soul. In the quiet gesture of planting grain, mortals met Demeter. In the golden fields of harvest, they felt her presence. In every cycle of nature and heart, her lessons echoed. Life grows, fades, and grows again. Demeter was not the goddess of spectacle, but of continuity. Not the goddess of victory, but of sustenance. Not the goddess of thunder, but of nourishment. Through her, the Greeks understood that life itself, steady, fragile, essential, was the greatest miracle of all. Before the world knew grief, it knew a mother's joy. Demeter and Persephone lived in a harmony so complete it seemed eternal. Two goddesses moving through fields like sunlight through leaves. Persephone's laughter was the music of spring. Demeter's smile was the warmth that made seeds awaken. They were not merely mother and daughter, but two halves of the same heartbeat, one nurturing the earth, the other awakening it. But harmony, in myth, is fragile. One day, Persephone wandered through a meadow where flowers grew impossibly bright, roses heavy with scent, violets thick as carpets, narcissus glowing like drops of frozen moonlight. The flowers were bait placed by Gaia under Zeus's instruction. For deep beneath the earth, another god hungered for her presence: Hades, lord of the underworld. He had seen Persephone once and felt something stir that the darkness had never allowed: longing. The ground trembled, then it split open. From the chasm emerged Hades in a chariot of obsidian horses. Without hesitation, he reached for Persephone. Her cry, sharp, startled, human in its fear, cut through the air as he swept her into the depths. The earth closed behind them, swallowing her voice. The world fell silent. Demeter heard nothing at first, only an absence, a space where her daughter's presence had been. She searched the fields, calling Persephone's name. She asked nymphs and river gods, birds and breezes, but all turned away in sorrow or fear. None dared speak, except Hecate, who heard the scream, and Helios, who saw everything beneath the sun. It was Helios who finally told Demeter the truth. Zeus had allowed Hades to take Persephone. In that moment, the warmth of the world vanished. Demeter's grief was not loud, it was vast. She withdrew from Olympus, cast aside her divine duties, and wandered the earth, disguised as a weary mortal woman. She walked until her feet bled, searching for the daughter she could not reach. Where she passed, fields turned grey, grass wilted, rivers thinned, seeds lay dormant in the cold soil, refusing to grow under a sky that had lost its sun. The goddess of life was grieving. and the earth grieved with her. Demeter's wandering eventually brought her to Eleusis, where she rested at a well. There, disguised as an old woman, she accepted the hospitality of a mortal family and nursed their infant son, intending to make him immortal by placing him in the sacred fire each night. When his mother interrupted the ritual in terror, Demeter revealed herself, not in anger, but in sorrow. She demanded a temple be built in her honour, and once it stood, she sealed herself inside, withdrawing her nourishment from the world. Months passed. Winter stretched unnaturally long. Crops failed. Animals starved. Mortals suffered, and their prayers reached Olympus in desperate waves. The gods finally understood what Demeter's absence meant. Without her, humanity would perish. And without humanity, the gods themselves would fade. Zeus relented. He sent Hermes to the underworld to bring Persephone back. Hades agreed, but not without consequence. Before Persephone left, he placed in her hand a pomegranate seed, a small glistening red fragment of the underworld itself. When she ate it, even a single bite bound her eternally to his realm. This act was not a trick, it was a declaration. Hades loved her, in the bleak, solemn way only the Lord of the Dead could love. Persephone returned to Demeter at last. Their reunion was radiant and heartbreaking, filled with tears that nourished the thirsty soil. But when Demeter learned of the pomegranate, she knew joy could not be whole. Persephone could not remain with her forever. A compromise was struck. For part of the year, Persephone would live with her mother above the earth. For the remaining months, she would descend to Hades as queen of the underworld. Thus the seasons were born, not as natural cycles, but as emotional echoes of a mother's loss and reunion. Spring marked Persephone's return, summer her presence, autumn her fading touch, and winter her absence. Persephone's abduction was not merely a myth, it was the world learning grief, separation, and return. It was Demeter learning that even goddesses cannot protect what they love from fate. And it was humanity learning that life flourishes and withers in the rhythm of divine sorrow. Demeter's sorrow did not erupt like a storm. It spread like winter. Slow, heavy, inevitable. When Persephone vanished into the underworld, Demeter did not scream or rage like other gods might have. Instead, a quiet grief settled over her, and the earth answered with silence. Fields that once swayed with grain stood stiff and grey. Orchards forgot how to blossom. Rivers thinned to mere threads of silver. The world dimmed as if the sun itself hesitated to rise. Her sorrow was so profound that it altered creation. For Demeter was not simply a goddess of crops. She was the pulse that moved life from seed to sprout. When her heart broke, that pulse faltered. Every mother felt a shadow across her love. Every child sensed a chill in the wind. The natural world reflected the unnatural state of a goddess who had lost what mattered most. Demeter wandered across the earth, disguised as a mortal woman. Her divine radiance hidden beneath a cloak of dust and exhaustion. She refused to return to Olympus, refused to let the world grow, refused to pretend life could continue while Persephone was missing. Her grief became a form of protest, a divine strike against the injustice inflicted upon her daughter. Mortals could not comprehend why the seasons had stopped. They prayed for rain, for warmth, for the return of harvest. But the fields remained barren. Livestock died, children cried from hunger. Villages gathered in silence, their offerings left unanswered. The world grew thin, as if starving alongside the goddess who nourished it. Demeter reached Eleusis in this state, a traveller hollowed by sorrow. When she met the daughters of King Celeus at the Maiden Well, she showed only weariness. Yet they sensed her nobility even through her disguise. They welcomed her into their home, offering shelter without knowing they were comforting the goddess who sustained their lives. In return for their kindness, Demeter cared for their infant brother Demophon, trying to gift him immortality. She placed him nightly into the sacred flame, burning away his mortality grain by grain. She sought, perhaps, to create in him the permanence she could not grant her own daughter. But when Metaneira interrupted the ritual in fear, Demeter's grief flared. She revealed her divine form and commanded that a temple be built in her honour, a place where she could sit, mourn, and wait. Eleusis obeyed, constructing the great sanctuary that would become the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries. And inside that temple, Demeter hid herself from the world, withdrawing her blessing from all living things. The earth continued dying. Olympus felt the consequences. Mortals, starving and desperate, could no longer offer sacrifices. Smoke no longer rose from altars. Hymns no longer echoed through temples. Without human devotion, the gods themselves grew weaker. Only then did Zeus understand what he had allowed, a world where life could not continue. He sent god after god to plead with Demeter, Apollo with prophecy, Iris with rainbows, even Hermes with his silver tongue. But none could sway her. She listened to their words with eyes hollowed by loss. The world could freeze, the gods could starve. None of it mattered if Persephone did not return. At last, Zeus relented and sent Hermes to negotiate with Hades. Persephone was freed, but not fully. She had eaten the pomegranate, and because of that, she belonged to the underworld as much as she belonged to the earth. This was the moment Demeter learned a bitter truth. Some wounds cannot be reversed. Some stories cannot return to their beginnings. When Persephone rose back into the sunlight, the earth revived instantly. Flowers leapt from the soil. Trees unfurled new leaves. Rivers swelled as if rejoicing. Demeter's joy poured into the world in a wave of green. But behind that joy lay the knowledge that their reunion was temporary. Persephone would leave again, and when she did, Demeter's sorrow would return. It was not rage, but grief that created the seasons. Spring was reunion. Summer was fullness. Autumn was the slow ache of impending loss. Winter was mourning. Through Demeter's sorrow, humanity learned that life does not move in straight lines, but in cycles. Creation, flourishing, decline, renewal. The Eleusinian mysteries born from her suffering promised mortals a truth deeper than death, that loss is not final, that the dead return in memory and in spirit, and that sorrow can be transformed into wisdom. Demeter's grief became a sacred teacher. Her suffering reshaped the world, not with thunder or fire, but with the quiet, undeniable force of a mother's love. Through her, the Greeks understood that the heart of nature is emotional, not mechanical. The world lives because the goddess grieves, rejoices, and grieves again. The world learned the rhythms of existence through Demeter and Persephone, but it was in the rituals dedicated to them that humanity came to understand those rhythms in their own bodies and souls. The Eleusinian mysteries, Demeter's greatest gift to mortals, were not merely ceremonies. They were revelations. Secret, sacred, whispered from one generation to the next, they offered truths about life, death, grief, and the promise of return. The rituals began in darkness. Participants, initiates who had prepared for months, gathered at dusk, their torches flickering like fragile hopes. They were not kings or warriors. Anyone could enter the mysteries as long as they came with sincerity. In a world stratified by class and fate, Demeter's rites offered equality. Death comes for all, and so does the longing for rebirth. The ceremonies symbolized the journey of Persephone. Initiates walked the sacred way from Athens to Eleusis, mirroring her descent and return. Along the road, they reenacted episodes of her abduction, Demeter's mourning, and the earth's long, barren silence. But these scenes were not performed as tragedies. They were embraced as universal human experiences. Every soul has known loss. Every heart has waited for spring. Once inside the sanctuary, the ritual shifted into secrecy. What occurred in the telesterion was forbidden to describe, even on pain of death. Yet fragments have survived through whispers, the showing of sacred objects, the extinguishing of lights, the sudden blaze of fire, the sound of drums echoing like a heartbeat beneath the earth. Scholars speculate, poets imagine, but initiates alone understood the meaning behind these symbols. The true mysteries were emotional, not intellectual. What we do know is this: the rites did not promise immortality in the body. They promised comfort in the soul. They taught that death was not an end, but a passage, a return to the earth that nourishes life. The seed buried in darkness is not lost, it germinates. The soul that descends is not erased, it transforms. Through Demeter's mysteries, mortals learn to see death not with terror, but with reverence. This transformation mirrored the agricultural cycle. The planting of grain, its burial in cold soil, became a sacred metaphor for the human journey. The sprouting of crops in spring became a symbol of hope. Every loaf of bread eaten during the mysteries was both sustenance and sacrament, life emerging from what once seemed lifeless. The rituals wove the practical and the mystical together until they became indistinguishable. Women held a special place in these ceremonies. The Thesmophoria, a festival devoted to Demeter and Persephone, centered on fertility both of earth and body. Women fasted, mourned, prayed, and celebrated the return of abundance. Their rituals acknowledged truths the patriarchal world preferred to ignore. That creation requires loss, that life comes through pain, that women carry the cycles of nature within them. Demeter's rites empowered them by giving spiritual shape to the realities they lived. Yet the mysteries were not only about rebirth, they were also about recognition. Participants learned to recognize the cycles within themselves, periods of growth, decline, sorrow, and renewal. They learned that grief is not a detour from life, but an essential part of its rhythm. Persephone's descent taught them that the soul must sometimes enter its own underworld to emerge transformed. Demeter's rituals softened the terror of loss. When families buried their dead, they did so with the belief that the soul journeyed to a realm not of torment, but of continuation. Hades' domain, viewed through Demeter's lens, became less a prison and more a winter. Cold, dark, necessary. Persephone's return each spring reminded mortals that sorrow does not last forever. The Greeks believed that those who participated in the mysteries emerged changed. They walked differently, calmer, braver, more attuned to the quiet rhythm of existence. They no longer feared death in the same way. Demeter had shown them that endings nourish beginnings, that life and death are partners, not enemies. in every seed pressed into soil, in every harvest gathered with gratitude, Demeter's teachings lived on. Life is not linear. Death is not failure. Rebirth is not a miracle but a certainty woven into the world. Through her rituals, mortals learn to trust the earth even in its silence, to honour the seasons of their own hearts, and to embrace the truth that what disappears is not lost, it is preparing to bloom again. Persephone's story begins not in darkness, but in sunlight. She was a goddess of beginnings, of tender shoots breaking through soil, of blossoms opening after long sleep, of the innocence that exists before one learns the weight of the world. Demeter's daughter, maiden of spring, she walked through fields with a lightness that made flowers rise in her footsteps. Her laughter was the season itself, fresh, unburdened, full of promise. But innocence is fragile in myth, and beauty often draws the gaze of gods who dwell in shadows. On the day of her abduction, Persephone wandered into a meadow unlike any she had seen. The grass shimmered with unnatural brilliance, and flowers bloomed with impossible vibrancy. Narcissus flowers, grown at Gya's command, stood tall and luminous, their fragrance intoxicating. The meadow was a trap crafted with divine precision. Zeus had agreed to grant Hades a bride, and the earth itself conspired to lure the maiden into solitude. Persephone knelt to pluck a narcissus, marvelling at its glow. In that quiet moment, the world beneath her feet shifted. The ground moaned. Then it split open with a violent crack. A chariot of obsidian and gold burst upward, pulled by stallions black as night. Hades rose from the abyss, solemn, powerful, his face carved from shadow and longing. He did not shout or threaten. He simply reached for Persephone with an urgency born from ages of solitude. His touch was cold, but not cruel. Persephone cried out, startled, terrified, disbelieving, as he swept her into his chariot. Her hands clawed at the air, reaching for light already slipping away. The earth sealed behind them, swallowing her voice, her flowers, her sunlight. Above ground, the meadow fell silent, as if ashamed. In the underworld, Persephone's fall continued. She felt the air grow still, the light dim, the world narrow into tunnels of stone and echo. The chariot raced deeper, past ghostly rivers and jagged caverns, until the throne room of Hades rose before her, a kingdom carved from shadowed grandeur. No fire warmed the space, only the faint glow of souls drifting like wandering embers. She stood trembling, her heart a frantic drum in her chest. Yet Hades did not approach her with the dominion of a conqueror. He looked at her as though seeing spring for the first time in eternity. He offered her a place beside him, not as a captive, but as a queen. But his offer meant nothing in the face of her grief. Persephone wanted her mother, her fields, her sky. Back on earth, Demeter felt the rupture instantly. A mother does not need sight to sense when a child is taken. Something in the world's pulse faltered. Birds flew without song. The wind paused mid-breath. Demeter searched frantically, calling out to nymphs, to winds, to the rivers that had watched her daughter grow. But they turned away, each bound by oath or fear, unable to speak the truth. It was Hecate, roaming crossroads in the dark, who heard the maiden's cry. She led Demeter to Helios, who sees all beneath the sun. And under that unbearable truth, Zeus's consent, Hades' desire, Gaia's trap, Demeter's heart shattered. Her grief rippled across the earth, turning fields brittle and cold. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Persephone learned the contours of her new realm. She walked halls draped in silence, watched souls drift in currents of memory, felt the weight of eternity pressing like stone against her skin. Yet there were moments, small, fragile, when Hades' solemn gentleness unsettled her fear. He showed her gardens of silver trees watered by the river Lethe. He offered her obsidian jewellery carved by his own hands. He treated her not as prey, but as a presence capable of reshaping his endless night. Still, Persephone wept for the sky. Her tears watered the barren soil of the underworld, and where they fell, pale flowers bloomed, ghostly versions of the meadows she had known. These blossoms became the first signs that Persephone's presence, even in sorrow, carried life. But the bond sealing her fate had not yet formed. That would come later, with the pomegranate seed. For now, she was suspended between two worlds, daughter of spring above and abducted maiden below. Her abduction was not merely a theft. It was a turning of the cosmic wheel, the moment innocence met shadow. Persephone's first days in the underworld unfolded like a dream slipping into nightmare. Slow, surreal, heavy with a silence she had never known. Gone were the soft breezes of the mortal world, the rustle of leaves under sunlight, the golden warmth that clung to her skin. Here light was memory, air was stillness, sound was the whisper of drifting souls. Yet as her terror faded to breathless shock, Persephone discovered a realm far more complex than the shadowed prison she had imagined. The underworld was not chaos, it was order. A sombre, measured order shaped by Hades' solemn nature. Caverns opened into vast halls where souls moved like gentle tides. Rivers, Styx, Lethe, Acheron glowed faintly in the darkness, each carrying its own purpose, its own story. Judges sat in quiet chambers, weighing lives with unwavering clarity. In the fields of asphodel, countless spirits wandered in muted reverie, neither suffering nor rejoicing, simply existing, suspended between memory and oblivion. Persephone walked through these landscapes with cautious steps, her presence stirring faint ripples in the still air. The dead paused as she passed, sensing something unfamiliar in their eternal dusk. Life. Even in her grief, she radiated the essence of spring, a subtle fragrance of green things, a hint of warmth, a reminder of sunlight. Though she did not yet accept her place, the underworld began responding to her without her noticing. Small vines crept along pillars of obsidian. Ghostly flowers bloomed in her wake, pale as moonlight. A kingdom shaped by death was learning, slowly to breathe. Hades watched her quietly, giving her space where he could, guidance where he must. His realm was built on stillness, but he seemed to understand instinctively that she needed movement, growth, time. He did not demand affection or acceptance. Instead, he offered companionship in the ways he knew, showing her the silent rivers, introducing her to spirits who had died tragically young, explaining the responsibilities of a queen who could bring order to the lost. His gestures were understated, but sincere. Persephone did not love him, but she no longer saw only the captor. There was loneliness in him, ancient and heavy, and she felt its echo still. Her heart ached for the world above. At night, though the underworld had no true night, Persephone would sit in gardens of silver trees, listening to the muffled echo of distant waves from the river Styx. She imagined her mother wandering across cold fields, searching, grieving, calling her name. The thought tightened like a vine around her chest. She had been taken, yes, but she had also been missed, with a devotion that bent the laws of nature. In time, Persephone began to encounter souls who sought her presence. Women who had died in childbirth approached her with reverence. Children clung to the warmth she carried. Warriors spoke of the world they left behind. Persephone listened. She comforted. She grew quieter, more contemplative. Her empathy, so natural in the living world, became a gift the dead had never known. Hades watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension, recognizing that she possessed a power beyond anything he could command, the ability to bring meaning to sorrow. Yet Persephone remained divided. Her body lived in the underworld, but her spirit clung to sunlight. She refused the food of the dead, holding out hope that she might return home if she did not partake. But the underworld seeped into her all the same, not as corruption, but as understanding. She learned the names of the rivers, the weight of memory, the structure of judgment. Slowly she sensed that death was not cruelty. It was inevitability, softened by ritual and order. More than once, she confronted Hades with quiet defiance. "You took my life from me," she said. "I offered you a place in mine," he answered. Neither was entirely wrong. Her time below gave her insight the upper world had never required of her. Persephone began to see the necessity of shadows. Without it, life had no contrast, no depth. Seeds sprouted only because they first lay buried. Blossoms opened only after long nights of cold. Sorrow, too, had its purpose, and slowly the underworld changed with her. Where she walked, paths brightened. Where she touched, stones softened. Where she rested, pale lilies bloomed in clusters. Spirits gravitated toward her presence, sensing hope even in their endless dusk. Persephone was not yet queen, but she was becoming something the underworld had never known, a bearer of gentle light within darkness. Her life below became the mirror of her life above. In the sunlit world, she had nurtured growth. Here, she nurtured endurance. Both were forms of life, and through her, the underworld began its first trembling steps toward transformation. Persephone lived between two worlds, and in that division she became something no other deity could claim. A goddess defined not by a single domain, but by transformation itself. She was the maiden of spring, the innocent bloom untouched by shadow. And she was the queen of the underworld, the sovereign who walked among ghosts with quiet authority. These identities were not contradictions. They were two halves of the same truth, forged by fate and shaped by choice. As a maiden, Persephone embodied renewal. Before her abduction, she was the shimmering promise of what could be, the gentle unfolding of life after winter's sleep. Children traced her footsteps in meadows bursting with colour. Nymphs followed her with songs of laughter. Even the winds softened around her, carrying the scent of growth and dew. She represented purity, but not in the fragile, brittle sense. Her purity was vitality, an innocence rooted in potential, in the exuberant beginning of all things. Yet that innocence existed only in light. It had never touched shadow, never confronted loss. Her abduction shattered that boundary, and in its aftermath, Persephone discovered the second half of herself. In the underworld, she learned the contours of sorrow. She heard the stories of wandering souls, felt the echo of their regrets, witnessed the quiet endurance of lives ended too soon. At first, she bore these truths like cold stones pressed into her hands, but slowly she found she could hold them without breaking. Something deep within her, something dormant, awakened. compassion sharpened into strength, grief tempered into wisdom. Her softness remained, but it grew roots. Her dual nature reflected a profound truth the Greeks saw in the world itself. Life and death are not enemies. They are partners in an endless cycle, each giving meaning to the other. Persephone, who crossed that boundary each year, became the embodiment of that cycle. When she rose to the earth, flowers followed. When she descended, the world grieved and rested. The maiden and the queen coexisted, shaping one another. In the underworld, Persephone was not a passive captive. Her presence reshaped the realm. Spirits sought her counsel. Judges respected her insight. Even Hades, Lord of Shadows, deferred to her in matters of mercy. She brought a gentleness to the darkness, but also a firmness the dead had never known. She could comfort a lost child and sentence a cruel soul with equal clarity. Her rulings balanced Hades' solemn justice with a deeper understanding of human frailty. Above ground, her queenly gravity subtly followed her. She no longer danced as thoughtlessly as before. Her laughter held depth, touched by the memory of silence. When she walked through fields, she understood how fragile life was, how easily it could disappear. This awareness made spring more sacred, not less joyful. She cherished the living world because she had seen what lay beneath it. Her mother, Demeter, felt this change with both pride and sorrow. The child she had lost was not the same one she regained. Persephone had grown, not just older, but wider, deeper, layered with shadow and light. Demeter mourned the girl she had been, even as she honoured the woman she had become. Their bond matured into something more complex, forged by grief and reunion. Persephone herself struggled with this duality at times. There were moments when she yearned to remain forever in the sunlit world, basking in her mother's embrace. And there were moments when the underworld felt strangely like home, quiet, contemplative, honest in its darkness. She learned that identity is not fixed. One can be both soft and strong, frightened and fearless, innocent and wise. Her dual nature also reflected the psychological world of the Greeks. Persephone symbolized the inner life, its seasons of growth, descent, and renewal. The maiden represented joy, youth, and beginnings. The queen represented transformation through hardship. Through her myth, mortals understood their own cycles: childhood, loss, maturity, acceptance. No myth captured this better than the moment she ate the pomegranate seed. It was a symbol not of captivity, but of inevitability. A seed ties one to the earth. A pomegranate seed tied her to the underworld. By consuming it, Persephone accepted not just her fate, but her evolving identity. Part of her would always belong to darkness, and part of her would always rise to the light. In embodying both roles, Persephone became the bridge between worlds, and the reminder that every soul carries both spring and winter within it. She was the maiden who brought flowers and the queen who ruled shadows, the blooming and the withering, the beginning and the return. Through her, the Greeks saw that transformation is not a loss of self, but an expansion of it. Persephone was more than a goddess of two realms. She was the pulse that kept the cosmos in balance. In her, light and darkness did not battle. They conversed. They wove together the truth of existence. For the Greeks, Persephone was not simply a symbol of the seasons. She was the rhythm of the universe, the hinge upon which the world turned from growth to rest, from life to death, from grief to renewal. When she walked the upper world, the earth inhaled. When she descended below, the world exhaled. Her presence above brought warmth, colour, and vitality. Fields brightened beneath her gaze, trees opened their blossoms as if greeting an old friend, and the air carried a sweetness that felt almost divine. She radiated the energy of beginnings, hope, rejuvenation, the promise that life always returns. In her footsteps, nature remembered how to grow, but her descent was not the cruelty of loss. It was the necessity of rest. When Persephone returned to the underworld, the natural world withdrew into itself. Leaves fell so that branches might survive winter's cold. Seeds hid in darkness so they could gather strength for spring. Animals hibernated, the earth grew quiet, and life paused in contemplation. This cycle, dictated by her movement, taught the Greeks that darkness is not the enemy of life, but its partner. Light nourishes. Darkness transforms. Persephone held both truths. In the underworld, she balanced Hades' stern authority with a gentler presence. She softened the gloom without weakening it. Souls found comfort in her nearness, sensing that the darkness they inhabited was not eternal punishment, but a realm of truth, memory, and stillness. Where Hades governed judgment, Persephone governed meaning. She granted purpose to the silence, dignity to the dead, and empathy to the realm of endings. Yet she also brought darkness to the light. Her return to the earth each year was joyous, but never naive. She arrived with the knowledge that all things must fade. Her maturity spread through the world like a subtle shadow, reminding mortals that life's beauty is heightened by its impermanence. Flowers bloom more deeply because they do not bloom forever. Spring feels miraculous precisely because winter came before it. Persephone's cosmic role extended beyond seasons. It shaped the human psyche. She was the goddess of transitions, thresholds, transformations. She ruled the moments when identity fractures and reforms. A child becoming an adult, a woman becoming a mother, a mourner learning to live with grief. All these transitions belonged to her. She governed the inner winters of the soul and the springs that follow. This duality made Persephone a deeply human goddess. She understood innocence and its loss, joy and its shadow, longing and acceptance. In her myth, mortals recognized their own internal journeys, the descent into hardship, the slow adaptation to new reality, the eventual rise into renewed life. Her cosmic balance also shaped her relationship with Hades. While many myths paint him as the captor, Persephone's later sovereignty reveals a different truth. She was not a passive queen. Her return each year was chosen as much as decreed. The pomegranate seed, which bound her to the underworld, was a symbol of her connection to both realms, not a chain dragging her into darkness. She carried its red stain like a reminder that life's deepest transformations require entering the unknown. Through Persephone, the Greeks learned that darkness is not corruption, it is depth, and light is not purity, it is renewal. The cosmos needed both forces to remain whole. She became the equilibrium of existence, the torchlit queen below, the flower-crowned goddess above. In her, the world breathed. In her, mortals understood the pattern of their own lives. The light she brought was sweeter, because she had walked through shadow. The darkness she entered was gentler, because she carried spring inside her. Persephone's cosmic balance was not a myth about separation. It was a myth about unity. She did not move between two opposite realms. She connected them. Through her, the Greeks felt a truth older than Olympus. Life and death are not rivals. They are doorways into one another, and she is the key that opens both. Hecate walked where other gods hesitated, at the edges of the world, in the seam between known and unknown, light and shadow. She was the goddess of thresholds, of choices made in silence, of truths that reveal themselves only when the sun has sunk below the earth. And wherever she moved, two symbols followed, torches bright enough to cut through the dark, and the moon above her, silver and watchful. To the Greeks, Hecate was not a goddess of chaos, but of clarity found in darkness. Her torches illuminated places where ordinary sight failed, caves, crossroads, moonless forests, the uncertain corners of the soul. Unlike Apollo's sharp daylight, which exposed all things at once, her light was patient. It revealed only what one was ready to see. Those who followed her did not seek comfort. They sought truth. The torches symbolized guidance. Travellers lost at night whispered her name, hoping she would appear in the distance, her flames moving like a promise. Mothers leaving offerings for safety placed small lamps at their doors, believing she watched over the liminal moments when danger slipped closest. Even the dead, who wandered toward the underworld's gates, feared and revered the flash of her torch, the light that could either guide them forward or reveal paths they were not meant to walk. But Hecate's connection to the moon deepened her mystery. She was not the goddess of the moon. That role belonged to Selene, but she walked beneath it as its secret twin. The moon was her companion, her omen, her mirror. When it swelled full, round with silver radiance, Hecate's influence grew. When it thinned to a sliver, she drew her power inward, whispering to the hidden parts of the world. The moon, like Hecate herself, had phases. So did revelation. So did fate. In the lunar glow, Hecate appeared in her triple aspect, a goddess facing three directions at once. One visage looked backward into memory, one forward into possibility, and one directly into the present, where choice is made. This triad made her the guardian of crossroads. Not merely physical ones, but spiritual, emotional, and moral. A traveller standing where three roads met often left offerings of bread, cheese, or garlic, hoping Hecate would guide their decision. For to choose a path is to abandon others, and Hecate alone saw each road's ending. Her torches burned brightest in moments of transition. Midwives prayed to her during childbirth, that perilous threshold between breathlessness and breath. Women approaching maturity called upon her. Those who had lost loved ones asked her to ease the passage of souls. Hecate was present at the edges of life, not as a figure of doom, but as a protector of those crossing difficult boundaries. Yet she was not gentle like Demeter, nor radiant like Artemis. Hecate's comfort lay in her honesty. She offered insight even when it cut deeply. She revealed dangers others preferred to ignore. She guided, but did not soften the path. Her torches illuminated truth, and truth could be frightening. She became inseparable from stories of Persephone's abduction, not as participant, but as witness. Hecate heard the maiden's scream echo through the earth, and when Demeter searched in desperation, it was Hecate who stepped from the darkness holding twin torches. Together, they wandered the world until they reached Helios, who confirmed Persephone's fate. From that day onward, Hecate became Persephone's companion during her yearly descent and ascent. When the Queen of Spring walked into the underworld, Hecate's torches lit her way. This role deepened her lunar symbolism, a guide between worlds, between light and shadow, between death and rebirth. The moon itself became a metaphor for Persephone's cycle, waning in the underworld, waxing in the world above. Hecate stood at the centre of that cycle, a silent sentinel watching the universe breathe. But Hecate was more than a guide. She was power itself, old power, Titan power, the kind that existed before Olympus claimed rule. When Zeus divided the world among gods, he did not cast Hecate aside. He honoured her, granting her dominion over earth, sea and sky. She alone among the Titans kept her authority intact, a testament to her necessity. Even Zeus understood that the cosmos required a guardian of boundaries, of mysteries, of choices that shape destiny. Her torches and the moon were symbols of illumination, but also of respect. The Greeks knew that darkness was not something to fear blindly. It held answers, memories, transitions. And Hecate was the one who moved through it unafraid. She taught mortals that decisions must be made, paths chosen, truths faced, that one cannot remain forever at the crossroads. Her torches did not remove uncertainty, they lit the way through it. Hecate's light did not banish the night, it transformed it. And in that dim, sacred glow, mortals learned to trust the wisdom found only in shadow. Hecate was the goddess who lived in the thresholds of existence, where certainty thinned, where the ordinary dissolved, where the unseen pressed close against the visible world. If other gods ruled clear, defined realms, Hecate ruled the spaces between them. Crossroads, doorways, twilight, dreams, moonlit boundaries where reality bent and secrets breathed. In these liminal places, magic was not an anomaly. It was the natural language of the world. To the Greeks, magic was not a force of rebellion, but a force of understanding. It revealed the hidden structures beneath life, the subtle threads that connected fate, memory and desire. Hecate knew those threads intimately. She touched every world, Olympus, earth, sea and the underworld, without fully belonging to any. This rootless power made her the ultimate intermediary, the only deity who could navigate all realms without altering her essence. Her magic was not flamboyant like the transformations of Zeus or the illusions of Dionysus. It was subtle, precise, layered. A whisper in a dream that changed a decision. A flicker of torchlight revealing what someone feared to face. An omen on a quiet path that saved a traveller from danger. She guided not through force, but through signs. Witches, wise women, healers, and midwives revered her above all gods. They believed she stood beside them during their rituals, lending power to herbs, charms, and incantations. Plants gathered at night were said to hold her blessing. Roots pulled beneath a crescent moon were infused with her presence. Hecate understood that magic was a craft of intention and knowledge, an art of navigating the spaces where logic hesitates. She was patron of that art because she herself existed in those spaces. Her protective power was equally profound. While some gods protected cities or families, Hecate protected individuals at their most vulnerable moments, when they were alone, afraid, transitioning, or standing at metaphorical borders. Her statues, placed at crossroads or doorways, served as guardians against spirits, misfortune, and dark influences. These figures, often depicted in triple form, were carved not to intimidate, but to warn. You are not alone in the dark. Her protection was rooted in her understanding of shadows. Hecate didn't fear darkness, She moved through it as easily as light. This made her uniquely capable of defending those who felt lost or unseen. She guided children home at night, accompanied women through childbirth, and stood watch over travellers navigating unfamiliar paths. Her presence was not loud or dramatic. Her power lay in the quiet certainty she offered. Yet her guardianship was never passive. Hecate could be fierce when needed. She wielded torches that exposed deception and daggers that cut through spiritual corruption. Spirits that strayed from their domains feared her more than Hades himself. Her authority stretched across the boundaries of life and death, allowing her to command or banish entities that moved improperly between worlds. In a cosmos built on order, she ensured that even the shadows obeyed their paths. Her liminality also gave her insight into the human psyche. Hecate understood that people lived much of their lives in the in-between, between choices, between identities, between emotions, between yesterday and tomorrow. She knew that transformation rarely occurs in moments of clarity. It happens in confusion, in doubt, in uncertainty. Her guidance acknowledged that these moments were sacred, not shameful. Standing at a crossroads was not a failure, it was a beginning. Those who prayed to her did so not for glory, but for clarity. They asked her to illuminate their inner thresholds. Should I leave? Should I stay? Is this path right? Am I ready to change? Hecate's magic answered not with certainty but with direction. An omen here, a dream there, a feeling that tugged at the heart. Her wisdom respected free will. She opened doors, but mortals had to walk through them. Her role in the myth of Persephone made her influence even clearer. She had heard the abduction, felt the rupture, and chosen to guide Demeter through the darkness of grief. Later, she volunteered to accompany Persephone into the underworld each year, carrying her torches through the shadows. This was not duty, it was devotion. Hecate's liminality made her the perfect companion for a goddess who existed in two realms. Through her, the Greeks learned that magic is not chaos, it is understanding. Protection is not strength alone, it is presence. And liminality is not confusion, it is potential. Hecate was the goddess of the spaces where transformation begins, the guardian of every threshold crossed in courage or fear. Her torches illuminated paths not because they were easy, but because they were necessary. Hecate's realm was not the underworld, yet the dead knew her presence as intimately as they knew the silence of their new existence. She was not a queen like Persephone, nor a ruler like Hades. She was something older, stranger, and more essential. The boundary keeper, the watcher of thresholds, the torch-bearer who ensured that the living and the dead stayed in their proper realms. In every myth of the dead, Hecate's shadow moved along the edges, unseen but indispensable. The Greeks believed that death was not a single event, but a transition. A soul left the body, drifted through liminal space, and sought its path to the unseen kingdom. This passage was dangerous. Spirits could wander, be misled, or linger near the world they had left behind. Hecate guarded these moments with stern vigilance. She was invoked not only to protect the living from restless spirits, but to protect the dead from losing their way. Where Hermes guided souls with gentle companionship, Hecate guided them with authority. She patrolled crossroads, both physical and spiritual, ensuring that wandering shades moved toward the gates of Hades, rather than drifting into the lands of the living. The Greeks placed offerings at freeway intersections, so that Hecate might cleanse the roads, purify the space, and keep the boundary secure. Death was inevitable, but disorder was not. Hecate maintained the cosmic dignity of the transition. Her torches were feared by spirits that had no rightful place above ground. A flicker of her flame meant judgment. It meant the wandering was over. Some shades fled from her light, dissolving into mist. Others followed it with relief, drawn to the clarity she offered. In either case, Hecate ensured that the fabric of the world remained unbroken. Her presence was especially significant in myths, where death was strange or violent. When Medea, her devoted priestess, performed rites of necromancy, it was Hecate who empowered the spells, granting her the knowledge to summon shades and command them. These acts were not taken lightly. They risked tearing open the boundary Hecate guarded. Yet because Medea was devoted to her, Hecate allowed the brief crossing, guiding the summoned spirits so they did not stray. It was permission earned through reverence. In the story of Persephone, Hecate played a role few gods could. She was the first to hear the maiden's cry as she was taken. The dead do not scream, but Persephone's voice, half life, half destiny, echoed into all realms. Hecate recognized the sound immediately. She felt the shift in the world's balance, the sudden vacuum of life. Her torches lit the night, long before Demeter realized anything was wrong. When Demeter began her desperate search, Hecate joined her without hesitation. It was Hecate's liminal nature, her ability to walk between realms, that allowed her to track a trail invisible to others. She guided Demeter through forests, cliffs, and shadowed fields until they reached Helios, the only being who had witnessed the abduction. Her loyalty did not end there. When Persephone eventually returned to the underworld each year, Hecate walked with her, torches held high, illuminating the path through the deepening dark. This companionship was profound. Hecate was not bound to Persephone, she chose her. She recognized in the young goddess a kindred spirit, another being shaped by thresholds and transformation. As Persephone became queen, Hecate became her constant advisor and protector, ensuring that the dead respected their sovereign, and that no power disrupted the fragile harmony between life and death. Hecate's role in myths of the dead was complex: guardian, guide, enforcer, intermediary. She was the deity mortals called upon when death felt too close, when dreams were haunted, when shadows lingered at windows. She stood at the edges of burial grounds, ensuring that spirits entered softly into their new realm. Offerings left at night, bread, honey cakes, black dogs, were gifts of gratitude, acknowledging her tireless vigilance. To the Greeks, Hecate was not terrifying because she represented death. She was terrifying because she enforced the rules that governed it. She saw what others could not, moved where others would not, and held dominion over the invisible spaces where souls trembled. Yet there was comfort in her power. By guarding the dead, she protected the living. By maintaining boundaries, she preserved cosmic order. By walking beside Persephone, she assured that even the deepest darkness held a guiding light. Hecate showed mortals that death is not merely an ending, but a passage, one that must be respected, navigated, and illuminated. In her torches the dead found direction. In her presence the living found safety. And in her silence the world remained separate and whole. To the ancient Greeks, Hecate was a paradox, both feared and deeply revered, dreaded in darkness yet trusted in moments of deepest vulnerability. She inspired awe, not because she ruled storms or commanded armies, but because she governed the unseen forces that shaped every life. Mortals feared her because they sensed the magnitude of her power. They revered her because they needed her more than they understood. Hecate existed where clarity dissolved. Crossroads, thresholds, graveyards, boundaries where worlds brushed together. These were places where humans felt exposed and uncertain. Places where the veil thinned and the night breathed close. People feared such spaces because they hinted at forces beyond mortal control. And wherever those forces gathered, Hecate was near. Her triple form unsettled and reassured in equal measure. 3 faces, 3 bodies, 3 gazes looking in different directions. Past, present, and future. She saw too much for mortals to feel comfortable, yet her vision made her indispensable. She understood what lay behind, what approached ahead, and what threatened in the now. To encounter her was to stand before a truth too vast to hold. Because she walked freely across boundaries, she understood the spirits that strayed from them. Ghosts, restless shades, creatures born of fear, these obeyed her. Mortals revered her as a protector, but also feared her as a sovereign of what they did not wish to confront. Death, fate, hidden knowledge. She could dispatch spirits with a glare, summon them with a whisper, or bind them with a gesture. Her power over the dead was not the cold rule of Hades. It was the deeper, older authority of someone who knew how easily the barrier between life and death could crumble. People feared her because she was unpredictable, not emotionally, but cosmically. She answered prayers, but not always gently. If a petition was unwise, she revealed its consequences. If a seeker lied, she illuminated the truth with uncomfortable sharpness. Hecate did not punish mindlessly. She punished dishonesty, arrogance, and those who tried to twist shadow into personal gain. Her justice was precise, but it could be terrifying. Yet alongside fear grew reverence, because Hecate's power was ultimately protective. She stood watch during childbirth, the most perilous threshold of the ancient world. She guarded women, travellers, shepherds, and anyone who walked paths alone. She blessed those who respected boundaries and defended those who honoured her. Offerings left at 3-way crossroads, bread, eggs, garlic, honey cakes, were not bribes but gestures of gratitude for unseen protection. Hecate stood in the dark, so mortals didn't have to. Her priests and priestesses, especially women, saw in her a power denied by the more orderly Olympians, a power rooted in intuition, transformation, and liminality. She represented the wisdom gained from walking difficult paths, the insight born from grief or change. Those who had suffered, those who had endured upheaval, those who lived in the margins of society found in Hecate a goddess who understood them. Her presence validated their experiences. Even kings respected her. No ruler wished to offend the goddess who guarded the boundaries of fate. Hecate could bless an endeavour with prophetic clarity, or doom it through the shadows of doubt. Her influence was subtle but absolute, woven through the fabric of decision-making itself. To honour her was to invite discernment. To ignore her was to walk blind. She was revered because she guided Persephone, standing between life and death with torches raised. Mortals felt comfort knowing that a goddess so powerful and steady watched over that terrifying boundary. Where others saw only finality, Hecate saw passage, and ensured it remained sacred. Fear and reverence intertwined because Hecate embodied truth, unsoftened, unglamorous, undeniable. She did not offer comfort for comfort's sake. She offered illumination, protection, and power, but only to those willing to confront the shadows within themselves. To worship her was to accept that darkness is part of existence. To fear her was to admit that some truths cut deep. To revere her was to recognize that without her, the world would fall apart. Hecate was the torch in the night, and the night that needed a torch. She was the guardian of fears, the keeper of secrets, the protector of souls. And through her, ancient people learned that reverence and fear are often one and the same. When the last ember of myth dims and the great voices of Olympus fall quiet, the world does not grow empty. It grows reflective. The Greek gods, once vivid as storms and seasons, step back into the shadows of memory. Yet their silence is not absence, it is invitation. It asks us to listen, not to thunder, but to the echoes within ourselves. Myth was born from wonder, from nights when early humans gazed at stars scattered like divine fire and sensed presences too vast to name. The world was immense, unpredictable, beautiful, frightening. To understand it, people told stories. They shaped gods from wind and wave, from hunger and hope, from the fragile truths of the human heart. In doing so, they gave form to forces both external and internal. Zeus became the voice of power, Hera, the dignity of loyalty, Poseidon, the turmoil of emotion, Athena, the clarity of thought. A pantheon constructed not merely from imagination, but from the architecture of human nature. The gods ruled not through temples, but through meaning. Today their temples crumble, their statues weathered by sun and silence. Yet their relevance remains, because myth does not survive through stone. It survives through the questions it dares us to ask. Why do we fear? Why do we hope? Why do we create? Why do we destroy? What lies at the heart of our longing for order, justice, love, freedom, transformation? Each god, in their triumphs and flaws, embodies a thread of these questions. Zeus reflects the double-edged nature of authority. Hera reveals the wounds of betrayal and the strength of endurance. Athena embodies wisdom illuminated by discipline. Dionysus shows the wildness beneath the surface of civility. Demeter teaches how grief reshapes the world. Persephone reveals that identity is formed in the spaces between light and dark. Hades reminds us that inevitability need not be cruelty. Hecate shows that guidance often comes from the shadows. These gods were never meant to be flawless beings perched above humanity. They were mirrors, dramatic, poetic, larger-than-life reflections of everything we struggle to understand about ourselves. Their myths endure because the emotions that created them endure. We still feel rage like Ares, desire like Aphrodite, cunning like Hermes, isolation like Hephaestus, and longing like countless heroes who prayed for favour beneath a shrinking sky. But myth also evolves. The gods no longer command sacrifices or shape storms. Instead, they whisper through literature, art, psychology, and philosophy. They live in metaphors and symbols, in the stories we continue to tell to make sense of the world. The ancient Greeks didn't worship their gods blindly. They interrogated them, debated them, feared them, loved them. Their myths were conversations between humans and the universe, between our impulses and our aspirations. In that sense, the gods still speak. Their voices are subtler now, woven through the ways we interpret experience. Athena lives in every difficult decision made with reason. Dionysus in every moment of emotional release. Demeter in every grief that reshapes a life, Hermes in every connection forged across distance, Hecate in every crossroads approached in silence. The gods survive because they were never separate from us. They were expressions of us. And so, when the gods fall silent, the silence itself becomes profound. It invites reflection. It asks us to carry forward the understanding that the divine was never meant to remain external. Myth was a mirror. The stories were a map. The gods were the vocabulary ancient minds used to describe the storms inside the human soul. We no longer look to Olympus for thunder. We look inward for meaning. The Greeks understood something we often forget. Myth is not about answers, but about depth. It gives shape to the mysteries that logic cannot hold. It acknowledges that we are creatures of longing, conflict, beauty, sorrow and hope. The gods fall silent so that we may finally hear ourselves. In the end, the stories endure not because they are ancient, but because they are true, not literally, but emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. They remind us that every life is a cycle of descent and return, of loss and renewal, of questions and revelations. That we, like Persephone, walk between light and dark. That wisdom, like Athena, must be born from struggle. That passion, like Dionysus, must be understood as both gift and danger. That endings, like Hades' realm, are part of the cosmic rhythm, not to be feared, but respected. When the gods fall silent, they are not gone. They have stepped inside us, where myth becomes memory, and memory becomes meaning. And in that quiet inner space, the oldest stories continue, not as echoes of a vanished world, but as the pulse of the human soul, still searching, still wondering, still alive.